Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have some news to share with you guys about a focus, or actually two focus groups. These are some that I follow all the time. As you guys know, I'm like a focus group junkie, and these are conducted by Engageus. That's the name of the company. So they had two groups of 7 people each, and yes, for anybody out there who's new to the channel, I know that's not a lot of people. It's a small group, but I like focus groups because you get to ask follow-up questions and you can really drill down on people's answers and you get information that you can't get out of polls. It's not just a flat, oh, answer this question with no nuance. So that's why I think that they're very instructive. So these were all Arizona voters, and they all swung from Joe Biden in 2020 to Donald Trump in 2024. So that's who you're going to hear from. I have some clips to share with you. So you're going to hear audio of these people speaking in their own voices, telling us exactly how they're feeling now. And just spoiler alert, it's not good news for Trump. So although not 100% good news for Democrats either. So here's the thing. They asked... what emotion, they ask this every time, what emotion does Donald Trump evoke in you when you see him on your device? So they're asking not what he is, what emotion he's displaying, but what he makes them feel. So one person said disgust, 2 said disappointed, 1 said proud, 2 said anxious, 1 said worried, another said safe, 1 said hope. 1 said frustrated, another said uncertain, 1 said embarrassed, neutral, and then 1 person said flabbergasted. They also, of course, asked, do you, on balance, overall, do you approve or disapprove of Trump's presidency so far? Only 4 of them approve. 10 of them disapprove. So again, these are all people who just voted for him a little over a year ago, and the vast majority now disapprove of what he's doing. So I want you to hear what some of them had to say in their own voices, why they disapprove of him. Take a listen to, actually, let me turn on my volume. Here's what they had to say.
ICE agents are out of control. He's almost like he's running it like almost like Hitler did back in the day, and it's all his way, and everything's got to be his way, and he's separating the rich from the poor even more, and he doesn't see the poor people as human beings. He sees them as just property or things that can be bought and sold, and it's very wrong, and a lot of good people are getting killed over nonsense, and he's just trying to take over the world, and he's spending frivolously on his own expenses, but then everybody else has to tighten their belt, and his plan is just not working.
Things are more expensive, and just going off of what I've seen and people I know, the layoffs, mass layoffs are happening with huge companies.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that affects us as well, whether we see it now or not.
It's just the uncertainty, and again, the tariffs, and getting your products that might be sitting at a port right now because they can't agree on the tariffs, and who's going to pay the difference now.
The foreign policy and immigration has been a really big issue for me. So in terms of the tariffs, in terms of, we're talking from Greenland, the Greenland saga, to the tariffs upon our quote unquote, the people that we work with, that is our allies, the way he's handled those relationships, even with the EU and stuff like that. For me, it's been like, yeah, he could do it better than immigration, like everyone says, the ICE situation. He's trying to handle it, but it's just going about it the wrongest way possible, in my opinion.
So that was just a small sample of the complaints that I heard in these groups. So I'll have more for you guys. I'm going to have more clips coming in the Trump regret vote videos that I do, the FAFO videos. And of the people who disapprove, 4 of them said that they know other people who were very strong Trump supporters and their support is softening. So I have some audio on that for you guys. So take a listen to what a couple of them said, or a few of them said, about their friends and family who are now turning on Trump. Check this out.
The last month or so, just even from family members who are big supporters, just they worry about, you know, the whole global reach that he's trying to accomplish, and the narcissism, and if it's, you know, he's really doing it to help the country, or it's just for his own kind of self-approval.
A few of people have discussed with me a little bit. They're disappointed. They're concerned a little. And these are people that, you know, like, what was he thinking? Why is he wanting to do this or that? Or, you know, handling this way? And it's people that, like you said, I've known for years that have been Trump supporters for many, many, many years. And that's really surprising because he usually has a very strong front and they do not usually bend. The most that I've heard is either immigration or the tariffs and things of that nature.
The change has been more of, again, there's better ways to handle situations that we see. Really, where I saw the biggest change was when the lady was killed by the ICE agent in the car. And, you know, wasn't really a person of color. So that kind of changed my people's perspective of how ICE is handling things.
That's so disturbing to me. Like, oh, I only care because it's someone who looks like me. It's only someone who has my skin color. That's when I'll care about it. Anyway, clearly Donald Trump and the Republicans have overestimated his mandate. They just don't get it. And we should keep in mind, even if Trump voters aren't admitting to us that they have doubts, you know, even if they're not admitting it to the left, they're voicing concerns in private. They're talking with other fellow Trump voters and they're admitting that they made a mistake or that they're at least questioning what he's doing. Now, they also ask these people, knowing what you know now, would you vote for Kamala Harris? If you could go back and do it over again, would you vote for Kamala Harris? Only one of them said, yes, I would. I shared that clip in an FAFO video. I think it was yesterday. Anyway, check out the polling, though. Even though, you know, these 14 or 13 out of the 14 said no, check out this polling that was shared on CNN when they asked the same exact question doing an online poll.
Bold redo between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In April of 2025, it was within the margin of error, right? Kamala Harris by a point. But look at where we are now, according to an NBC News SurveyMonkey poll. Kamala Harris wins in a redo, asking folks, essentially, if you could redo the 2024 election, how would you vote? She wins it by, get this, 8 points. It's also people coming off of the sideline. Okay, voters' choice for election for the 2026 congressional elections. If they didn't vote in 2024, look at this. Democrats are winning that vote by a significant margin, by 16 percentage points. Put all of this together, what do we get? It's not just the House. It's the Senate as well. Democrats' chance to win the Senate a year ago was 19% according to Kalshi, 30% 6 months ago. And now Democrats have a 40% chance of taking back the U.S. Senate.
So this is what people don't get. You know, everybody says, oh, well, you know, Republican support for Trump is still so high. It's still, you know, like 80% Yes, Republicans. Donald Trump did not and could not win with just Republicans. There are not enough Republicans to put him over the edge, to put him in the White House. Any candidate nowadays, you have to win a majority of independents, and you have to bring some people in from the cold. You like Harry Anton was saying, people coming in off the sidelines who were sitting things out, who previously hadn't voted, whether it be, they were too young to vote at that time, or they just didn't like the candidates, they didn't want to vote. So you have to get some of those people. And so that's what I want Democratic voters to understand when they get all negative and, down on things. Oh, well, his, Republicans still support him by and large. Yes, Republicans do. Registered Republicans do. That is not his base. That is not the electorate that put him in the White House. And so, yes, he is losing a lot of his base, a lot of those people, a lot of that electorate that helped him win in 2024 that are not Republicans. So that's why there is hope. And again, they asked in this focus group, as they always do, are you more or less anxious about the economy now than you were when Donald Trump took office? This is another really big key. Only 3 out of the 14 said that they are less anxious. 9 said that they are more anxious, and the others said, I'm about the same. So only 3 of them are feeling like, yeah, I've got some relief since Donald Trump took office. Being that this is the #1 issue in the country, that is really, really bad news for him. And then this is the one that always gets me. They ask them, okay, who is more responsible for the current economic conditions in America? Is it Biden or is it Trump? 7 out of these 14, half of them said it was Biden's fault. And then 4 of them said it was Trump. And what is hysterical to me, as I point out every time, there are always hypocrites in these groups who say that the economy is better now that Trump is in office, but then they say, but it's Biden's fault. It's Biden is the one responsible for the current economic conditions in the U.S. I mean, how do you square that circle? Like, oh, I think it's getting better, and I'm a Trump. It's always a Trump supporter. It's always like the hardcore Kool-Aid drinkers who still approve of Trump, who say, oh, no, the economy's getting better, but it's Biden's economy. So, okay, so you're giving credit to Biden now? Biden is making the economy better? And the moderator asked them, okay, when does it become Trump's economy? Like, is it 2 years in? Is it 4 years out? Like, what do you have to do? What do you have to see to say, okay, it's finally, this is Trump's fault? You have to hear what one man said. And this guy disapproves of Trump overall. He has some issues with Trump. But here's what he said, and I'm going to explain why this is completely illogical. Take a listen.
Switch to a Trump economy because he's not going to get the second term. It's usually that 6, 7, 8 years to turn the last 6, 7, 8 years around.
Does that make any sense? So he's saying, okay, it takes 7 to 8 years to create an economy. They're conveniently forgetting that Trump was the president before Biden. So is it Trump's fault then? Was the economy that Biden had Trump's fault? Because, I mean, you're saying it takes 7, 8 years to create an economy. So then it was Trump's fault that Biden had the economy that he did, even when he left office. And they forget this when it comes to the economy. They definitely forget that fact when it comes to the Epstein files. I mean, if you guys want to see a like meltdown, you want to see a Kool-Aid drinking cult member glitch out like one of Austin Powers' fembots, like watch their head explode. Ask them, why didn't Trump release the Epstein files during his first term? Like they don't know what to say. They have no answer to that. Anyway, they also asked these people, have you heard about the Alex Preddy shooting? Obviously, you heard some of them reference it. So some, they do. In fact, all of them said yes. 14 out of 14 said yes. I heard about the Alex Preddy shooting. A few hadn't seen the videos, though, which I found bizarre. But anyway, they then asked them, okay, has ICE gone too far or is it just right? 12 out of the 14 said, no, ICE has gone too far. only 2 of them said they're getting it just right. I mean, these people are insane. The ones who think that they're doing everything right. They're either insane or they're just totally ignorant of what's going on. So here's a compilation of what a few of them had to say about ICE and why they disapprove of how Trump's Gestapo is performing these deportation raids. So check this out.
Use their power. They know that they can get away with it, and they just abuse their power. They're too aggressive. We shouldn't be afraid to be walking in the street. We shouldn't be afraid to go to work, thinking they've already come to my work. So yes, it's scary. I'm from here. I was born and raised here, and yes, immigration, I agree. If you're not here legally, you need to go back to where you came from and do it the right way, but we should not be afraid to be walking the streets. They just opened up a brand new $70 million building. So it's really scary. I'm like, I don't even want to go to the store that's just down the street from there, because I'm like, what if they're there and I look like I'm Hispanic? Yes, I'm Hispanic, but I am from Mexico. I'm like, I'm afraid, like, am I going to have to walk around with my papers? Like, that's scary. People shouldn't have to live like that.
It's just out of control with, you don't know who's a real ICE agent, and you don't know who's just a bounty hunter, because they had bounty hunters out too that were getting people and getting bounties for that, for the ICE agents. So it's just a matter of people they're not identifying themselves, so you don't know who's who, and so that's why people are defensive. And then they're going into people's, property and stuff without any warrants.
Before I saw Peretti's death, someone else had died, I think 2 or 3 weeks before. Between that and then seeing, an incident where children were also, I saw pictures of, children being carted away, separated from parents. I was like, yeah, I think that they've really overplayed their hand on this matter.
There shouldn't be people getting killed. There shouldn't be people going after ICE agents. It goes both ways. But when they're shooting citizens, it's too far.
Just the profiling and the lawless tactics.
So obviously, a lot of these people have very strong feelings, disagree with what's going on. However, here's what Democrats need to understand and take to heart. 0 out of the 14 in these groups said that they agree with abolishing ICE. They totally disagree. They want it revamped. The majority of them want massive changes. So, for instance, the moderator put up a list of things that the Democrats are trying to push for right now in exchange for funding DHS, funding Department of Homeland Security. Here's the breakdown. So they said, do you agree or disagree with the Democrats' demand to require a warrant in order to arrest people? 13 out of the 14 said yes. So Republicans are on the wrong side of that one, because just yesterday there was a lawmaker who was on some show and said, oh, we can't expect them to get a warrant every time. Yeah, you can. It's kind of part of our constitutional rights. So yeah, you better get a damn warrant. So the public opinion is not on the Republican side on that. They also asked about requiring non-citizen status to hold in detention, meaning Democrats want to make sure, like, if you are arresting someone and holding them in a detention facility, you cannot do that. You have to confirm first that they are not a U.S. citizen before you do that. Unbelievably, one person was like, yeah, no, I'm okay with them holding U.S. citizens. 13 out of the 14 said, no, yeah, I'm on board. Totally agree with the Democrats on that. You should absolutely not be arresting and detaining U.S. citizens. So again, Republicans are on the wrong side on that one. They also asked about them requiring an independent investigation after things like what happened to Renee Good and Alex Preddy, all 14 out of the 14 said, yes, I agree with that. So again, public opinion is on the Democrat side. What they're doing right now, by the way, which we got confirmation again, I think it was just yesterday, that the federal government is withholding evidence and refusing to turn it over in the Alex Preddy case. Public opinion is 100% against that. They want a legitimate third-party investigation. They also asked about Democrats' requirement that all of these agents wear body cams. Again, 100% of the respondents and participants said, yes, we think that that is legitimate. Here's where it gets dicey for Democrats. They asked, do you agree with the Democrats that these agents should not be wearing masks? When they're out doing their job, should they be required to take off their masks? Only 6 out of the 14 agreed with that. A lot of them said, repeated the talking points from the right that, well, they're in danger, they're getting doxxed, their families are getting threatened, blah, blah, blah. Get another job then. Get another freaking job. Or push for change within your organization. Because if you are so universally loathed and hated in this country, if what you're doing is so just despised by the masses that people are coming after you and want to dox you and are attacking your family, maybe what you're doing is wrong. Maybe you are harming people. Maybe you should take a step back and realize that you are on the wrong side of history here. So anyway, they also asked, do you think that agents should be required to have, and this is something the Democrats are pushing for, they want agents to have a badge that shows at least their last name, it shows what agency they're with, and then they would have a unique identifying number on the badge so that when you are doing something illegal, when you are harming someone, we know who you are so you can be prosecuted. Surprisingly, only 10 out of the 14 agree with that. So the majority, but I would think that if you say you want these people to wear masks, that you would at least be okay with them being identified somehow. And then this one really surprised me. So they asked, do you agree with the Democrats who are trying to prohibit ICE raids at like sensitive areas like medical facilities, childcare, schools, churches, things like that? Only half of them agreed with that. So half of them are like, yeah, we're good with them going into preschools, childcare facilities, any school, a church. Anyway, they also asked about J.D. Vance. They asked about, do you have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of J.D. Vance? This is not good news for him because 6 out of the 14 said they have a favorable opinion. 4 out of the 14 said, no, don't like the guy. And then the other 4 were like, I don't really know enough about him to make a decision. So 4 of them don't really pay attention to him. And then 4 of them are like, yeah, no, not digging the guy. Again, these are people who voted for Trump in the last election. And I want you to hear what a couple of them had to say about Vance, because I think this is really interesting.
Like he's more dangerous than Trump because he's like a more polished version. He's two-faced. I remember watching interviews with him when he was a senator from Ohio, and he just trashed Trump tremendously. Didn't agree with any of his policies, and now he's all of a sudden one of his biggest fans as vice president.
I just don't think he's any better than Trump personally.
I just think he's a Trump mini-me, and I think he could be very dangerous if given more power than what he's already got.
So, yeah, he's going to have a hard time. And as I've said before, he's tied to Trump's failing policies. He can't separate himself. right? He's not allowed to go out and criticize Trump in any way. So he's screwed. He's totally screwed. And then they asked them, are you likely to vote in the midterms? And 12 out of the 14 said yes, very likely to vote in the midterms. They also asked, will Trump affect your vote? And 4 out of the 14 said yes. 3 out of the 4 who said yes said they will vote for candidates who oppose Donald Trump, or, you know, people who act as a check on him. So that is not good news for him. And then they asked them to describe Democrats in a word or a phrase. It was all negative, guys. Here's what Democrats in Congress need to understand. Even though most of these people disapprove of what Trump's doing, some of them, a lot of them, I should say, appreciate the fact that he's done a lot in a short period of time. So Trump may be using his power for evil, but he is getting things done, and he's forcing his will on the government and basically saying, what are you going to do about it? He's just steamrolling. That is what Americans want the Democrats to do, but use it for good, because they now see that's possible, right? It's just a matter of a will. But you can get stuff done. You can make things happen, and you don't need to dilly-dally and negotiate with the other side and play tiddlywinks with them and you know, beg and plead. And so people are just done with that. They're like, no, just get shit done. I don't care how you do it. Get stuff done for us. So they may not like what he's doing or how he's doing it, but they do like that he is going in there and just, you know, acting like a bowling ball, knocking down the pins. Democrats need to learn from that. So anyway, guys, that's it for this focus group or these focus groups. I will have more for you soon. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have a fun one for you guys today. We have single digits. I wish I was talking about Trump's poll numbers, but no. Unfortunately, those are way too high still. Those are still like mid-30s, so we got a ways to go. But his stock, DJT stock, just fell into the single-digit range yesterday. Take a look at this. So it was down to, as you see here, a low of $9.90, and it was at $9.91 when I checked it around 4 p.m. And then it hit a high yesterday of less than $11. And for anyone who doesn't know, this is the stock that's tied to Donald Trump's failing social media site, his Truth Social site. This hit an all-time high, as I've mentioned before, of almost $80 a share. I think, if I remember correctly, I think that was during the presidential election, the 2024 presidential campaign. And then it dropped down to a previous low of, I think it was about $11.25. That was in September of 2024, like right before the election. And then, of course, it shot back up after he took office. It shot up again, but it never hit that same high. It was up to like in the $40 range, close to 50, I think it was at one point. And then since then, it has just plummeted. And we haven't seen single digit territory since before it went public. So way before Donald Trump's second term. And here's the thing. There's no big mystery about why this stock is in the dirt, why it's tanked. I told Trump supporters, I talked about this ad nauseum and why it would never take off, why it would never be mainstream, because too many people hate Donald Trump. And if he wanted to win people over, he should have never ran for president. Like, he should have just remained a private citizen and kept his opinions to himself, and maybe it would have done better. But how he has done in the White House, the things that he has done over the last year, it 100% is going to affect the sale of the stock. And the company still hasn't turned a profit. That's another huge factor. Every quarterly report shows them losing millions and millions of dollars, and you have far less than even $1 million in revenue. That has just been the theme since they launched this. Trump doesn't care, though, because he is still making tons of money off of this. He is lining his pockets by duping his supporters into purchasing shares of his worthless meme coins. And I have some news on that. So this was an Axios article that you see here. And basically, yeah, he has made money. His investors have taken it in the shorts. This is like a basic pump and dump scheme. He got all of his fans to buy these worthless, quote unquote, assets. And so it boosted the value. And then he cashed out when it was high. Melania did the same thing. She had her worthless coins. So the Wall Street Journal had reported towards the end of last year that the value of Trump's meme coin decreased 86%. So that was from his inauguration, which I think it was Inauguration Day or the day before that he launched his meme coins. Of course, all of these people were all hyped up. Oh, Trump's got the mandate. Trump's the man. Trump's so popular. He's going to, MAGA's going to be in charge for decades to come. Total BS. We knew it wasn't going to work out that way, especially because his party is the party in power across the board. Like MAGA Republicans have control of the Supreme Court, they have control of the House, the Senate, and the White House. So everything that goes wrong is going to get blamed on them. I said that the day after he was elected. I said this could be a blessing in disguise. The silver lining of the rain cloud was that they wouldn't be able to blame anyone else for their failures. That's exactly what has happened. So his meme coin dropped 86% between inauguration and the end of November when they did this report. And Melania's meme coin, her crap coin, plummeted 99%. She made out like a bandit on it. But, this is what the Wall Street Journal reported here. That's how much it fell. And as for the stock itself and how Trump supporters are feeling about this, the Journal in the same article, they quoted a Reddit user who said that they're caught holding the Trump bag. And they said that they purchased the shares at $46 each. And he asked, quote, "When do I give up on this and move on?" And I found a post over on Truth Social when I was working on another story. This is another guy who bought Trump's crappy DJT stock. He responded to a post from Trump. Trump was bragging, as he does, about his fake accomplishments and, oh, the stock market is so great and the golden era, blah, 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 all that BS that he spouts out. Anyway, this guy posted this. It's a very long, I'm going to read it all to you because it's very relevant. So he wrote here, "Mr. President, that is great news, but please don't get blinded to the financial pain your loyal investors in TMTG are suffering." TMGT is Trump Media and Technology Group. And then he said, "We invested in the company with your name, sir, expecting a fight with the left and the deep state. We expected a long, drawn-out battle, but what we didn't expect is your enemies to be given free rein to control the stock price and leave us pinned day after day to the max pain price. Many of your ardent supporters invested their life savings into your company, and these investors are not sharing in the market you keep talking up. We did not give up on you. Please don't give up on us. We are more than 4 years into our investment, and the price of DJT is at all-time lows. That means that every supporter who invested directly in you is now underwater in their investment. Thinks about that for a minute. Every supporter who put their money where their mouth is has lost money. We all are looking around the rest of the market and seeing the missed opportunities because we bet on DJT. Every time you talk about how good things are, it feels like a punch in the gut to your loyal supporters who are not reaping those rewards because instead of investing in the globalist corporations, we invested in you. So, couple of things here. First of all, do you notice how this guy is blaming Trump enemies for tanking the value of the stock? Like, how could we possibly tank the value of the stock? Like, what could we on the left do to bring the value of the stock down? If it was popular, it would be selling and the price would go up. It's a simple, it's a simple math equation. It's like, it's simple economics, supply and demand. There is no supply, or there is plenty of supply. There's no demand for this. That's why the stock price is down, George. Hate to break it to you. And then he posted that right around Thanksgiving time. The stock at that point was bouncing around. It was like in the $12 to $15 range, if I remember correctly, because I was tracking it back then. And it even got up into the 20s at one point. I think it got into the 30s around that time, fell back down. Can't imagine what this guy is thinking now that it's, down to the single digits. Now, today I did check it. It's back in the low 10s. I want to say it was like $10 and sorry guys. It was like $10 and like 30 cents, 10.35, something like that. Anyway, hard to feel sorry for these people. I mean, first of all, stop blaming the left. The left is not it is not the bane of your existence. It is the left is not causing you harm. Donald Trump is. And then two, we have been warning them for 10 years. We've been telling them the guy is a moron. He is a failed businessman. He bankrupted casinos, for Christ's sakes. Do you know how hard it is to bankrupt a business when it is known to win all the time? Like, the house always wins. That's what they say about casinos. That's why it's stupid to gamble, because they always win. How do you bankrupt a casino? The only thing he knows how to do is grift off of other people. But anytime we say this stuff, oh, you have Trump derangement syndrome. Okay, well, keep buying the stock. Keep buying it. Keep throwing money, keep throwing good after bad, and see what happens. See if you end up wealthy. Rolling in dough. I remember when Donald Trump first took office, and I would see social media posts from his supporters just going on and on about how they were all going to be incredibly wealthy. They couldn't wait. They were just going to be rolling in the dough. It was just going to be the greatest thing ever. Donald Trump was going to make all of them rich. We tried to warn you. You spit in our faces. So really, really hard to feel bad about it now. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like this video, share it with others so people will see this great information and have a good laugh. And subscribe if you have not. Please check to make sure that you're still subscribed, because I am still hearing from people who say, oh yeah, I checked, and what do you know, I was unsubscribed somehow. I don't know what happens, but anyway, check on that. If you can donate, really appreciate it. If you can sign up to become a monthly donor, it really, really helps with the show. Links are down below in the description box. So thank you again. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have a bunch of polling data that I need to share with you guys today. First up, I have news from Quinnipiac. So their polling shows that Donald Trump's support with Republicans is starting to erode slightly. So in October of last year, just 2025, 94% of registered Republicans approved of Trump's job performance. Only 4% disapproved, and then, like a handful said, I'm not really sure. Well, as of now, with their new polling, this was conducted from the end of January through the beginning of February, only 86% of registered Republicans now approve, and 10% disapprove. Not a lot, I know, but it's something. And in regard to all poll participants, Trump's approval rating with this pollster is only 37%. In the late January to early February Marist poll, Trump's approval rating was basically about the same, wasn't much better. So take a look at this. So 39%, I know it's tiny, but it says 39% approve and 56% disapprove of how Trump is doing his job in this Marist poll. And in this same poll, only 36% approve of how Trump is handling the economy. That is a massive, massive shift from when he first took office. I mean, you guys know, I've said this over and over again, and you guys are well aware, he had the best numbers on the economy and immigration. Speaking of which, in regard to his ICE Gestapo agents, a significant majority are now unhappy with how they're doing their job. So take a look at this. This again was the Marist poll. They found that 65% disapprove. So, I mean, just unbelievable. 65% say it's gone too far. And then the latest Economist YouGov poll is also really bad news for Trump and the Republicans. So 59, hopefully you guys can make this out, 59% of the respondents say that the country is on the wrong track. And then 67%, as you see down below, said that they feel that things are completely out of control in the country. Not what you want voters to be thinking when you're only 9 months out from an election. And so that really explains a lot, including this. So Democrats in this same poll, they have a 6-point advantage. This is the generic ballot, question that they always ask. Like, if the election was held today, which candidate would you vote for in your area, not naming a specific candidate. So Democrats came in at 39%, Republicans came in at only 33%. It is incomprehensible, as you see here, that 15% say that they still wouldn't vote, after we've seen the carnage of this last year. I'm hoping, though, that 15% is just Donald Trump voters. I'm hoping that it's disaffected Trump voters who are like, you know what? I don't want what the Democrats are selling. I don't want to vote for a Democrat, but I can't vote for this party again. As for Trump's approval rating in this poll, only 39% approve, 56% disapprove. So he is solidly in the upper 30s now in the vast majority of the polls. Absolutely, unequivocally pathetic. And then check this out. So when they ask these people, do you like, whether or not you agree with his policies, whether or not you agree with what he's doing in the country, do you like Trump personally? The very large plurality, 44%, said no. They very much dislike him a lot. And then you can see there was, another 8% that dislike him somewhat. So the majority, 52%, dislike Trump on a personal level. And it gets worse because they asked the respondents about various personality traits. All of the worst ones were attributed to Donald Trump. Take a look at this. So his highest scores, as you see here, were racist, dangerous, corrupt, and cruel. I mean, is that what you want to be known for? Is that what a president in general would want to be known for? Oh yeah, he's a racist, he's dangerous, corrupt, cruel. I mean, sounds great. Sign me up. And then what's clear in this poll is that Trump is very much wildly out of step with the American people, because they asked them about things like abolishing ICE, Epstein, climate change, immigration, AI, gun control. They also asked them about like alternative energy sources like wind and things like that, wind and solar. In every single instance, Trump is doing the opposite of what either the plurality or the majority want. Not good. Again, at least for him, it's great for us. And then take a look at this next thing. So this is a compilation of polls that was put together and shared on CNN.
More numbers across for you on this screen here. They are all second-term lows for the given pollster. What are we talking about? AP North, 26 points below water. NBC, 22 points below water. Yahoo, YouGov, 20 points below water. Quinnipiac, 19 points below water. Okay, net approval rating at this point in the term. Look at this. 22 points below water on average when you average all the pollsters from the last slide. That is actually lower. That is lower than he was at this point in term number one, when he was 17 points below water. So he's doing 5 points worse, and he's doing way worse than Joe Biden was doing at this point in his term number one. When you lose the center of the electorate, you lose the American people. Trump's net approval rating among independents, at this point, you go back term number one, he was 17 points below water. Now, according to Quinnipiac, he is 27 points below water.
You can, as I keep saying, you cannot win any election if you are not winning the majority of independents, because they are the majority now, or maybe not the majority, but they are a plurality in our country. There was a report the other day that they just hit an all-time high. It's like 45% of voters in the country are now independent. So he's screwed. He's screwed, and he screwed his party. And as Harry Enton said there, those were second-term lows for Trump, the first part of that. And now we have another new second-term low. This is in regard to one of the policies that he used to be one of his best, as I've mentioned. So Trump just hit a second-term low of 38%. That's the red line that you see all the way on the right, in his handling of immigration. So this is in the latest Reuters Ipsos poll. That's what you're looking at here. And then a recent AP NORC poll, they showed similar results. So I'll bring this up for you guys. So this is dated February 12th. 62% of the respondents said that Trump's deployment of federal agents to U.S. cities has gone too far. And then check this next one out. 60% now say they view ICE unfavorably. That may not seem like a lot, but that is a huge jump. In 2018, it was only 37%. So he's destroying everything. And then, as usual. And then in another poll, this one was conducted by a group called Amerispeak, along with NORC. Trump has only a 36% approval rating with that pollster and 62% disapproval rating. So here is an article that they wrote about it in Newsweek. So they said in this article that is the lowest that his approval rating has been with this pollster in 3 months. And then Morning Consult has Trump a little bit higher than these other pollsters. So take a look here. So 43% approval and then 54% disapproval overall. This is, you know, what can I say with Morning Consult? This is typical for them. They're always more favorable to Trump and the Republicans. Definitely an outlier. Like I said, every other pollster has him in the mid to upper 30s. So take this one with a grain of salt. But even this pollster, which is favorable to him, even they do not show Trump with a majority on all of the issues. So take a look at this next slide. So as you see here, he has either a plurality or, you know, a very, I guess he's tied, you know, on energy, but nowhere is he getting a majority outright on any of these issues. And then he's massively underwater on the majority of these topics. I mean, he's even, as you see here, 7%, 7 points upside down on the economy. And again, this is a pollster that always favors him and the Republicans. And then I have some other fun news to share with you guys. So check this out. Melania is now officially the second least popular first lady in history. Gosh, could that be why her documentary is an utter failure? And I don't know if you guys saw this. They were getting off the plane. This was at night, and she's wearing sunglasses. Like, what was that guy from the 80s, Corey Hart? She wears her sunglasses at night. Like, what is that all about? Like, did Trump beat her like he did with Ivana or something? Or was she crying because she heard how bad her documentary was doing? Maybe she heard about this. Maybe she heard about the report. She's like, why I the second least popular? I do so much. I just hate Christmas, that's all. But I wear the coat. I don't really care, do you? Like, why? Why people don't like me? I don't even know what kind of accent I'm doing. But anyway, guys, you get the point. I also have some specific state polling to share with you. So Newsweek had reported in a TIPP survey that this was conducted just with Wisconsin voters, that Trump is majorly underwater. So take a look at this. Only 39% approval with Wisconsin voters, 54% disapproval in a state that he just won. A state that he won in 2024 that swung back to him after it went for Biden. And Wisconsin is kind of a big deal, right? Kind of a crucial swing state that presidential candidates need to win. Like I keep saying, this is going to screw J.D. Vance because he is going along with everything that Donald Trump is doing. He cannot separate himself from it. And then another important swing state is North Carolina. Trump is not doing great there either. So take a look at this one. So this was a Catawba, I think, college is how you pronounce it. They conducted this along with YouGov, and this was just North Carolina residents, 44% approval rating in this survey, 51% disapproval. So even though his approval rating is still, you know, it's better than in the other polls, he's still underwater. Here's a big reason why. So this pollster explained that Trump's support among Republicans specifically is slipping. In October of last year, 62% of registered Republicans strongly supported Trump or approved of him. That is now down to 56%. So you're not seeing a lot of movement with the Democrats or with independents, although they, you know, by and large hate him, but you are seeing some slippage and breaking from his own base. So anyway, guys, I can't see this getting any better because he's not changing anything. He's not doing anything to make this better whatsoever. I will let you know when I have more polling for you. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have new updates to share with you guys about the Jeffrey Epstein files, the big cover-up going on. So the other day, if you guys have not heard, Leslie Wexner testified before Congress. He is the founder or co-founder of L Brands. I've mentioned him before. L Brands is the parent company of places like Victoria's Secret, Abercrombie and Fitch, a whole bunch of different stores like that. So Republicans did not even bother to attend this hearing. It is shameful. This is the man, and that's him in the picture there next to Jeffrey Epstein. This is the man who essentially created Jeffrey Epstein. He introduced him into the world of the rich and famous because, you know, through his ties, especially Victoria's Secret, Jeffrey Epstein was able to use that connection to lure in these little girls and these women that he ended up violating. He was able to use that connection to say, oh yeah, I'm in with Victoria's Secrets and the founder, and I'm friends with Naomi Campbell and all these other Victoria's Secrets models. So, I mean, he absolutely is to blame in a lot of ways for the existence of Jeffrey Epstein in all of these spheres of influence. And Wexner gave Jeffrey Epstein, for some unknown reason, power of attorney over his vast fortune. And this guy, Wexner, has been accused himself of assault. Republicans, though, they had no interest. Didn't want to hear what he had to say. Didn't want to go question him about his ties to Epstein. I mean, that just tells you everything you need to know about who the Republicans care about, who they're protecting, and who they're fighting for. And according to Wexner, he's never been questioned by the FBI. This is the most blatant cover-up in American history. It's unreal. And check this out. So the DOJ has removed documents from their website which contain accusations against Donald Trump. So this is the second bit of news I have to share here. Because nothing says exonerated and totally innocent like hiding information. So you guys will recall the other day I shared a story with you about a woman who was interviewed by the FBI. She had her attorney with her, and she is allegedly the one who bit down on Trump's member when she was 13. Well, the FBI found her to be so credible that they interviewed her 4 times. She was interviewed twice, by the way, in the weeks leading up to Epstein's death. In the weeks leading up to when he was found dead in his cell under extremely suspicious circumstances, when Donald Trump and Bill Barr, by the way, were in charge of the Bureau of Prisons. Yeah, I mean, there's I forget what his title is, but he's a doctor who Epstein's family hired, and he has re-upped his calls for more investigation. He has said now he has seen new evidence, new documentation since he performed his autopsy on Epstein initially and said, this is not consistent with suicide. This is not consistent with a hanging. There were certain bones in his neck that were broken. And this doctor said, those bones can only be broken if you're choked to death. And now he has seen new evidence, and he's saying this needs to be reopened. This investigation needs to be, redone from top to bottom. I mean, how much more evidence do we need, right? The cameras just happen to go out. The guards just happen to fall asleep. They just happened to move his cellmate days before this all went down and didn't give him another cellmate, even though they thought that he might be suicidal. He was meeting with his attorney in the days leading up to this saying, hey, maybe I'd like to cooperate. And I'm thinking about, turning over evidence against other people. How much more do we need? You got this shadowy figure in orange making its way up the stairs and right in the vicinity of his cell at the time of his death. That they're now, that must have been linens. Oh, it was just, a guard carrying prison jumpsuits. Seriously. But I'm sure this is all just a coincidence. And, Donald Trump says, nothing to see here because he's been totally exonerated, if you guys haven't heard. So take a listen. This is what he said on Air Force One. He's being asked about former Prince Andrew. I guess he's what, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor at this point. He's being asked about his arrest, which just happened this week. Take a listen.
Overseas, the former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. I can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing to see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man, the king. So I think it's a very sad thing. It's really interesting because nobody used to speak about Epstein when he was alive, but now they speak. But I'm the one that can talk about it because I've been totally exonerated. I did nothing. In fact, the opposite. He was against me. He was fighting me in the election, which I just found out through the last 3 million pages of documents.
Innocent, totally innocent, exonerated. Have you heard? Oh, by the way, did you hear I'm exonerated? The most guilty man ever. That just proves it. If you knew nothing else, you would know guilty as sin. The way he talks. And did you notice he didn't actually answer the question? The question was, what are your thoughts on Prince Andrew being arrested? And is there any way that maybe people here in the United States will be arrested? Never addresses that whatsoever. Doesn't say if there's guilt, if there are people who've done things wrong, then yes, I hope they are arrested. We need to get justice for these girls and women. Never addresses that. Just goes on this weird tangent, this ADHD tangent, king. Oh, king. What's going on with his brother? Leader of the country is coming to visit. King. Oh, look, a squirrel. The guy is so out of his mind. Seriously. Anyway, speaking of this whole thing with Trump and the stuff being taken down off the website, apparently, because journalist Roger Sullenberger reported that he was able to locate all of this alleged victims' interviews. He found them in the Wayback Machine. For people who don't know, the Wayback Machine archives anything that was on the internet. So if you need to go find something that's been, pulled down off the internet, at the risk of sounding like my lumpy pillow man, Mike Lindell, we're going to pull it down. We're going to pull it down. Anyway, so he found all of these documents. And basically, if you search for them on the DOJ website, you get a 404 error notification. You get no page found. So again, obvious cover up, but luckily there are ways to find this stuff. So there was that news. There was also this next bit of news that just came out. So by the way, this was reported by Dropsite news outlet. They reported that the Israeli government installed security systems, a security system with cameras at this hotel, or not hotel, excuse me, this apartment building owned by Jeffrey Epstein. I guess it was technically owned by his brother, but basically it was his. He used to keep people here. So here's what they wrote. The Israeli government installed security equipment and controlled access to a Manhattan apartment building managed by convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, according to a set of emails recently released by the Department of Justice. The equipment was installed starting in early 2016 at the residence where former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak frequently stayed for stretches at a time. The security operation at Ehud's apartment was in place for at least 2 years, emails from the DOJ disclosure show. Units in the building were frequently loaned out to Epstein's contacts and used to house underage models. But sure, keep telling us all how Epstein wasn't involved in Israeli intelligence. I mean, the guy was pulling the strings. He was telling them what to do. They were telling him what to do. I mean, this was all so related, and this is what people don't understand. A lot of people will say, why do you still care about this? Epstein's dead. You know, it's over. Blah, blah, what happened? First of all, since when do we just go, oh, well, you know, children were violated. Let's just all move on. The perpetrator's dead. Are you freaking kidding me? Second, do you think it stopped? Do you think that the Israeli government isn't still like controlling things, that they're not still gathering intel on our leaders, on other world leaders, that they're not catching them in compromising situations and getting them on video so that they have leverage? I mean, why else do we give them billions of dollars every year? Why else do we do all of their bidding? Why are we on the verge of starting a war in Iran right now? Because of Israel. Not because they're threatening us, because of Israel. So anyway, and then the Wall Street Journal just published a report. This is an exclusive about Epstein's depraved co-conspirator, a guy named Jean-Luc Brunel. They were business partners even at one point. Epstein had invested in his quote-unquote modeling agency. So here they are together. That's Jean-Luc Brunel on the right. And here's what they wrote. They said, Jean-Luc Brunel was ready to turn on the man who has been his patron and partner. The French modeling scout was prepared to tell prosecutors what he knew about Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking. Brunel was secretly negotiating in 2016 with lawyers representing Epstein victims, according to newly released Justice Department files. Brunel's lawyer told them his client recruited girls for Epstein and had incriminating photographs. They discussed a date for Brunel to walk into the U.S. Attorney's Office in New York in exchange for immunity. So here is written notes. This is a part of a written draft. This was written by a federal prosecutor in February of 2016. And it says in part, quote, one of Epstein's BFs, best friends, Jean-Luc Brunel, has helped get girls. He is wanting to cooperate. Brunel is afraid of being prosecuted. So at this point, everybody knew that Brunel was violating women and girls, some reportedly as young as like 11 years old. And they were they were basically on the verge, on the precipice of filing charges against him. For some reason, this never came to pass. But Epstein, in the interim, Epstein found out. He found out that Brunel was about to turn on him. So he reaches out to Barack Obama's former White House counsel, Kathy Remler, for help. This woman, I'm telling you. So this is the email exchange between them. Rumler, by the way, before I get into the more details about this, she is a piece of shit. She just had to leave her position at Goldman Sachs because all of this is coming out about her. She actually referred to Epstein in the emails as, quote unquote, Uncle Jeffrey. Like, vile. So anyway, Epstein reaches out to her. He tells her, hey, this friend of Brunel contacted me. He's saying that Brunel needs $3 million for some reason. I mean, I assume like to disappear so he wouldn't have to meet with the prosecutors. Well, what happened next is unclear because we don't have any further emails after this one, after this exchange, because it seems like Epstein and Rumler took their discussions offline, like they started talking over the phone. Brunel, like I said, was never prosecuted himself. He never turned on Epstein. Basically went dark, never showed up for that interview with prosecutors and just like, you know, decided to keep his mouth shut. He wasn't arrested himself until 2020 by the French authorities. And then, what do you know? He's also found dead in his cell in 2022 before they had a chance to get him to trial. Now, is that another coincidence? So the Journal spoke with Brunel's attorney, and he told the Journal he had advised Brunel to cooperate with the authorities, and he advised him to cut ties with Epstein, but he said he, quote, never did. The good news, I guess, is that France just announced they're reopening their Brunel investigation. So we'll see what happens with that. Last update I have for today is this next bit of very disturbing news. So apparently there's this email that was found in this last trove of documents. Epstein asked about his quote unquote trumpet plants at nursery. So people started looking this up. Apparently, angel trumpet plants contain a toxin called scopolamine. I think that's how you pronounce it. This can turn it. This is how it was described in news reports. It can, quote, turn humans into zombies, wiping them of memory and eliminating their free will. Severe intoxication reportedly may even cause paralysis and death. And this toxin is completely untraceable. If they just do a standard toxicology test to see, like, how did this person die, not going to show up. And there were other emails that show that Epstein was very well aware of the effects of this toxin. So, gee, I wonder why a prolific pedophile would want to keep this around, why he was cultivating these plants, right? Wipes people's memories, you know, makes them a zombie, makes them lose their free will, maybe even kills them. Anyway, there you go, guys. I mean, every time we think that it can't get any worse, it does. So I will let you know when I hear more. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have new Trump regrets to share with you, new Trump voters entering their find out phase. So first, I have a video to share. This is from a New York Times interview with some Trump voters who regret their vote, and some who didn't, but this guy regrets his vote. So take a listen.
Grabbing kids, or they're grabbing U.S. citizens, detaining them and putting them in the back of the van and not giving them reasonable suspicion as to why they're being taken away. This is wrong. The way they're going about this is inhumane, and I don't support it. The most recent situation that happened with Renee Good was an unbelievable eye-opener to what was going on and how this administration was going to handle things moving forward.
So that surprisingly was a Kentucky resident. His name is Chris Stinnett. And Stinnett said that he and his wife now regret their vote. He said his wife is still really shaken up over the whole Nicole Good shooting because they were the same age, she and Nicole Good. And of course, they're both mothers. I mean, when Trump is losing voters in Kentucky, you know he is in deep shit. Next, I have some posts to share with you guys related to that Pam Bondi hearing from last week. You know, the Dow, the Dow's at 50,000. Anyway, one person responded to a Trump post that was praising Bondi's ridiculous performance. I shared that with you guys last week. And this person wrote, "I wish I never voted for this piece of shit." And then another person named James posted this. "I voted for the guy 3 times. This isn't going away. Sorry, people don't want to hear your bullshit when there's a satanic child pedo ring. Moving on, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, pig." So this Epstein issue is a major problem for him. And this guy is right. It's not going to go away because many Trump voters now realize, oh, he's not the transparent president that he said he was going to be. Oh, he is full of shit like the left has been saying. So this is just a mask off moment for Donald Trump with the whole Epstein thing. Next up, I have another story and a video to share with you guys about the backlash to Donald Trump's immigration raids. So Politico reported that construction executives have been holding these meetings recently with the White House and Congress, and they're warning them these raids are negatively impacting our industry. It's also putting upward pressure on housing prices. So that's not going to go over well with consumers and with the public at large. And then the executives also told the lawmakers, this is definitely going to impact voters' decisions in upcoming elections. So, for example, one guy who went and spoke with them was Mario Guerrero. So he is one of the executives, but he's also a CEO of the South Texas Builders Association. And he told them, quote, "South Texas will never be red again." That's how bad he's saying it is. And he was recently on MS Now, and they interviewed him about this. Here's what he had to say.
Go back, would you still support him?
Yeah, right now, in the moment of time, I would not. Just because we're seeing a very strong enforcement policy, not just on construction sites, but right now it seems very racial. It seems like it's very targeted towards a specific group of people, which is the Hispanic population. So no, obviously not. Now, I have been asked this before, and I will say that as a businessman, and you see everything that he's been able to accomplish with his construction company, it's hard not to be able to admire certain accolades that he does have. People like to say, well, he got $1 million or whatever dollars from his family, but I know so many people that have gotten money from their family and throw it away. So with that being said, there's certain things that from one person to another, politics aside.
I'm not even going to play the rest of it. You guys get the gist. This is what pisses me off. First of all, why is she sitting there nodding her head in agreement? And why do these journalists and TV hosts never push back on this? Why do they never say, hey, it wasn't $1 million. It was the equivalent of $400 million in today's money. That is a massive difference. Like, it takes real skill to blow through $400 million. Anyone can blow through $1 million. You can just go buy a house and blow through it in one day. Try eating your way through $400 million. And then on top of that, why didn't any of these women ask this guy, okay, well, if Trump is such a successful businessman, why was he reportedly broke before he did The Apprentice? Right? But that's the reporting that by all accounts, that is what saved him. It rehabbed his image, and then people started cozying up to him again and asking him to license his name. That's where he made his money. It is so annoying that no one ever points this out to Trump voters. Anyway, back to this Bondi fallout. So there was a man named Christopher. He responded to someone and he said this, bro, it's all of them. Trump more than likely called the cops because someone had hurt his feelings and he was feeling left out. It would be the Jewish thing to do for sure. Look, I voted for the sick fuck 3 times also, but you don't get to fuck with kids and get a pass. Sorry. So, yeah, they're not happy about the Netanyahu thing, Israel connection, but also they're like, yeah, I don't care that he called the cops and talked shit about Epstein. The guy's guilty. Couldn't agree more, Christopher. And I have some other regrets to share with you guys or show you that are related to various topics. So not just Bondi, not just immigration, but a guy named Harry had posted this. He said, I can't believe Trump sold us out of the Republic. I wish I would never voted for a tyrant. This was a flop, in my opinion. We weren't given a choice. Harris was not a choice. Okay, I mean, she wasn't the best choice, right? Wouldn't have been my top pick, but things would be a lot better right now. I mean, for one thing, Renee Good and Alex Preddy would still be alive. That is 100% for sure. And then another man, he tweeted out this guy is named Tim, and he said, Trump did a little bit at first. Now he quit doing everything. What's Trump doing? He said he was going to fix all the food, fix all the stuff. Trump ain't done jack shit. He like the rest failed president. Sorry, I voted for him. Now, God bless all us Americans. Sorry, guys. As always, I have a tough time reading these things because these people just don't understand punctuation. They don't believe in it, I guess. It's like against their religion. I don't know. Anyway, this is against my religion. Sorry. Throwback to Eddie Murphy and Trading Places. All right. I don't know if you guys heard about this next thing, but white supremacist podcaster Nick Fuentes, he now says he wants Trump to be impeached. I'm not kidding. He posted this. He said, I can't wait for Republicans to get destroyed in the midterms and then for Trump and his cabinet to get impeached. After totally betraying their own voters on deportations, Iran, H-1Bs, and Epstein files, they deserve to be fired. GOP must be burned down and rebuilt in 2028. Now, don't get confused here. He's not saying, oh, they, betray their voters on deportation because he thinks that what they're doing is bad. He doesn't think they're doing enough. He doesn't think that they're being harsh enough when it comes to the deportations. Anyway, Fuentes got a lot of hate for this. There were a couple of people who agreed with him, though. So there was a Twitter user named Dean who replied to this, and he said, as a Bible-believing Christian, it's the first time me and my family won't be voting Republican. And then another person who uses a slur in their username, so you know this person is MAGA. This person wrote, I am never voting Republican ever again. So, and then the other replies, like the ones that went off on him, they're hysterical. They're ridiculous. They say the most insane things. They say things like, oh, if the left wins, they're going to kill you, Fuentes, because you're Christian. Really? Really? Do they know how many Christians are on the left? And then I even saw one that said the left will put you in prison for hate speech. Oh, you mean like what Trump is doing to protesters? Like what Trump is doing to people who speak out against Israel's genocidal regime? Or, anything, ICE? Or how Trump's FCC minion is trying to take away broadcasting licenses from TV stations because their host maybe tells a joke about Trump and the truth about his fascist administration. Like, they're seriously brain dead cultist hypocrites. All the people who say stupid shit like that. Anyway, there you go, guys. I'll have more for you. Love you all. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have news about a shooting that took place in Florida over the weekend. This happened in the early morning hours of Sunday morning. It was like 1:30 in the morning. A 21-year-old man was shot and killed at Donald Trump's property at Mar-a-Lago. So you may or may not have heard about this, but we have a few details at this point. This was a North Carolina resident, this man who showed up. His name is Austin Tucker Martin. He showed up with a gas can and a shotgun, apparently. And the authorities say that he must have purchased the gun on the way down from his home state to Mar-a-Lago because, to his family's knowledge, he didn't have a gun, was not into guns. And in fact, the family said they didn't hear from him. They hadn't seen him since early in the afternoon on Saturday, but they had heard from him at least up until close to 8 p.m. on Saturday night. That was the last contact that they got from him. So by by early Sunday, they reported him missing because he never came home. And so right about the time that he showed up at Mar-a-Lago, his family was contacting the authorities and saying, hey, he's missing. So the authorities ran his name through a database and realized, oh my God, this is the same man who was just shot and killed at Mar-a-Lago. So at this point, we don't know what the motive was. It hasn't been determined yet. There was one news outlet that reported that Martin was closely following the Epstein story. They also said that he had recently become obsessed kind of with conspiracy theories and government cover-ups. So that's this article here. And Martin apparently entered the north gate of Mar-a-Lago. There was another car that was exiting, so he drove in as the gate was open. So he was confronted by two agents, two of the Secret Service agents there to protect Donald Trump, although Donald Trump wasn't there at the time. Donald Trump and Melania were up in D.C. So this, man couldn't have gotten to them anyway. But anyway, the Secret Service agents confronted him. There was also a sheriff's deputy there who confronted him. They told him to put his weapon down, and he did not. So Palm Beach County Sheriff, a man named Rick Bradshaw, he held a press conference and he said this, quote, he was ordered to drop those two pieces of equipment that he had with him, at which time he put down the gas can, raised the shotgun to a shooting position. The two agents and the deputy fired their weapons to neutralize the threat. Now, given what we've seen over the last year, given the fact that, we've been lied to over and over and over again by Donald Trump's administration about shootings, we'll have to wait and see. Unfortunately, I don't know that any of these people are going to have any kind of body cam footage that we can review to ensure that this was actually legitimate. Who knows? But anyway, Martin's cousin, a man named Braden Fields, he spoke with the Associated Press and he said they grew up together and he was very shocked by this news. Fields said, quote, he's a good kid. I wouldn't believe he would do something like this. It's mind-blowing. He wouldn't even hurt an ant. He doesn't even know how to use a gun. We are big Trump supporters, all of us, everybody. So he's saying the entire family supported Trump. Entire family was, MAGA through and through. But then Fields admitted that Martin was, quote, real quiet, never really talked about anything. So maybe he didn't talk about anything because he didn't have the same views. I don't know. We'll have to see what comes out. Here's what we know about him at this point. So this was from the Miami Herald, and apparently he was an artist. He liked to draw pictures or paint pictures of golf courses. He had no political affiliation, so he was a registered voter, but registered with no party. And then the last time he voted was in the 2024 presidential election, although they're not saying who it was that he voted for, so we don't know. Sadly, he has a 21-year-old sister who died back in 2023 in a car accident. So this family must just be completely devastated. I mean, regardless of their politics, I would not wish that on anyone. To lose a child, let alone to lose 2 out of your 3 children within less than 3 years, because apparently he does have an older brother who's in the military. So that is the last remaining child for this family. And they lost both of their children at the same age, lost both of them at 21 years old. So when I hear more, I will let you know. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
Get in the boat.
Second Lady of the United States. Members of Congress and my fellow Americans.
Whatever.
Our nation is back. Bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before.
Hell yeah, I thought it was gone. Everyone knows MAGA has peekaboo syndrome. Object permanence, it's a problem.
Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our
It's
glorious
peekaboo syndrome.
American
Let's
independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages.
Can we guess what they injected him with? My guess is Imodium, or whatever they give long distance runners to not shit themselves. Also,
and
remember,
we will
folks,
never
get
go
your
back to where
beverages.
we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today, our border is secure.
God, fucking children.
Thank you. Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring
How many
economy
times do you think
is
he's going to be
roaring like never
interrupted and called a
before.
liar?
And
in
our
this
enemies
speech?
are scared. Our military and police are stacked. And America is respected again.
Our military and
perhaps like
police
never
are just stacked
before.
with big ass titties.
After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far.
Mandatory breast implants for all soldiers. It's true. Filled with all of the high-tech gizmos.
In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States.
I don't believe you. I don't believe that for a goddamn second.
But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country.
Except for all of those poors, you know what I'm saying? Those poors, we don't want them here. Just think of what they do to the property values.
The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year.
That's right, folks. 56%. Hospitals can't even get it anymore.
And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years. Year
I did that.
1900. In fact,
it was me.
Substantially
I stopped all
before
of the
my
crime.
wonderful father. I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born.
He was so great.
Before
He
was
didn't
born.
rent out any
That's a
apartments to
long
black
time
people.
ago.
So good.
He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline.
And as we all know, that will offset the thousands and thousands of dollars you're paying in tariffs. Saving $20 at the
Mortgage
pump.
rates are the lowest in
It's
4 years
equal.
and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both.
Yeah, it's really great to be someone looking to
And
buy a
we are
home
going to
right
keep
now.
it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that. 1 year. boosting pensions, 401ks, and
It's
retirement
going down
accounts
and
for the
staying the
millions
same.
and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the
Unless
last
you're poor,
administration
in
got
which
less
case you're
than
fucked, but you
$1
were already
trillion
poor.
in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe.
None of it has started yet, and it's not going to start for another 5 years at least. And when I'm out of office, it's not my problem anymore.
Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes.
That's right,
A short
1
time
trillion.
ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest.
That's right. Global warming's affecting us the most. Our deserts are going to be the most dry. The hottest deserts. So many people are going to die from lack of air conditioning. It'll make your
As
head spin.
thousands of new businesses are forming and factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger.
It's because
Nobody
we were
can
deporting
believe
all
what
of the
they're
guys who
watching.
hung out outside of Home
American
Depot.
oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80
Our new
million
friend.
barrels of oil.
Our new friend that we stole oil from. Oh my god. We stole it
American
from
natural
them.
gas
They love
production
us.
is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill.
Hell yeah, we love drilling. Isn't drilling great, folks? Especially when it poisons local water supplies.
More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that.
Also,
any time in the
didn't he
history of our
take the
country, more
proceeds
working
and put
today. And
the oil proceeds in a bank
100%
account
of
in,
all
like,
jobs
Qatar?
created under my administration have been in the private sector.
You know, I'd say the level of squat
We
doing
ended
that the Republicans are doing is
DEI in
surprising.
America.
Well, we all know they're practiced at taking Donald Trump up the, you know what. A lot of the
We cut a
sitting up,
record number of
standing up.
job-killing regulations, and
Yeah.
in 1 year we have lifted 2.4
We're
million
excited. Thought so
Americans,
too.
a record off of
I thought they were
food
going to do it
stamps.
at 6 o'clock in the evening, and instead they did it at 9. So,
And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong.
every single one of these clans should go to prison.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much.
How can
We
he
can't
see?
take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here
I
with
will
us tonight
shit
is
my
a group
pants.
of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on.
God,
in.
what a fucking group of embarrassments. Look at these sacks of shit.
The cognitive dissonance on the right is going to be insane when the reality doesn't match. But then Daddy will say it's fine.
Look at these sacks of shit. Oh, we're just doing it to be patriotic. Fuck you. Fuck you. At least the women's USA team had some fucking dignity, you know? They just said, "No, we're not gonna do this." Guess they're all taking some tips from heated rivalry for Donald Trump, huh?
Go
Fucking
ahead.
dipshits.
They do.
The real USA heroes are the women's hockey team. Fluff these losers.
True. Not Smirt, thank you for the $5 dono. PC Schwartz, thank you for the $5 dono as well.
That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up.
Yeah, because fuck those guys.
A fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
I hope not. If they have any dignity, they won't. I'm not going to say
They
the
were
rest
in
of the mean
Oval
things I
Office
think about these
before.
guys.
And I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote.
Didn't they
of the
decline?
team.
Yes.
I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck.
This guy looks like he wants to die. The USA men's cucky team, indeed.
Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off, do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case,
I
my
love
vote was more important,
when the State of the Union and
that
the
I
State
will
of
soon
country
be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be
is
given,
instead talking
and
about
which has
fucking
been
sports.
given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12.
God.
It's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential
Did he fucking
Medal
forget?
of Freedom.
He had to stall for time. Oh, God.
Why is he so interested in how they practice their back shots?
Because he wants to know where they stick it. Where they put the stick. It's really important. Where exactly behind them do they put the stick?
Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes
The
no.
goalie is
Every
getting a
single
medal
one
of
them rapidly
freedom
put up
for
their
playing
hand.
hockey.
So I
Yes,
want to thank
Spherical
you.
Man.
What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much.
You're my special little boys. You're the specialest little children I never had. What's that? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Don Jr. Those are my real boys.
I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles.
Oh, thanks for clarifying. It's going to be the summer version. I thought it might be the winter version again in 2028. God. What? Just embarrassed on the world stage constantly.
And
by
Los
this man.
Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country.
Washington, D.C. crime didn't go down because you sent
And
the
this
National
year,
Guard there.
and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because
No
I
one's
didn't
gonna
think
wanna
I'd
come
be
to the United
the president when
States.
this happened. But strange things
A British
took
tourist
place.
got arrested and
And
detained
now
by
I
ICE
got
for like
them
6
because
weeks.
I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news.
No, I don't think he's extremely ADHD because this is a marked pattern.
So
that
this
is
will be a
different from
year
what he
to
used to talk
celebrate
like.
our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart.
I also just want to point out
At age 17,
he's
Buddy
reading a
volunteered to defend
speech.
America in World
isn't
War II, serving
word
in the Pacific
association.
under the great General
It's not
Douglas
supposed to be.
MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart.
Man, talking about
and a
fucking
Bronze Star,
internment
came
camps in
home, started a
2026. Fuck
family, and
you,
tonight
man.
he is in
You're
the
trying to
gallery
build
looking
like
forward
20 of
to
them.
July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday.
When Douglas MacArthur freed the internment camp prisoners, that was good. So we're gonna build 20 more for his grandchildren to liberate. That way each one of them can be a hero too.
So, buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the
You were there?
matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You
And he
all
survived.
remember that
It was
one?
incredible.
As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from.
He
It
came
was
from a
Scott's
helicopter,
first ever
though.
rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety.
Okay, that guy is genuinely a hero though.
People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow,
I was
that's
there.
something.
That's how I know.
Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is
Why
what it
is
was.
he,
Extraordinary
like
heroism. Thank you.
He's like hunched over to one side. It's weird. Yeah, Peace Earth, exactly.
I'd like to have the
GOP
military
cut funding
aid
for
to please
flood
come
alerts to
down
the area.
and take care of the service. Military aid. Thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much.
Is he trying to hide
From
his hand?
1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Look at that.
And they're really doing
That's
it
not
for
normal,
the next
right?
generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a
Like,
nation.
it'd be like if I was doing
where every
my show
child
like
has
this.
the chance to
It's
reach
just
higher
weird.
and go further. Where government answers to the
do look good,
people,
though.
not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America.
He's
for
always
our
done that? I don't know that he's always
250th
done that.
year. Last
I've watched
year,
a
I
lot of
urged
his
this Congress
speeches.
to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans.
Is that a stroke thing? I mean, that's what I'm wondering.
All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very
Oh
necessary
God, is he gonna? He's just gonna
massive
use
tax
this
cuts.
as an excuse. Yeah, all of them voted not to defund Medicaid by $1 trillion
They
to
wanted
give them a cut to the
large-scale
richest people on
tax
earth.
increases to hurt the people instead.
The
But we
large-scale
held
tax
strong, and with the
increases
great,
to hurt the
big,
billionaires.
beautiful bill,
Boo-hoo.
we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors.
Yeah, people aren't complaining about those things. They're complaining about the Medicaid cuts, you dipshit.
And we
God, most
also
of us are
made
gonna pay
interest on
more in
auto
taxes
loans
now.
tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America.
God, these sycophantic losers.
Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half.
Can I just say, again, one of Biden's biggest fucking failures was ending the child tax credit and letting it lapse.
Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan.
It was one of the easiest layups he got.
Thank you.
And you let it die.
Thank you, Megan.
Brought so many
We're
children
fighting
out of
for you,
poverty.
Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name it. I did not name that.
Just all of my yes men named it. They were so far up my asshole on that one.
Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the third row.
Very tall man with a brown
Nice
nose.
man, a good man.
The brownest nose, really.
Tax-free investment accounts for
I've
every
spent way
American
too long
child. This is
thinking of
something that's so
something.
special, has
GOP
taken
bad,
off and gone
Trump
through the
awful.
roof.
Keep up the good
Millions
work.
will be
You run
pre-funded
the
courtesy of the
algorithm
U.S.
for MIA
Treasury and
low.
private individuals
Hell
like
yeah, Miles
Michael
Smith.
and Susan
Thanks for the
Dell,
$5 super
who
chat.
have donated $6 billion $250 million to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children.
Jesus. What?
They're great people.
$6 billion? You all realize they're going to get tax breaks for that, right? They're going to get a $6 billion tax break. God.
You know, I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school and I made computers and I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling. And pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops. So I congratulate him on that. But I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over
Just
100,000.
in case you
could be
guys
much
don't
more
know,
to make
he's
this
literally
investment in our
a
children's
fucking
future,
hedge fund manager and podcaster.
TrumpAccounts.gov. TrumpAccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. They're setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule.
The guy he just
and the
called
S&P
out
hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years.
Went
tariffs.
to Harvard and then just
these
made
tariffs,
good
put in
investments
hundreds of
into
billions of
NVIDIA
dollars
prior to
make
the
great
AI
deals
boom.
for our
That's
country,
it. That's
both
it.
economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it real quick because I need you guys to know the guy he just shouted out didn't just like sell computers. He waited for the 2008 financial crash and then got all of his friends and family to invest over $3 million into a venture capital firm that bought up a bunch of like failing, dying companies and then flipped them to turn a profit. He's like the venture capital guy. Vulture capitalism, if you heard of it, it's what he does. That's how he got wealthy. And then he bought everything when it was dirt cheap during the 2008 financial crisis and then just kept selling companies after they had recovered until he bought another venture capital firm and then invested all of that money into NVIDIA prior to the AI boom. So, like, basically, he got all of his money by just being a little fucking weasel and timing, like, the fucking recession. That's it. He wasn't just selling computers.
They're ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal.
Also, Will Kale, just to clarify, Biden didn't end the child tax credit. To be more precise, the expanded child tax credit expired back in 2021. And so it didn't end, but it also was essentially cut almost in half. So that's a big problem when the expansion of the tax credit lifted like a huge proportion of children out of poverty.
That they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement.
Is he looking right at the court right now?
Despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful, country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex.
Genuinely wondering if Republicans are going to clap.
Leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love.
I'm sorry, what?
Right?
He's standing in front of the entire goddamn world and saying he's going to levy a huge universal tax on the American people, and they're clapping for him.
Trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America.
By taxing everyday Americans. Let's increase the tax burden on working class Americans. That'll surely show how much he loves America.
For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people
Republican seats are
who make our
electrified.
country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New Scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the
Green New Deal would have resurrected manufacturing in America, you fucking dunce.
11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly use the word affordability, a word they just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused
no one had ever heard of affordability before.
The increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem.
Look, he's feeling poetic.
Transgender, I mean open borders for everyone.
Yeah, what happened to my promised transgender for everybody? We haven't gotten it yet.
They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward.
Those prices are plummeting downward because I lifted the tariffs on them. That's how I made it look like the prices are going down. Except the prices aren't going down.
Is down 60%, Madam Secretary, thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while, we're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago.
Beef prices are 51% higher than they were in 2020. Fuck you.
When they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut.
Man, if you pay attention to how much you pay on
one
groceries,
of the biggest
you know this man's
ripoffs
full
of our
shit.
times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as
fucking
Obamacare,
cut $1
big
trillion
insurance companies gotten rich. It was meant for
out
the
of
insurance
Medicaid.
companies, not
Fuck
for the
you.
people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices
Thanks
soared
for entertaining me through
1,000,
this
1,200,
You're
1,400,
welcome.
and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great healthcare plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own healthcare.
That's
which
not
will be better
fucking
healthcare at a
happening.
much lower cost.
None of what he's saying is actually happening. He's just gonna cut people off of healthcare, cut subsidies, and give all of that money to the wealthiest motherfuckers who exist. And they're all clapping for him like trained fucking seals.
In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency.
They
That's a
haven't
big
even
deal.
passed any healthcare legislation.
Sounds so simple, so big.
The healthcare legislation
And I
they
did
last
that in my
passed
first
was
term, and the
gutting it.
Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Of course, we're going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else.
God, if you've
I'm
gone
also
to the
ending
hospital in the
wildly
last
inflated
year,
cost
you know
of
that's a fucking lie.
prescription drugs like has never happened before.
Trump lies, Jack? Oh, this is the first time hearing about it.
Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action. But I got it done. Under my just enacted most
no
favored
cattle.
nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The lowest price.
You really think someone would do that? Stand behind a podium and tell lies?
So in my first year of the second term...
It's the clapping in the theater that really bothers me, you know? They all
strange
act
things
like he's
happen.
telling the truth, and
I
they all
took
know he's lying.
prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare.
Like, the thing that gets me about this is that everyone in that room knows he's full of shit. Every Republican standing up to clap knows that he's lying through his teeth. Like, they know he's full of shit, and they clap for him anyway. They tell him how brilliant and wonderful and how good a boy he is. And, like, it's just infuriating. And this is why I think those guys need to go to prison. Like, but the Republican Party needs to go to fucking prison for this. Like, it should be a fucking federal crime to lie like this as a president or as a member of Congress. And it's fucking disgusting that they are perpetuating this with, like, a theater of lies. God, it's fucking infuriating.
From the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big. Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase, but a few weeks ago, she logged onto...
It is worth noting that this man once said, "I never had the privilege of going to Epstein's island." You know, just worth noting.
...to the Trump RX website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500.
Yeah, this
a
guy's
reduction of much more,
wanting
actually,
to throw
than
a celebration for himself for reinventing the idea of
Catherine,
coupons.
we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom.
Yeah, the Republican Party has been trying to ban IVF.
So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is?
A non-binding
We're telling the
agreement?
major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you and could be very...
Again, want to really emphasize, this is a pledge from these companies. This is not legislation mandating any kind of arrangement whatsoever. There is no legal obligation here whatsoever. This is just companies saying, yeah, we'll definitely build our own power plants. 100%, bruv. Just, hold your horses. And until we get that power plant built, we'll connect ourselves to the grid. And we promise prices won't go up. We promise, bro. Trust us. We would never take massive government handouts to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars.
Very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this
and we're gonna make that
why last
easier.
month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes.
Just as an FYI, an executive order cannot stop investment firms from buying single-family homes. That would require an act of Congress, and I can guarantee you Republicans are not going to vote for that.
And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Racel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get
Homes
one
for
soon.
people. I just realized maybe that's something we need. We need homes for people. I would also like to announce that we're launching the
We're
Donald
also
Trump
working
School
to
for
make it
kids who
easier
can't read
for
too good.
Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
We'll always protect Medicare and Medicaid. Ignore the fact that our one piece of legislation
Since
that
I
we've
took
passed
office,
cuts
the
Medicaid
typical
by
401k
$1 trillion.
balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year as we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market. Let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot...
I just want you to understand what he's saying here, which is that he's saying the US government is going to be personally investing like $1,000 per person into 401k investment accounts. It's a massive handout to all of these firms that manage these 401ks. It's a massive handout to fucking Wall Street. It's just a major cash infusion to the wealthiest people in the world. And it's a step closer towards privatizing Social Security, which is their long-term goal here. You know?
Corruptly profit from using insider information.
Yeah, Romney Care was a handout to health insurance companies, 100%. Yeah, it props up the stock market bubble for, you know, a handful of more months.
They stood up for that. I can't believe it.
Yeah,
I can't.
I can tell you, Lucy Holscher, I don't have a retirement plan. Like I'm a streamer. I'm self-employed. I don't got nothing. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe, and also please consider supporting the stream financially because you guys make this show possible. Haha. All right.
Believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay.
God, this is what I mean. This is what I fucking mean. When I talk about Democrats leaving, like, ideological real estate on the table, it allows Donald Trump to stand up on stage like this and be like, huh, look at that. I think you should stop insider trading. And, like, Donald Trump doesn't care about that. But he does want to take a pot shot at Nancy Pelosi. And also, it makes him look like he's flanking the Democrats, outplaying them at their own game. Like, don't let him do that. If you full-throatedly go for accountability and anti-corruption, you don't let them do that. You don't allow them the space to maneuver like that. It's so frustrating.
Contributing to Jack's 404 not found retirement fund.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated.
I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota.
Oh, fuck you.
Of the Somali community have
fuck
pillaged
you.
An estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that
disgusting
shreds the
racist
fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe.
You don't have to work on it. They already caught the people committing fraud, you stupid monster. God.
So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm extraordinarily angry.
He'll get it done. Find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget.
Oh yeah. The entire reason our budget is unbalanced right now isn't because of poor planning or poor execution or rampant corruption among Republican officials. No. It's because immigrants are stealing our money. Ignore exactly who in our society has all of the money. It must be the poor immigrants who are coming here and doing fraud and spiriting the money away to who knows where. It couldn't possibly be the people in our society with the most money sitting on their fucking dragon hoards of wealth. Couldn't possibly be those guys.
Pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where corruption and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and
immigrants bring down prices and raise wages. Fuck you.
We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah.
He does want to say the N-word very badly. This guy's a fucking monster. Oh yeah, no, he got too far away from the mic.
Delilah Coleman was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up.
Yeah, oddly enough, no blame for the company that hired the guy. Hey, you know, I can actually think of a really prominent immigrant to the United States who is actually responsible for many people being burned alive. And that man's name is Elon Musk. His company released the Tesla Cybertruck, a car that is over 14 times more prone to exploding than the Ford Pinto. It is the most explosive car ever put on the market. People have literally been trapped inside and burned to death. But oddly enough, we're not talking about Elon Musk's crimes. Huh. So strange. Weird how there's just constant deflection from the billionaire class, or should I say the Epstein class? Oh, there's a lot of deflection from the Epstein files as well. That's so strange, don't you think?
Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And yes,
it goes without saying, he's just lying and relying on the racism of his constituents for them to not realize his lies. That's it. That's all he's doing.
Yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely. after being stabbed 25 times. Lisbeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them.
That's not true. Like, it's not true that they're deporting them fast. They specifically, in the one piece of legislation that they have passed, the massive funding bill that cut $1 trillion from Medicaid and screwed all of us over, that bill specifically limits the number of immigration judges, i.e. to the people who determine who gets deported or not, right? The estimated number of immigrant judges that it would take to get through just the number of people prior to Trump who were in, like, temporary lodgings being held by the US government would have been 1,300 to get rid of them in the next 10 years. The bill that they passed limits the number of immigration judges to just 800, which makes it clear that this plan is not to deport them fast. This plan is to hold them for as long as possible so that their private prison donors who run all of their concentration camps get to make the maximum amount of money. It is a massive handout to the private prison industrial complex. And it sets the stage for massive amounts of abuse and for even bigger tragedies to unfold if it is not stopped here and now. Even the deportation narrative that they want to spread is fucking bullshit if you look into the legislation they've actually passed. We're only going after the bad ones. That's why we're arresting the people who are going to all of their court dates and following the law.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again.
It's a pro-slavery agenda.
Chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you.
I know I'm being a pause champ. I've given in. I was just gonna let it go, but I'm gonna be a pause champ about this. Jason Kelly in YouTube chat writes, "It's sort of funny though. Here in conservative Utah, we actually have a lot of immigrants from Latin America, and I haven't seen any signs of ICE. They're only focusing on democratic states." And the reason for that is because Donald Trump and his administration are genuine, true believers in absolute bullshit. And what I mean by that is they genuinely believe, Donald Trump has been duped into believing this because, again, he's a mush brain. He believes that the reason Minnesota and some of these other blue states that ICE is targeting went against him was because of undocumented immigrants voting. He genuinely believes that, despite the fact there is absolutely no evidence of that, and he has tried repeatedly for like the last 6 years to prove it, and he can't because it's not happening. So the reason they're targeting these states is what I'm saying is because they believe that there is millions of undocumented voting, and that's just not the case, you know?
As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off.
Good.
It's all cut off.
Good.
They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice. We'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money.
What are you talking
Nobody's
about?
getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
These people are so full of fucking hatred, it's ridiculous. Also, what did cleaning snow have to do with anything that he said? Yeah, MAGA has a Nazi problem, guys. They'd all start Sieg Heiling right now if he asked them to. Every single one of them. He's about to throw a temper tantrum, isn't he? This is embarrassing.
Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
I desperately want someone from the Democratic side to stand up and just yell that this man is a fucking pedophile. You know? Like, it's time. Like, take the fucking gloves off. Be the first one to stand up and be like, call him what he is, a member of the Epstein class. If you're gonna disrupt it, you know?
Reminder: Jeffrey threatened the entire House caucus to not protest this and practice civility to this Nazi party.
Yeah, Hakeem Jeffries, no one should fucking listen to Hakeem Jeffries. Not a single person in the Democratic Party should take their lead from Hakeem Jeffries. My contempt for him is bottomless. What a fucking embarrassment to this country, my God.
And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act.
Anthony Fantano, thank you very much for the raid. Folks, go follow the needle drop. Go do it.
To stop illegal aliens and others
Welcome,
for
folks.
unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. The
Welcome to
cheating
hell.
is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple.
It's all rampant. There's so much cheating, and I should know. I've cheated a lot. No, like, genuinely, he does buy his own bullshit on this, okay? He does buy his own bullshit. He thinks there are tens of millions of undocumented people voting in the United States, and it's why he's trying to target swing states with ICE, because he thinks that by deporting people, he's going to get a larger share of the vote. He genuinely thinks that. It's fucking crazy. Lives in a fucking other reality. God.
All voters must show voter ID.
I guess I assumed everyone knows this. Undocumented immigrants cannot vote. It's not a thing that happens. Like, the Heritage Foundation, the organization behind Project 2025, has been tracking data on undocumented immigrants voting for the past 40 years. And there's something like maybe one case of undocumented people voting every year. Like maybe two. It's not millions and millions. It's nuts that this narrative has been allowed to take hold without any significant opposition. Like, seriously, if you are someone who believes that undocumented immigrants are voting, you're a fucking child. You're a fucking child who has never actually considered how any of our systems work. God. Go volunteer to work the polls, you stupid morons. And also go volunteer to work the polls, you wonderful non-stupid morons. We need you out there, okay?
All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None.
I thought we weren't doing this live. What did I miss so far?
And this should be an easy one.
Well, it turned out they said it all. They were saying it started at 6 p.m. Eastern time, and I was like, well, I can't make that happen. But then I was out and about, and I checked what was going on with this, and it didn't start until 9 p.m. Eastern time. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what to tell you.
And then, by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89.
Infrared Trump dump detector allegedly to see if Trump evacuates himself on stage, Apprentice style.
No, but if somebody did that, that's very funny.
9%.
The Donald Dump detector.
And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card.
Yeah?
Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good.
Voting's not a privilege, it's a right.
Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens.
Yeah, it's basic job verification that also undocumented immigrants can get through. God.
And the reason they don't want to do it Why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason.
No, because it disenfranchises legitimate citizens. It creates huge barriers to actually being able to vote. And being able to vote in a democracy is a foundational right. It is a foundational right that you have to go cast a vote. That's how our system works. What he is proposing here is a glorified poll tax. And it's blatantly obvious. And we know how poll taxes were used in the past. They were used to prevent people from voting. Specifically, poll taxes, poll tests, etc. They were used and weaponized to keep, marginalized people from turning out to vote. And that's exactly how ID laws function.
They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things you almost say, what imagination they have.
The reason the push for voter ID even started in this country was because of the group, the American Legislative Executive Council, which is a lobbyist group composed of lobbyists from all kinds of different industries that, like 40 years ago, made a massive lobbying effort and wrote legislation for Republicans. And guess what? One of their keystone ideas was voter ID laws. They were being pushed for to disenfranchise people who, again, are more likely to be incarcerated for non-violent crimes. The ideal kinds of people that private prisons want inside of their prisons. Like, the people who pushed for this wanted to imprison predominantly non-violent African Americans, and this was one of their ways they could ensure that that very demographic of people was less likely to vote in their best interests.
They want to cheat, they have cheated, and their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat.
Well, yeah, well, I don't know how to say your name. Reggie Gibbous. The Save America Act is far worse than a normal poll tax. That's very true. There are a lot of other components to that, but just in general, the concept of voter ID laws is what I was talking about. The Save America Act is far beyond the pale.
And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John. And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to...
Oh no. Oh no, you mean that there are going to be kids who take on nicknames at school and try out different nicknames? Oh no, we have to make that illegal. We have to make it illegal to try out nicknames at school. If your name is Richard, you can't be called Dick anymore. No. Oh no. If your name is Jonathan, you can't be called John. Oh no, that's not your name. You're transitioning. You're socially transitioning. Oh no. If you're a girl in school, you can't have short hair. No, that's social transitioning. No. Like, this level of piss baby, like, fear-mongering is genuinely disgusting. It's genuinely disgusting. If you can only be disgusted by this if you're one of two things. One, a fucking Nazi, and two, literally someone who has survived from the time period when women weren't allowed to wear pants. All right? Like, I'm sorry. Just as an FYI, when my mom was a teenager, she was not allowed to wear pants because pants were boys' clothes. And, like, I just want y'all to know, they want to take us back to that. The Republican Party wants to essentially be like, well, if you're a girl wearing pants, you're socially transitioning, and we can't have that. Like, they're going to use this to put in, like, clothing laws back into place. And that's stupid as hell. All right? It's stupid as hell. God. You're a guy? I don't know. I got massive tits, bro. I don't know what to tell you. You're fucking blind.
Believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University.
Oh, God.
Sage and Michelle, please stand up.
Liberty University? I'm unfamiliar with this particular grifter.
And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree.
Well, the reason parents don't get told, one, every time that a child takes on a new nickname is because that would be insane. Number one. And number two, because frankly, if parents get told that, oh, your kid is gay at school, oh, your kid is trans at school, guess what? Oftentimes that can result, because we know what MAGA folks, I see them in chat posting, by the way, over in YouTube chat. MAGA folks look at gay people and say, you should be killed, you should die, etc. And it turns out when those people have children, sometimes they have gay or trans kids. And when those people have children that are gay and trans, and they learn that their kid is gay and or trans, their kids are then put into extreme amounts of danger. Because MAGA parents beat their kids and can even kill their kids. Because there is a reason that statistically a colossal number of homeless youth in this country are trans and gay. And it's because they get abused after they get outed to their parents.
No state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about this? We must ban it. And we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy.
We must ban it. I gotta say, again, the Republican Party needs to be disbanded. I've talked about this a little bit, but I'm increasingly of the opinion there's no reforming this. There's nothing about this that we can salvage, you know? Like, the entire premise, all these people gleefully looking over and clapping for that sentiment, there's nothing to reform here. The only thing that really needs to happen here is it needs to be made like a federal crime to lie knowingly while you are on the floor of like the Senate, while you're on the floor of Congress, while you are sitting at the podium delivering these speeches. It needs to be a fucking crime. And if you are knowingly lying, you should be held accountable for it and spend time in prison. There needs to be some crazy strong disincentives from engaging in false narratives like this. The fact that they are put into a higher office, but then do not actually live up to higher responsibility in this country is fucking insane. It's fucking insane. Like, if you or I told these level of lies at our fucking workplaces or at our schools or whatever, you would fail your assignments. You'd be fucking out on the street looking for work. You would fucking be out of a job because these kinds of lies are detrimental to any kind of being able to work together. You cannot work together when two parties exist in separate realities. It's just simple as. The entire Republican Party needs to be disbanded.
Amazing. Incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? Huh?
I'm all for bringing back the Bull Moose Party.
You know, I'm all for bringing back, if a third party were to come into existence that would meaningfully be able to challenge the Dems, I would support it in the heartbeat. You know, like, if we could get a populist party that was rising up to take out both the Republican and the Democratic Party, it would genuinely be incredible. Like, the cowards sitting down here and just silently observing. Look at Chuck Schumer sitting there hunched over in his seat. Like, God, this sucks. Every single person in this room should be ashamed. Like, if you're gonna be here, you should be one by one interrupting this speech and making a scene and calling the President of the United States a pedophile to his face. Okay? You should be, like, making a goddamn scene. The time for, like, oh, we all need to work across the aisle, that's done, man. It's been done for a while.
No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that?
You all went to go see the movie, right?
She has had an incredible impact championing.
You all went to go see the movie, right? Every single one of you. You saw it, right? You loved it. You left it 5 stars. You gave it 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, right? Every single Republican in this room, right? You all went and saw it. I saw it twice. I love my wife.
AI legislation advancing a landmark executive order on foster care and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot.
Oh, Larry Durholt, this is for you. Fuck you. People who use fuck so often may in fact be of low education. They may have also be of high education and also just sick and fucking tired of masked thugs sent by this guy to rove their streets, shooting their goddamn neighbors and spiriting away the different people who live and make their community wonderful. I'm fucking sick of my indigenous community members disappearing. I'm fucking sick of my Latino neighbors disappearing. I'm fucking sick of the moms in my city being shot in the face, Larry. So I'm so sorry if my language is uncouth for your delicate, childlike ears. I'm so sorry I ruined your wondrous innocence that you had to protect by talking about my low level of education. Oh my God, my stars and garters, I'm so sorry you need to be so fucking coddled. God, MAGA snowflakes are the most fragile fucking things in existence. Like, seriously. You people could not withstand, like, a light breeze. It's fucking nuts. You stupid assholes.
Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the...
Yes, Larry's hormones are out of whack. He appears to be in testosterone decline, as it were. I know a little something about that.
Presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation position.
Many people are saying this. That's why I'm here, at the stake of the onion.
There's a lot of high stakes going on here right now, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
To succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight, we welcome 2 young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont.
Oh, tone policing is like the last fallback of conservatives, Twin Tails. It's like what they got when they have nothing left. They don't give a shit that they share a room with like fucking neo-Nazis. They'll still try and tone police you while they sit right next to a goddamn Nazi and stand Nazi principles. It's it'd be comical if it wasn't so destructive.
Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much.
God, I swear, Baron gets taller every single time we see him. Soon he will become one of the giants from Majora's Mask.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to my channel and this Space TV, Environmental Coffeehouse, and it's really good to see you guys. Today, I'm going to tell a local story, and I hope people join me because it is a good story. It's a sad story. It's a really sad story. I'm just trying to mess around with the camera here. It's a sad story. And it's about a local tragedy, actually. And it's about a man that is from Myanmar. His name is Narul Shah Alam. And he should have gone home to his family last week. But instead, his loved ones are planning a funeral during Ramadan. When he was released from jail and turned over to Border Patrol, agents treated Alam as disposable. It's inhumane and unconscionable that Border Patrol would abandon a blind man miles away from his home without contacting anyone about what they had done. This inept and negligent action resulted in a man's death, and a wife left without her husband, her kids left without a father. But let us be clear. Alam should never have been in the hands of Border Patrol in the first place. And let me bring up a picture of him because he was a sweet man and he had a family and he had been missing. Yeah, that's him. That's him. He had been missing. And I'm going to tell the story about this. And it's about Border Patrol. It's about ICE. It's about all the things that are happening in the United States now. But this is sort of an exemplary story about what will happen, what can happen. And we're going to see this all over the place. He was missing. And he was missing after going through horrors in his country to make it here to the United States, to Buffalo, which is an arms open sanctuary city for refugees. And it's a beautiful community.
but this is tarring and feathering our community. And I say I may not live in the city anymore or work in the city anymore, but it hurts what happened. So I'm going to bring up the story. I'm going to bring up the story, and I'm going to talk about the situation in Myanmar that brought him up before I even tell the story first. Okay. So I'm going to bring this one, and I think it's a really important story to talk about. And I want to explain, I'm going to explain the story. Okay. Let's talk about why he was in Buffalo. Let's talk about the Rohingya refugee crisis. Okay. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I really want to talk about what happened in August of 2017. Armed attacks, massive scale violence, and serious human rights violations forced thousands of Rohingya to flee their homes in Myanmar's Rakhine state. Many walked for days through jungles and undertook dangerous sea journeys across the Bay of Bengal to reach safety in Bangladesh. Now, more than 1 million people have found safety in Bangladesh, and a vast majority living in Cox's Bazars. But the United States said the Rohingya are the most persecuted minority in the world. They are a Muslim ethnic minority group, and they have lived for centuries in the predominantly Buddhist Myanmar, formerly known as Burma. And despite living in Myanmar for many generations, the Rohingya are not recognized as an official ethnic group, and they've been denied citizenship since 1982. So they are actually the world's largest stateless population. So they're denied basic rights and protections. They're extremely vulnerable to exploitation, sexual and gender-based violence, and abuse. So how did it begin? Well, it began with an exodus in August of 2017 with the violence. Okay. And yes, it's a mess. And so entire villages were burned to the ground, and thousands of families were killed or separated, and a massive human rights violations were reported. It's one of those horrors that nobody talks about, but they found their way. This family, Narul Shah Alam and his family, they found their way to Buffalo, New York. So in 2025, there were more than 3.5 million internally displaced people in that country. And there were 1.3 million refugees and asylum seekers from Myanmar. So we are one of the countries that hosted this family. And beautiful people from no fault of their own, much like the Palestinians, but millions and millions of them. And of course, they have terrible monsoon seasons, so they had to live through all of that. So, they're still in Bangladesh, but this is a story about what happened to this person in Buffalo. And I'm going to bring up that story. And I think it's really important that we do talk about this story. Okay. So let me bring this up to you. And this is the Investigative Post. And the Investigative Post is an amazing publication here. Really, it is. And the story is, here we go. He was a blind refugee. He was abandoned by Border Patrol. And he was nearly blind, and he spoke no English, but he was dropped off by Border Patrol in Buffalo on the other side of town, supposedly at a Tim Hortons. Supposedly, it wasn't even open. Buffalo, I mean, his family wasn't even notified of his release. And we have to, I'm going to tell you why he was even in custody, which is another ridiculous bunch of crap. He was found dead, and they found him on the first block of Perry Street. I know exactly where it is. Buffalo's my city. My daughter lives in Buffalo. This is my city. It's my city. After I left the New York area, I had my whole career in Buffalo. He was identified by the Erie County Medical Examiner, and this was what, yesterday? Anyway, the medical examiner, which I think is a bunch of shit, said it was health related in nature, ruling out death by exposure and homicide. First of all, they dropped him off and it has been freezing. I mean, we're talking maybe in the minus Celsius, maybe 10, 8 Fahrenheit. Ridiculously cold, a lot of snow, terrible weather, terrible wind. And people are saying, I'm devastated, I'm frustrated, said Imran Fazal, an advocate for Rohingya refugees who knows the family. We never thought anyone would experience anything like this since coming to the United States. It doesn't make me feel safe. See, first he was missing. Now they're calling for investigations. He'd been missing since February 19th. He was released that afternoon from custody at the Erie County Holding Center after posting bail in response to an immigration detainer that had placed on him. The Erie County Sheriff's Department office had contacted U.S. Border Patrol prior to his release. So he had a lawyer, a legal aid lawyer, and the Border Patrol picked him up at 4:39. But, he was a refugee. He's not an illegal alien. He was released on bail. He had agreed to a plea deal with the Erie County Sheriff Department, the district attorney. He made a guilty plea, which actually the whole story is so fucked up. It is trespassing and possession of a weapon. You know what the weapon was? A curtain rod. He used it as a walking stick. It allowed him to clear the detainer and avoid detention by ICE. So, they tried to, get him free. It was ridiculous. So after taking custody of Mr. Alam, Border Patrol agents dropped him off at a Tim Hortons. If you don't know, in case you don't know, Tim Hortons is a coffee donut place. Tim Horton was a Canadian hockey player, and Tim Hortons are all over, everywhere. I mean, if you go 4 blocks in Buffalo or the outskirts, except of course where I live down here, there's nothing, but there's a Tim Hortons. And they dropped him off on Niagara Street in Black Rock. God, I used to ride my motorcycle and hang out down there. That was my area. A lot of friends at Black Rock. So they let him off at night. His family, they live in the Broadway Fillmore neighborhood on the east side. Tough area. It's a tough area. Really needs rehab. And I'm hoping the new mayor will help. I really do. Because the old mayor, Byron Brown, who was absolutely horrible and corrupt, he didn't do a goddamn thing for the community. So a spokesperson for Border Patrol in a statement Wednesday said after agents determined that he was not supposed to be in their custody, they offered him the courtesy ride, which he chose to accept, to a coffee shop. That's what they say. That Tim Hortons, the spokesperson, was determined to be a warm, safe location near his last known address. This is bullshit. They didn't even call his family. They're saying, he showed no signs of distress or mobility issues or disabilities. He was just nearly blind. He was walking with a goddamn curtain rod when they picked him up. But they didn't notice. The agents did not notify his lawyer or his family. Nope. And they thought he was going to go to the ICE detention center in Batavia and that his client would be released from there. Why he would have to go there, who knows, right? So here we go. Blah blah blah. He's left out and nearly blind with no ability to speak English. He got lost and ended up on the porch of a woman's home as she was letting her dog out because he went out for a walk and he used a curtain rod. The curtain rod was his walking stick. He's completely blind in one eye and he can only see with blurry vision for several feet in the other. And this is Buffalo. There was lots of snow and ice on the ground. But you know what? You want to get out of the house. You want to take a walk. Is that against the law? No, it's not. But the bitch called the police. Now, this is what they say. When Shah Alam did not follow police commands to drop his curtain rod, they tasered him and they beat him and they arrested him. That's what his lawyer says. The officer suffered minor injuries in the scuffle, which didn't have to happen at all. And so he was charged with offenses including assault, trespassing, and possession of a weapon, a curtain rod. So his family opted not to bail him out for fear he would end up detained by ICE out of state because people are terrified. They are terrified. So the plea deal was recently reached and it allowed him to be released on bail without ICE detention. But you know what? His death comes just 15 months after his arrival in Buffalo in December 2024. He's survived by his wife and 2 sons. It's just absolutely awful. It's a sad story because how many times is this kind of story going to happen? How many? How many? They're going to do it, an investigation. But I want to show you this picture. This is the investigative post, and this is the guy, Dale Shoemaker. He's also asking people, if you hear of ICE traffic stops or arrests in Buffalo, please DM me. It's an agency that doesn't publicize its day-to-day work, especially not arrests of innocent people and traffic stops. Now, regarding reports of ICE in Hamburg, ICE agents, now this is another thing happening. I lived for 20 plus years right next to the town from Hamburg. Hamburg, New York is where our governor Hochul is from. ICE agents pulled over a Native American man around 7:45 a.m. and demanded to see his ID and later passport. After determining he was an American citizen, he was free to go. No reason given for the stop. And of course it was racial profiling because that's the shit that's happening. And you don't think the Seneca Nation, the Seneca and the Onondaga nations are here. I lived with the Seneca Nation right next to the res, not far from the res for years. For years. My daughter's boyfriend all through high school and after that was an Onondaga who lived on the Seneca res and we're very close. And they're scared too. So getting back to his story, he's dead. He's dead. And now police are investigating. He was only 56 years old. And I don't think I believe that what the health examiner said. But I mean, why would they lie? I don't know. Who are they covering up? Who are they covering for? It's just so goddamn sad. Even Al Jazeera covered this. Well, let me show you the police report. This is the police report of the guy. Yeah, this is the police report. Look at this. Look at this stupid police report. It's ridiculous. This is the police report. Yeah. Assault. Come on. He was found in a resident's yard because he's blind. And they say he became combative. Yeah, all right. Look at the redacted bullshit. I guess redacted is the way to go. He was arrested on Tonawanda Street. It's not that far. You got to know Buffalo. Buffalo is all full of indigenous names, by the way. Tonawanda Street. But you can't see what happened because it's all redacted. And this is ridiculous. Assault with intent to cause officers harm, menacing with a curtain rod, crimes he wanted to intent to damage property, obstruct governmental administration, resisting arrest. Oh my God. This is such bullshit. On 2/15 at 10:25 hours at victim states the defendant, who is a stranger, trespassed in her yard, which is fenced in to exclude intruders. While in the rear yard, defendant did damage the shed door, which has a value of less than $250, and allowed the victim's dog to run out of the yard through the open gate. So she called 911. When police arrived, the defendant was observed by officers inside the rear yard holding two long black poles and swinging them in a menacing way. I don't believe this first. I don't believe it. With intent to use them unlawfully against the officers. Why would he do that? First of all, he can hardly see. There was probably snow. He got lost, and he was grateful to be in the United States, to be in Buffalo, even if he lived in the shithole part of Buffalo, which is not their fault. It's poverty. And they used verbal commands to drop the weapons. The defendant did not drop the weapons. What was he carrying? It said a curtain rod. I don't believe any of this. And then they said, okay, they tased him to de-escalate, but the tasers had no effect. They rushed him and they physically began fighting with him to take him into custody. And he was resisting arrest and he would not let go of the poles. Oh my God. During the struggle, the defendant did severely bite and hold on to the police officer on the left arm, breaking through the skin. I'd like to see that record. I would really like to see the record of the police officer's injury. Bullshit. A scratch on the left side of his face, lacerations on both hands. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I don't believe it. I really, really don't believe it. Yeah, no body cams. I don't know. Where are the body cams? Where are the body cams, Buffalo? Buffalo police have had a history of doing shit before. I'd like to know where the body cams are. Good, right? Wouldn't that be nice, huh? Oop, sorry. So I just think it's really sad. Yeah, they do. It's true. They do. Wait, where are you? They do. They do. But so like I said, Al Jazeera even got this, okay? And that's, worldwide. Al Jazeera. And Grace Meng, she's disturbed by the death of Nurul Amin Shah Alam in Buffalo, leaving a nearly blind man who didn't speak English stranded far from home without telling his family was a shocking breach of responsibility and basic humanity by federal enforcement. There must be a full investigation. I just cannot see how this guy, let me bring his picture up again. Really, tell me, they had it, his family had it up, he was missing. Does he look like a menace? Does he look like someone who was going to fight with police and bite them and do all those things that they said? I just feel like something is so ugly. And there is going to be an investigation. There is. So what did the local news, let's see what the local news had to say about this. Let's look at one news story from our local Buffalo.
Patrol is responding to the death of a man just recently released from the Erie County Holding Center and found dead just last night. Let's go straight to 2 on Your Side's Chelsea Swift. She's been covering the story for us all day. Chelsea?
Mary Alice, Nurul Amin Shah Alam was found dead last night, just days after the Erie County DA says he was released from the holding center. He was behind bars for a year, arrested last February for allegedly trespassing in a woman's yard and assaulting police officers. Here's what Border Patrol just sent us. On February 19th, 2026, Erie County Sheriff's Department alerted Border Patrol about a non-citizen in their custody. Our agents confirmed that Mr. Shah Alam entered the United States as a refugee on December 24, 2024, and was not amenable to removal. Border Patrol agents offered him a courtesy ride, which he chose to accept, to a coffee shop determined to be warm, safe, a location near his last known address, rather than be released directly from the Border Patrol station. He showed no signs of distress, mobility issues, or disabilities requiring special assistance. The U.S. Border Patrol defers to the Buffalo Police Department for further questions. Earlier today, Two on Your Side obtained documents from Buffalo police that state, as we mentioned, that the 56-year-old man was arrested last February for allegedly trespassing in a woman's yard and hurting officers. The DA says a federal immigration detainer was issued after his arrest, although we have not confirmed.
Let me just say one thing. Can you imagine that his family would rather leave him in the Erie County Holding Center rather than get sent to an ICE center and not have to go back to where he came from and probably be tortured or killed? That's something.
His immigration status. The DA adds he was in custody at the Erie County Holding Center up until last Thursday, when he posted a reduced bond as part of a plea deal, but he apparently went missing that same day. His attorney filed a missing persons report stating deputies released him to Border Patrol agents on a detainer. However, Border Patrol has not directly confirmed whether they took him into custody. One local immigration attorney says she believes a lack of communication from the agency could have led to these unfortunate consequences.
They're not required to tell a family member. So from time to time, this happens. And there's a lot of foreign nationals in criminal custody that get released into Border Patrol or ICE custody. That happens all day, every day, all throughout America. So this is really, really unfortunate. And it just seems like maybe there was a gap in communication.
The DA says his office only learned of his release yesterday. Buffalo police put out a call to the public to help find him, and he was found dead on Perry Street last night around 8:30. Buffalo Mayor Sean Ryan released a statement in just the last 2 hours condemning the actions of federal agents. You can see his full response and find more on the story on WGRZ.com. On your side in the newsroom, Chelsea Swift, Channel 2 News.
So you know, that's what they're reporting, but like I said, a whole year, because they were terrified that he would go to an ICE detention center, and so his family could visit him because they fed him there, because he wasn't being tortured like in his country. I mean, Myanmar. It's a terrible, terrible, terrible thing. So now there are calls for investigation into his death. Congressional leaders, Buffalo Mayor Sean Ryan, and others are calling for an investigation. I hope it's a good one. These are, I'll pull this up. I'll show you another one because I've got them. Why not? Let's see here. Leaders call for a probe. Yeah, let's probe. Let's probe it. Let's probe it. So the leaders are calling for a probe. You know, let's know what happened to him after being abandoned. And we know the story. But let's see. What have they said? His family is saying they want justice. And you know, what he wandered the city in orange booties issued by the holding center for days before Buffalo police found his body. That's how they let him out, with orange booties, because he was disposable, because they didn't care and they knew he would die. His family wants justice. So let's see what Chucky Schmucky Schumer says. He's calling for an investigation. Quote, Border Patrol took a nearly blind father, barely able to communicate, and seemingly abandoned him in the cold, far from his home, without telling his loved one, Schumer says. My heart breaks for Nural Amin Shah Alam's family. He should be alive, and this should have never happened. alum's family deserves answers from ICE and CBP, Border Patrol, and we must have an immediate investigation. So Grace Meng, who I read to you before, she's a representative from Queens. She is chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, and Representative Tim Kennedy, who I actually like, from Buffalo, said Border Patrol's decision to leave him at the Tim Horton was a profound failure of duty and basic human decency that cost a man his life. There must be a full and thorough investigation into why this happened. So we'll see. As members of Congress, we will be demanding answers and accountability from the Trump administration, including Kristi Noem. So what's going to happen? Even Kathy, our governor, said it because she's not so horrible. I mean, she has politics I don't always agree with, but she has a heart and she has empathy. So Congressman Kennedy said on social media that he sent a letter to New York Attorney General Letitia James, and he wants her office to initiate a comprehensive investigation. And Ryan, he pinned the blame on U.S. Customs and Border Protection, the parent agency of Border Patrol, calling what the agents did deeply disturbing and a dereliction of duty. And that is the new mayor in Buffalo. He's a decent guy. I really hope he can get things done in Buffalo. It's a great city. Really needs a progressive. And I do believe Sean Ryan is a progressive. But he said we have to be very clear in public of what Buffalo Police Department did and when they did it. So, that's he's also standing by his January order to forbid police and other city employees from working with federal immigration agencies. They don't know what they're doing, Ryan said. That's why we do not cooperate with ICE, Homeland Security, and Border Patrol. And leaders of the Buffalo Burmese community, too, are demanding answers. Among them, I do have the right article up, I hope. Among them are Ba Zunlin, himself a political asylum holder. So we'll see what happens. It is inhumane. And they did lead. They left a statement, dropping him off to a coffee shop that was unknown to him or even have the resources to purchase something shows he was clearly discarded quickly. And U.S. Custom and Border Protection refused to do any due diligence. He was not provided with basic common sense from responding agents. It should have started with basics. So basically, we'll see what happens when the American Civil Liberties Union gets involved, and they'll have a disability advocate. And we're going to find out what the Erie County Sheriff's Office and Border Patrol really did, because they obviously didn't take any care to address his disabilities. I think the whole thing is pretty gross, Now, listen, Tracy and John Ciccone, meanwhile, the couple who live on Tonawanda Street, where Shah Alam was arrested in 2024, they told the investigative post that they felt no remorse for Shah Alam and his family, claiming Shah Alam was violent and charged at Tracy, her son, and her dog. You know what? I bet she's a MAGA bitch. I'll be honest with you. I don't feel bad for what he put us through, said Tracy, bitch, Ciccone. He shouldn't even be out of jail. Yeah. Can you imagine what that bitch is like? I can, because I know people from that area. And I know that there are a lot of bigots, a lot of racists, and they should live with their neighbors. They should be accepting of the refugee population. She probably blew it out of proportion like Karens do. I am probably assuming a lot, but I know where I live. Or where I'm from. I know where I'm from. Yeah. So there's another story too. But about the guy, I think I had told you about this story. Here's another story, and this one was ridiculous. Oh my God. Let me show you this one, because this one, I believe I told you about this guy. this guy, see, when you go to Canada, I mean, when you go to drive on the 190, there is a very confusing off ramp that if you go over the off ramp and you don't go up the 190, you can get stuck and go over the Peace Bridge, and you have to go to Canada to turn around and come back. Well, this is what happened to this guy. He's a scientist, and he was arrested at the Peace Bridge. He was seized after making a wrong turn, and everybody's been pissed off about this too. His name was he was Shogvi Husyanov, and he was a neuroscientist arrested by border agents after making a wrong turn. Finally, he was freed. But he was there for a long time. It was like weeks, I think it was. He's from Azerbaijan. He made a mistake. I've made that mistake and had to turn around and come back. Everybody makes that mistake because it's a shitty on-ramp to go to Niagara Street. A lot of people make that. So he was finally let go. He was driving in Buffalo on January 7th when he accidentally turned onto the Peace Bridge across into Canada. Upon his return, border agents arrested him, alleging he had overstayed a visa. In fact, his attorney later explained he had an active immigration case allowing him to live and work in the country legally. Now, I had talked about this because if he had an H-1 visa, there's 7 years. We don't know if he returned to his country for 2 years and came back as a researcher, but he had a valid visa and his work authorization is valid through 2029. But he was held at the ICE Detention Center in Batavia and then at a facility in rural Michigan, for God's sakes. He remained there for much of the month. He was released on $1,500 bond last week. I mean, ridiculous. You know, he says, as all of my steps, all of my actions are within the boundaries of law. I'm home today. Thank you. And he was returned to his job, and his immigration case remains pending. Now, I brought lots of researchers when I was with the university system. I brought them over. I was the director of HR. I did visas before we hired a firm to do that when we outsourced it from me. And I actually liked it. I did all the paperwork. I did all the reviews. I did all that stuff. Brought lots of them in. And he's a researcher at the UB Jacobs School of Medicine and Biomedical Sciences. Oh, yeah, a real threat. He was studying ways the brain interacts with the immune system. And he's done lots of research papers. And he's a well-respected, hardworking researcher. So the university is going to provide support to him. But this also sparked outrage amongst leaders in New York. Schumer, Kennedy, Mark Poloncarz, the county executive, and Buffalo Mayor Sean Ryan. They all condemned the Trump administration's decision to arrest and detain him. Ridiculous, just ridiculous. Donald Trump promised us he was going to go after the worst of the worst. Remember that? Well, guess what? He lied to us, Kennedy said. So I'm glad too that he's back. But my God, you know, it's just so stupid that everybody knows that this in the letter, they said they've communicated with Buffalo and Fort Erie Public Bridge Authority, the entity that owns the Peace Bridge. It's just, the DOT has to evaluate near-term solutions like a designated pullover or escape route prior to the inspection plaza because it's so stupid. But you see, in years gone by, it wasn't such a big deal. You freaking turned around. You turned around and you went to Canada. You turned around at duty free and then you came back. Nobody arrested you because none of this shit happened. And now it happens. But because he was not white, he didn't look like me. So they arrested him. Yep, they arrested him. So now I want to move on a little bit, and I do want to talk about the actually I have something else. I want to show you one more thing. This is from Blue Sky, and this is where this is the kind of work these people do. These farm workers too, not just the professionals, but the farm workers. A small crew of farm workers are hard at work pruning the branches in an apple orchard in Western New York. The cold weather and snow and ice on the trees makes the work more difficult. At the end of the day, their pants get soaked from walking through the snow. But this is what kind of work gets done. Just thought I, show you that. We have a lot of farm workers in this area. I live in a farming community, and I have heard that there are ICE agents here not far from me. I mean, I have nothing, to worry about, but I'm relaying a story. I'm not sitting here as a domestic terrorist. I am not telling anybody to do anything. I'm reporting a story, a public interest story. But you don't know these days. You don't know what kind of trouble you can get in for talking about a public interest story. It's disgusting. So it goes on, though, because as I told you in the beginning, that Native Americans around here, and this is a very, very Native American area, okay? It is very Native American, and now they are getting pulled over. The Seneca Nation addresses ICE concerns amid national detentions. President J.C. Seneca says tribal land and people are not targets and steps are in place to protect the rights. Because we have, and there's even more, which is great, 200 acres of land has been designated as Seneca Nation land on Grand Island, which is the island of land between Niagara Falls and Buffalo from another bridge. And that's really cool. That's really, really cool. I don't know if you can hear this. I don't know if I should play it. Let me see.
Now in the studio with more. Hello, Alyssa.
Hey there. The Seneca Nation sits on sovereign land, yet some members are now concerned about ICE activity both on and off territory. President Seneca says they're taking steps to protect members and make sure that tribal rights are respected. The heightened concern comes as tribal leaders in Minnesota say ICE has detained several Native Americans, including
you can hear it,
3
right?
tribal members in Minneapolis. President Seneca says there have been no reported issues between ICE agents and Seneca Nation members here in Western New York, though he notes some ICE activity did occur on sovereign land, for which ICE has apologized. He adds that he's been in contact with the Department of Homeland Security, ICE representatives in Buffalo, and Congressman Nick Langworthy, who have all assured him that Native people.
Okay, Congressman Nick Langworthy, yuck. I'm passing the petition, by the way, for somebody that's running against him. Yay! As if I have so much, I have a lot to do, but I'm doing the petitioning because I can't stand Nick Langworthy. He is a MAGA ass-licking toady.
And land will not be targeted.
The Seneca Nation is not targeted here in this region, and so
Yes.
that's a good thing. But again, we travel a lot. We have family and friends that live across the border in other territories, and so we have to make sure that we do whatever we can to protect ourselves.
That's right.
President Seneca says their tribal IDs are officially recognized by Homeland Security, TSA, and airlines, ensuring that members can travel and identify themselves without issue. It's also worth noting that no outside government agency can enter Seneca Nation territory without providing documentation 72 hours in advance and getting authorization from the president. On your side.
I hope that really does stay, because that was in January. I have no clue if there have been any targets. We already saw, I thought we saw something that one person was targeting. They target Black or brown people. If you happen to be Black or brown, you can get stopped. My could-have-been son-in-law, who I love dearly, he could be driving around in Buffalo and be stopped. And he's a member of a sovereign nation. But let's see what happens with that. I just really wanted to talk about the Senecas because how much I love them. I love them, you know. One of my, I mean, I love them because they've been good to me, and they're like they've been, you know, the Vicky and her family, and they're like part of my family. You know, growing up with Dawn and Nate together. Dawn used to go to their house. Nate pretty much, you know, lived with us. I mean, we were very close, and I would be devastated to find out that something happens to anybody on the Seneca Res. Absolutely devastated. So here we are. You know, I've gone through pretty much everything that I have about this, and it's time we can talk for a few minutes about this. You know, it's not just it's not just here. I mean, it's happening everywhere. Today, I saw on Facebook one of the activists that I know, I'm familiar with, was already talking about where they are, and I just don't know who they're targeting in this little tiny area. I mean, probably most of the farms have lost their farm workers if they were coming from Mexico or anywhere else. They probably lost anybody they had. I don't know. I've already told the story when I had my carport built before all this garbage. It was a team of guys that were absolutely wonderful. This is years ago. When my father passed away, my mother asked me what I wanted. I wanted a carport. They came. What a team. They had their music and they did a fantastic job. And they were from Guatemala and they were just respectful and fantastic. We are all from America, North America, South America. But some of us belong here way before others. My family came from different places, but we're not indigenous to the United States. We were indigenous to Italy and Eastern Europe. So, you know, not them. They're from South America and North America. This was their land. Hello, Nadia. We're worried about Nadia. And everybody, Nadia Yvette Chambers needs our support and I'm not a religious person, but our spiritual prayers. I don't know if I can offer her any much more, you know, I don't know how to help her. But she does live on Twitch, and you can follow Nadia on Twitch when she goes live, and we were together for her birthday on her Twitch, and she can tell you the story. So anyway, the only other thing I have is one more news report, or we can figure out what will be the environmental coffee house flush of the day. Tell me, even though I'm doing this space, why don't we figure out, guys out there who know what the environmental coffee house flush of the day is? Who wants to pick a flush? What would we like to flush down? The topic of this conversation? Would we like to say, goodbye, ice? Come on, I'm going to wait for you guys. Okay, come on. Did we flush ice? Okay, we'll flush. Everybody always wants to flush Dawn. Everybody does. All right, let's do one more flush. One more environmental coffee house flush of the day. And in this case, I think because of New York, being that it was the Border Patrol, let's say, oh, libertarianism, Tommy says. Well, that's a first for that one. I think we'll flush all of the above. Okay, everybody. We love our environmental coffeehouse flush of the day. There's just so many things to flush. Everybody wants to flush something. And I always say this in the beginning of the orange turds presidency, it was him and Elon Musk all the time. But definitely he is the most requested flush. Now, libertarianism, that's a different one. Libby wants ableism. I'm not going to listen. I would just be flushing now for the rest of the show. We have 10 minutes. And I pretty much, I did really exhaust most of my stuff that I had. I did have a Substack I wrote today, but it's completely a different subject. And it's about, it's about mansplaining, and it's about something that happened on Substack. So you can go over and see my Substack on Environmental Coffeehouse if you want to read how pissed I was at somebody who had to mansplain me on a topic that I have covered, called overpopulation and consumerism, and I cover it well, and I don't need to be mansplained. So I added a video with it, and I wrote it, and I don't need to read it here because I want y'all to go over to and subscribe to my Substack, because I really like writing, and I like adding. I have made so many videos over the years on Environmental Coffeehouse that I could any one of them I could play an article, play a video, but I could write an article all about it. But I was just pretty pissed off, and yeah. So I see you're talking about Hakeem. He's got to go. He's got to go. Him and Chuck, they have to go. They have to go for sure. So let me say hi to all of you out there, by the way. Boku and Nadia and Tony and Kim, thanks for moderating. And Looney is here moderating, and Alex is here moderating. And, while we don't have a huge crowd on, for some reason, I've been here on Thursdays at 5 for a while. I would think that maybe, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm live and it's a lot of syndicated content on this space. Got to drum up for me at 5 o'clock, or do I have to maybe I have to do a lot more marketing for myself? No, it's not. We obviously are not. And I know everybody has covered the Orange Turds State of the Union, which I did not watch. And I watched the guy, God, I always forget his name, that does the 10-minute recap. It's so funny. I'll put a link in my show notes on my channel to it. He's really good. Now, what did you want to do, Susan? You wanted to flush Patel for flying to the Olympics on our dime, getting shit-faced in public on worldwide TV, but mostly for lying about the Epstein files. Flush him. So we're going to do what? We're going to do one more flush? Really? One more flush? Oh my gosh, let me find my flush. I took it off. So, okay, we'll do one more flush. Okay, all right. I think we all love the Environmental Coffeehouse flush today. All right, well, here we are. So, oh, Kim, you want me to post it a half hour before? The problem is I can't post it on my YouTube because I'm doing this through This Space TV StreamYard. So I have 30 seconds to even get it edited on YouTube. So everybody just has to know, and then you're going to have to share it. I put it on Facebook today. I did do that. So that's a good thing. But I really, because I can't. I can't. I don't control the show. This is one show I don't control. And it's amazing that I just really am starting to learn StreamYard, but I like my Ecamm Live. So what else do you have to What is join the bowls of Jake Hairstay for the environmental flush. How are you, hun? How are you? Yeah, make sure to like and share. Definitely. Absolutely. What else is going on with you guys out there? Let me look at all of you. Everybody wants to flush something. Yeah, I know. Constantly. I really think that's like the favorite part of the show is we get to flush something. All right, 6 minutes. Anybody got a topic? Throw it out, throw it out, throw it out. I mean, I have plenty of topics I could talk about. I mean, the mansplaining thing really pissed me off. I am so tired of that bullshit. Nobody here does that to me. Absolutely not. But this is somebody, that just happened to say, "Oh, well, I make a post and it was just simple." And he had to go into a diatribe about how, oh no, that it had blah, 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 and whatever. I don't have time for that mansplaining shit. I don't want, maybe that's why I'm alone. You want to mansplain me? Fucking, you're out the door. Well, I have to say, I feel a little bit better, even though this story really made me sad. I mean, I felt so sad about this story, and my daughter does too. Everybody does. We all hate maggots. Yeah, we do. Well, I don't know. I actually don't, because the guy that's running against Nick Langworthy, Jim King in our district, is actually very cool. So, there are a few that are not MAGA. There are. One man alone can be pretty dumb sometimes, but for real bona fide stupidity, there ain't nothing that can beat teamwork. Edward Abbey. It's so good to see you here, Bella. I love you. We all love you, and we are all rooting for you to get all healed and perfect, because God damn it, I need you to come back and reset up my studio. I'm thinking I need help. It's the same as it's been since you were here. But my daughter has a desk for sale, and I'd really like to buy it, but I can't afford it. I have no business buying it, but man, it would be nice, because I just have a folding table, but it has a glass top on it, so it's okay. It works. It works. You make do, and I don't want to always oh, this is cool. Investigative Post, Jim Heaney, editor and executive director, Buffalo. Investigative Post is a nonprofit investigative reporting center focused on issues of importance in Buffalo and Western New York. And if I had my sound effects, we would be giving a hand to the Investigative Post, which is a far out publication. And also, one more quick shout out to the town of Cheektowaga, New York, who also voted to not work with ICE, and I happen to know the supervisor, and we were doing things together when Bernie ran, and he is the progressive. He's a progressive, so that is like certainly very cool. Thank you so much for posting that. Yep. All right. So I think I imagine that I am done. I am done. What do we really want to end with, as far as not hope, because we don't use hope here, hopium. What we use is, what do we want to see happen that will make us feel better today? I'll start. I want 40 degrees. I just wanted to get warm. I am so tired. I want to get outside and start cleaning up stuff. I am so tired of the cold. Oh, Susan, you see my trolls behind me? Oh, I have an entire collection of trolls. I got them all over. I have them. I pulled them out, and I'm starting to put them up. Yeah, I love my trolls. I love my trolls. And I love you guys. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to go. And then it looks like the Humanist Report is on. And Mike Figueredo, who is wonderful. I don't know if it's live or if it's syndicated. It doesn't matter. I was live. So y'all know, Thursday, 5 p.m. Eastern, I'm live for as long as it lasts. Hopefully through gardening season. Even if I have to pull my ass in here with dirty fingernails and coming in from the garden, I will be here. Yep. Warm weather for sure. We're not going to flush that. I mean, no. I'm ready. I am so ready. I really am. Hey, Fred. Boy, I haven't seen you in a while. Are you Ireland, right? My wallflowers are just hanging on with the cold here. All right, we're going to end with Looney. Stay woke, stay gay, and peace on. See y'all tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Yes, I don't have a guest tomorrow night. I was supposed to, but she's coming. It'll be Jane Van Dess, and that on March 6th. And then don't forget Sunday morning, Pajama Sunday. And but I do have an interesting topic to talk about tomorrow night, as always, don't I? All right. So thank you everyone for coming. And please tell everybody that I'm on live at 5 p.m. Eastern, because I can't put it up until then. And again, This Space TV, please subscribe to This Space TV. It is amazing. The hard work everybody's putting in is fantastic. It's growing. It's taking time, but it's growing. Environmental Coffeehouse and my Substack. We have a Facebook page that is far out. You want to donate, buy me a coffee. I mean, yeah, I hate to ask, but you know, those taxes are due. Shit, it's a tough call. I've got a woman that wants me to move to Mexico because her taxes are cheaper than mine, but I'm not leaving. I'm staying. I'm fighting the good fight. And at that, peace out, everybody, and good night. I love you guys. Thank you for coming. This space.
Journalist Laksha Jain released a new poll which finds that support for trans rights has fallen pretty significantly, unfortunately. As he put it, it's possibly the worst issue for progressives he's ever polled. And in his article, he details how even though the Democratic Party's approval has bounced back, support for trans rights has only declined. The poll finds that a majority of voters still support discrimination against trans people in school sports. They also oppose life-saving, medically necessary gender-affirming healthcare for trans youth. And a majority now even supports unconstitutional restrictions on their bathroom usage. And while support for same-sex marriage still remains pretty high, a plurality of Americans now side with Republicans overall on LGBTQ+ issues, presumably because they approve of the party's explicit transphobia. And Jane concludes, the backsliding is real and serious. This is perhaps the most unfavorable that the public has been towards trans rights in quite some time. Republicans have successfully and effectively exploited several flashpoint issues like sports in order to shift public opinion in their direction, while progressives have been unable to effectively muster persuasive arguments. Some of this may be down to an unwillingness to even entertain a debate in an unsuccessful effort to maintain a unified front. Progressive activists and organizations have often been confrontational when challenged with dissenting views, leading critics to claim that these tactics left little room for actual debate. The net result, however, is the worst-case scenario for progressives and trans individuals alike, as a previously sympathetic public support of trans rights has completely unraveled over the last decade. And on Twitter, Jane recommends that progressives address this by watering down their support for trans rights by ceding ground on issues like sports. And he also argues that he doesn't think this trend is going to change unless, quote, there's a change in tactics from the movement. Now, we're going to address that recommendation in a minute. But first, I want to look at the conclusions being drawn from this poll, both from liberals and fascists, because needless to say, I think that they're downright dangerous. And Sahil Kapoor said something that I see a lot of liberals saying, that this is evidence that the Democratic Party should indeed abandon trans people. He says there's a vocal segment of liberals and lefties who turned against Gavin Newsom when he made those comments. But polls keep showing even Democratic voters are skeptical of trans athletes in women's sports. Newsom wasn't breaking with his base. He was aligning with it. He adds, as anyone who lived through the 2020 primary will know, most passionate voices online do not equal party base. Now, on the opposite side of the spectrum, self-proclaimed theocratic fascist Matt Walsh declared victory minutes after the poll was published, writing on Twitter, "Everything I've said about transgenderism for the past 10 years has been absolutely correct and totally vindicated. Now I'm telling you that the trans violence we've seen so far is nothing compared to what's coming if we don't treat trans ideology as a severe public safety hazard and crack down on it immediately and aggressively." And that tweet right there speaks to how anti-trans rhetoric has reached Nazi levels. It's not just that trans people are bathroom predators. Now they're apparently violent threats who pose public safety hazards too. So the anti-trans rhetoric obviously is escalating, and those two tweets really encapsulate how this poll is being used as a justification to abandon trans people at a minimum or crack down on them at worst. Now, I'm not blaming Jane, to be clear. He just conducted and released the poll, so I'm not going to shoot the messenger. But with that being said, I don't think that his framing helped. And I also take issue with the wording of some of the questions in this poll. For example, there was one question that tries to gauge support by asking whether or not they support prohibiting, quote, the teaching of gender identity in public elementary schools. But I don't really know what that means. And I'm sure the respondents who took this poll don't either. Does that mean, teaching general acceptance or queer history? Who knows? But I think that Americans might view that as code for, oh, should schools turn my kids trans? Because that's what Republicans have told them that they're doing. The poll also asks whether or not Americans support gender surgery for minors. But again, there's no context here. Americans are going to hear that and think, oh, that means chopping off kids' dicks, when that's not a thing that's actually happening, contrary to popular belief. It's like asking if you support gay people punching straight people in the face. Like, I'm obviously against that, but is that really a phenomenon that's prevalent enough to warrant a public opinion poll? Especially because after the image of gay people punching straight people in the faces has been planted into my head, I might not be too kind to gay people in subsequent questions. But I'm not trying to nitpick the wording or methodology of this poll, because unfortunately, this poll is in line with other polls who found that, yes, trans people are not very popular right now. But my real issue is with Jane's framing of the findings and the conclusions that he draws, because I think that he is saying things that are harmful. He provides zero evidence to suggest that radical trans activists are the ones who turned the country against trans people. And on top of that, he doesn't mention the millions of dollars being spent by Republicans against trans people. But I just want to say here, as somebody who probably falls into that category that, he would characterize as a radical trans activist, the left will cede ground to bigots over my dead body, because while I don't deny that public opinion on trans rights is obviously negative, the same can be said for literally every other civil rights issue throughout our country's entire fucking history. If marginalized people waited until public opinion changed to ask for rights, we would never make any progress on any issue ever. So quite frankly, I don't give a fuck if Americans agree or disagree with trans rights. If a new poll came out tomorrow showing that 99.9% of Americans oppose all rights for trans people, guess what? I'd still stand 10 toes down with the trans community, because civil rights are non-negotiable. And I don't care about what's popular. I care about what's right. We're talking about basic human rights that don't get to be vetoed by a tyrannical majority that's been brainwashed by a fascist right-wing movement. But based on Jane's analysis, I think that he'd probably argue that my refusal to back down or even debate the issue is why public opinion has shifted so sharply against trans people. But I can assure him that that is not the case. Americans aren't listening to the Humanist Report. They're not listening to activists on Twitter and concluding, wow, I used to support trans people, but after seeing how unreasonable these trans activists are, I think they've gone too far and I'm withdrawing my support. That's not happening. Like, the average person isn't Cenk Uygur or Anna Kasparian. Most people aren't privy to these super insular debates that are occurring online. The reason why support for trans people has slipped is because Americans have been bombarded with nonstop anti-trans propaganda for nearly 4 years. Republicans have poured millions of dollars into a fear-mongering campaign about just a small minority of people, all so they can divide the working class, so that way they're not paying attention to the Epstein class robbing the rest of them blind. Republicans know that trans people don't pose a threat to society. It's society that actually poses a threat to them, but they target trans people because they're an easy scapegoat. Since most Americans, they don't have a reference point. They don't know a trans person. So it's easy to exploit their ignorance and fill their heads with untrue bullshit if they don't have anything else to go on. The same was true about gay people. They were cultural pariahs. They were seen as diseased, literally, and they were seen as predatory perverts because politicians and propagandists told people that they were diseased, predatory perverts. It took decades upon decades of gay people coming out one by one for the rest of the public to finally realize, oh, okay, those things that I was told about gay people weren't true, because now I know a gay person. My son or my sister is gay. Therefore, the propaganda that was once embedded in their brains begins to break down, because the people that they said were monsters obviously aren't monsters if you know them, and they're perfectly pleasant people. Now, in the 2010s, trans people started to really come out in larger numbers and finally get representation in mass media for the first time, but conservatives decided to push back against that seemingly inevitable cultural shift because they didn't want trans rights to become another losing battle for them like gay rights was. They saw how culture and mass media helped to foster widespread acceptance for gays and lesbians, and they responded by saying, you know what, we're going to hijack this new movement, because if people start to see trans people as human beings, then we're going to lose that battle too. Like, that's why they're targeting Bud Light, because seeing a trans woman's face on a beer can, something as simple as that, might help to normalize their existence. It's why they're propping up losers like Riley Gaines, who tied for 5th place with a trans woman, because they know that Americans are going to see that pretty white woman and be more likely to empathize with her than nameless, faceless trans people that they've never met. And one thing Republicans get, though, that nobody else seems to understand, is that public opinion is not static. I genuinely believe that you could convince Americans to cut off their own dicks if you fed them a consistent diet of propaganda for 4 years. Republicans know that they can make their position the default position if they're persistent enough, if they say it over and over and over again. It's why everyone thought that Biden had open borders while he was literally deporting millions and millions of immigrants, because that's all that people heard. So they didn't have a reason to question what they were hearing, since nobody was challenging that false claim. It's why Americans have long viewed the Republican Party, the party of trickle down, as the party that's better on the economy, because propaganda is very effective, but it's especially powerful when Democrats don't even try to offer a counter narrative. So of course, trans bad is going to become the default position to average Americans, because that's what they're hearing and they don't have anything else to go on. So they're just like, okay, yeah, fuck trans people. Most Democrats, they sat by for years and they said nothing, even as right-wing rhetoric towards trans people became downright genocidal. And to add insult to injury, some Democrats who refuse to challenge these harmful narratives are now trying to ride the waves of hate created by Republican propaganda, all to further their own political careers. Case in point, Kamala Harris recently came out in favor of discrimination towards trans people in sports after Republicans hammered her over trans issues during the election. It didn't matter to them that she didn't even mention trans people once in her policy platform. That wasn't enough. She thinks that she needs to be explicitly anti-trans to be electorally viable these days. But she's not alone, because multiple 2028 contenders have either come out in support of discrimination against trans people, or they've tried to muddy the waters about trans rights. Here's some examples.
I have 2 little girls. I don't want them getting run over on a playing field by a male or formerly male athlete. But as a Democrat, I'm supposed to be afraid to say that.
The backlash I've received for even raising the issue proves my point, that we have trouble as a party just simply having discussions about these complicated issues.
You right now should come out and be like, you know what?
The young man who's about to win the state championship in the long jump in female sports, that shouldn't happen. You as the governor should step out and say no.
No, and I appreciate
but like, would you do something like that? Would you say no men in female sports?
Well, I think it's an issue of fairness. I completely agree with you on that. Removing the humanity, right versus wrong, the morality on either side, politically, it is a major problem for the Democratic Party.
What about for your values? I mean, is 8 years old too young?
Yeah, I mean, look, I now that I have a 9-year-old, just became 9. Come on, man. I get it. So those are legit. The trans issue for me is also novel. It's over the last few years. I'm trying to understand as much as anyone else. Whole pronoun thing. Trying to understand all of that. Well, that was like the hell. I mean, all that stuff. I get it. And this notion of gender affirming care for children, that's tough, man. And the science on that, I haven't dove that deep into it, but I read one report and then there's one that's slightly contradictory. And then they said, there's no contradictory. Here's what the UK just came out with. You're full of shit. It's absolutely scientifically sound that it's outrageous, and so it's intense. And then I meet with families, literally meet with families, save my child's life, and they're thriving.
I mean, it's just, you can't serve the country until you're 18. You can't buy a gun. You can't get alcohol until you're 21. And I mean, to make that big of a decision as a kid, I mean, you could also be destroying a lot of lives as well. I mean, their brain isn't even fully developed.
You got, until 26 plus. Yeah. So it's even further with the brain. Look, I come to this very much more open-minded than I've ever been. More receptive.
Should we be putting men in female prisons? Men claiming they're women?
No.
And, all right, here's my last one for you. Can a man become a woman?
Can a man become a woman? No.
Well, I think the approach starts with compassion. Compassion for transgender people. Compassion for families, especially young people who are going through this. And also empathy for people who are not sure what all of this means for them, like wondering, wait a minute, I got a daughter in a sports league. Is she going to be competing with boys right now? Right, and just taking everybody seriously. And I think when you do that, that does call into question some of the past orthodoxies in my party. For example, around sports, where I think most reasonable people would recognize that there are serious fairness issues if you just treat this as not mattering when a trans athlete wants to compete in women's sports.
Meaning the parent who's complained about this has a case, in your opinion?
Sure.
Gee, I just can't quite figure out why support for trans rights is starting to decline so sharply. When people see that the party that ostensibly supports trans people isn't even sure anymore, I mean, they're going to just assume, yeah, maybe there is some merit to all of the right-wing concerns that I'm hearing about. Ask yourself this. When Medicare for All had majority support during the 2019 primary, did you see any Republicans hedge on privatized healthcare and say, you know what, maybe progressives have a point and socialized medicine might be the best way to go? Of course not. They doubled down on their opposition to it. Do you think that Trump was spooked even a little bit when he saw polls for his tariffs and big bullshit bill? A Pew Research poll found that a majority opposed his tariffs and a plurality opposed the tax cuts that he gave to rich people that were included in the big bullshit bill. But do you remember him running away from that? Of course you don't, because he passed that shit. It doesn't matter how unpopular the policy that they're proposing is. Republicans always make the case for their side and they stick to their fucking guns, whereas Democrats back down the second they sense even the slightest modicum of opposition to a policy they say they support. They never ever make the fucking case, and that is why Republicans are so dominant. Oh, Republicans are accusing us of having open borders and being too kind to immigrants. Actually, we hate immigrants too, and we even worked with a Republican to craft a border bill that's really bad. Oh, what's that? Republicans say that, we're trans extremists? Don't you worry. We'll chuck trans people right under the bus like we do to all other marginalized groups when it's politically convenient. It is so frustrating. And it's not just the propaganda that explains the backslide in support for trans rights. It's the complete and utter bitchification of the bitch-ass Democratic Party who couldn't shape a national agenda if their lives depended on it. And what makes this so infuriating to me is that when it comes to trans rights, the truth is actually on our side. For example, go back to that clip with Pete Buttigieg where he conceded to a parent that hypothetically was against the trans athlete at his kid's school. Like, something tells me he wouldn't say the same about a homophobic parent in the 90s who didn't want their kid playing sports with gay predators, because locker rooms, that could be where the predators prey. But his hypocrisy aside, they do not have a fucking case, and it was outrageous that he conceded that point. You just have to take the time to explain why they're wrong and make the case. And you also have to recalibrate the conversation so we're dealing with reality and not operating within the confines of right-wing lunacy. So instead of throwing trans athletes under a bus, if I were Pete Buttigieg, I would say, you know what? Trans athletes aren't a threat to your children, contrary to popular belief. One, because studies that aren't funded by right-wing think tanks show that trans athletes actually don't have physical advantages over cis athletes, assuming that they've undergone hormone replacement therapy. And two, you wouldn't even have to worry about it if that wasn't the case, because there's less than 100 trans athletes at the collegiate level in the entire country. So no, they're not destroying women's sports. And at the K through 12 level, the number is even lower. How low? Well, there's just 5 known trans athletes across the entire country at the K through 12 level. 5. And no, suffice it to say, I don't think that 5 athletes are destroying sports for your daughters. Quite the contrary, actually. In fact, one of those 5 athletes was 13-year-old Fisher Wells, the only known trans athlete in the entire state of Kentucky, whose 7th grade hockey team wouldn't even exist without her, seeing as how she recruited enough girls to even be able to form a hockey team. And even though her friends very clearly enjoyed playing with her, it was fun for them, they got together after school, they hung out. Well, do you want to know what Kentucky's lawmakers chose to do? They banned her from the team she helped create. It didn't matter that she went to the legislature in her state and pleaded with them and said, hey, my friends want me to play with them. They still passed a bill banning all future trans athletes, including Fisher Wells, from playing in school sports just to stop that one 13-year-old from having fun with their friends. So no, I don't think that parents who are drunk on Fox News Kool-Aid have legitimate concerns about trans athletes. And even if all 5 of the trans athletes were menaces and they were cracking the skulls of their cis teammates, it is still not a legitimate concern, statistically speaking, because your kid is more likely to be struck by lightning or eaten by a shark or murdered by a school shooter than they are to even encounter a trans athlete. Like, encountering a trans person, generally speaking, statistically, very unlikely in school. But a trans athlete, they are a minority of a minority. We're talking about a fraction of a percent here. So if you're concerned about trans athletes, congratulations, you've been duped. You've been distracted by the Epstein class who want you to think that trans people are the cause of all of your problems, even though it's the elites who are the ones that are robbing you blind. You simply have to make the fucking case that I'm making. Is that so difficult? But let's assume that Jane and the likes of Cenk Uygur and others who agree are correct, and that if we did concede on some issues, sports, for example, conservatives will finally leave trans people alone. Do we really think that this is the case? Really? I'm old enough to remember a time when conservatives only wanted to ban gender-affirming care for adolescents. Now, they've been pretty open about the fact that they don't think that anybody should have access to gender-affirming healthcare, even adults as well. So this is why you don't concede on anything ever, because once you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. Or in this case, once you buy into the idea that some discrimination towards trans people on narrow issues is okay, you feed into the right's dehumanization of them and fan the flames of hate, because if some dehumanization is okay, why not a little more dehumanization on this issue and that issue? It's not like we're killing them, so as long as we, just nibble around the edges until there's no rights left, that's fine, right? Like, this is how you get fascist creep, which is why you hold strong and you reject the premise altogether and you insist that trans people, like all human beings, should be equal. Trans people should have the same rights as their cis peers, full stop. But even if you try to make the case and you fail, guess what? Trans issues aren't as salient to cis voters as other issues like the economy are. So they're not going to be motivated to vote against Democrats if they come off as too compassionate to trans people. But People with trans friends and family and trans people are going to be pissed off if Democrats choose to abandon them. But Jane will have to forgive me if I come off as one of these unreasonable trans rights activists who refuses to even hear the other side, because I see how this debate about trans people affects my trans family members. So I refuse to let people talk casually about this as if we're merely discussing tax policy when people's lives are at stake. Literally, as journalist Aaron Reed reports, suicides among trans teens skyrocketed in the UK following crackdowns on life-saving, medically necessary, gender-affirming healthcare. And here at home, Republicans have already proposed more than 400 anti-LGBTQ plus bills in legislatures across the country, most of them anti-trans, and let me remind you, it's just February. And as high as that number is, it was actually higher last year. And the political and social climate towards trans people has gotten so toxic that genocide experts at the Lemkin Institute are now sounding the alarm about how we're in the early to mid stages of an actual trans genocide in the United States, with Lemkin's Institute president Dr. Alyssa von Hoden-Forhay warning that Republicans are using trans people to generate fear, particularly surrounding children, family, and their ideal concept of masculinity, to prime their base for genocide. But she's not alone. Dr. Gregory Stanton, president of the group Genocide Watch, agreed, saying that Donald Trump's executive order denying any recognition of any gender outside of the male-female binary is a totalitarian idea that is driven by Nazi ideology. Dr. Stanton also noted that such strict male-female binaries neither exist in nature nor in many other cultures. Quote, the Trump administration and its basis have identified a set of enemies or objectionable people and have stirred up public prejudice against them in a way that is escalating towards violence, said Dr. Henry Thuralt, who served as the International Association of Genocide Scholars from 2017 to 2021. Thuralt said the U.S. would increase policies to make life intolerable for trans Americans, something that will cause trans suicide rates to rise dramatically. And he adds, we're already at the point for trans folks, for immigrants, where the damage is being done, Dr. Thuralt said. So it's not so much will genocide happen as we got to stop it from happening. And on that note, it's gotten so bad that 48% of trans Americans have either moved from the state that they were living in due to crackdowns on trans rights, or they fled the country altogether. In fact, some of them ended up in a refugee camp in the Netherlands while they wait for their asylum claims to be processed. And I don't want to just breeze by that horrifying fact, so I'm going to say it again because it's important. There are American refugees who were forced to flee the country so they can escape political persecution. Let that sink in. That's what it's come to. But the radical trans activists are the ones who are expected to tone down their advocacy so as to not offend the fickle American public who soured on trans rights because, according to Jane, we've been a little bit too vocal. Fuck that. We should be louder and more persistent than ever when it comes to trans rights, because I don't view this as some sort of popularity contest. I don't view this as a political game to be played. I view this as a fight for a group of people whose existence is existentially threatened by fascists. So no, Democrats shouldn't use Jane's poll as a justification to abandon trans people. They should see it as a failure and be ashamed by what has happened. It is the culmination of years of propaganda and millions of dollars being spent, and they didn't push back. So the takeaway from this poll, if you're an elected Democrat, should be, I need to fight even harder because things have gotten bad since I've withdrawn from the fight. I've ceded ground to the fascists. Because, I mean, if you can't even stand by the basic social justice principles that you purported to have just a couple of years ago, really, what good are you as a party? Like, why would you even exist at that point if you're not willing to do the bare fucking minimum for your own constituents? So I dare Democrats, try to pull a TYT. Just try and see what happens if you jump on the anti-trans bandwagon to make yourself more popular. TYT found out the hard way that actually didn't help them, because actually, if you purport to be progressive, you should stand for progressive values. And that means standing for marginalized people when they need you. So just try it. Like, if you want to come for my trans family and my trans friends, you're going to have to go through me and millions of other cis people who are not going to let you harm our trans family, right? And if there's anything we learned from Republicans, it's that bullying works. So I promise you, there will be fucking hell to pay for any Democrat who gets out of line on this issue. You either toe the line or you face our wrath. And let this be a warning to all Democrats thinking that they're going to run for president in 2028. Fuck around and find out. We will crush your 2028 ambitions the second you fucking equivocate. I am done with the spinelessness of this party. Either stand for what you say you believe in or fuck off. It was Gaza. Kamala Harris lost to Donald Trump in 2024 largely because of her position on Gaza, at least according to this Axios article we're going to talk about, which sheds light on a DNC autopsy about the 2024 election that the party is choosing to keep from the public. Now, the article explains that party officials held closed-door meetings with pro-Palestinian groups as part of their investigation into why they lost, and IMEU in particular told them that their complicity with the Palestinian genocide cost them support with Arab Americans as well as young people and progressives, and party officials confirmed this with them. A spokesperson for IMEU says the DNC shared with us that their own data also found that the policy was, in their words, a net negative in the 2024 election, and Axios verified that the party officials who conducted the autopsy did in fact conclude that the issue harmed the party's standing with some voters. Now, keep in mind that this is just another piece of evidence that points to Gaza being a major factor in Kamala Harris's defeat. A different autopsy on the 2024 election by Roots Action concludes that the Gaza effect was one of 5 main reasons why Harris lost the election, particularly because young voters as well as Arab American voters in key states like Michigan didn't want to come out and vote for her since she refused to break with Biden on his unconditional support for Israel. And to go back to the IMEU data that they presumably presented to the DNC, they found that nearly 30% of 2020 Biden voters in swing states who didn't vote for Harris in 2024 say that their number one issue was Gaza, and more than a third of them said that they would have voted for Harris if she promised to withhold weapons to Israel. So it's not surprising to see the DNC come to the same conclusion, because even without all of the data, it was pretty obvious. And it's an open secret in DC that she did indeed lose because of her position on Israel-Palestine, but they just don't want to admit that. But just to show you what I mean, a comms director for Omar and Ellison in Minnesota says when you talk to Democratic operatives in D.C. privately, every single one of them admits that Gaza is the reason Harris lost. It is universally believed, and nobody will talk about it publicly. It's why the DNC didn't publish its post-mortem. But it's not like they weren't warned, because Waleed Shahid adds, for over a year, I warned operatives, pollsters, and Biden-Harris staff that Gaza policy was costing us votes. I was told it wasn't in the numbers. After the election, some conceded it was a political calculation that shifting risked Harris looking too liberal to voters and donors. In the end, risk aversion and condescension masqueraded as wisdom. It cost lives, it cost trust, it may have cost an election. So the Democratic Party's base wanted a weapons embargo or for Harris to condition aid at a minimum, and she refused to listen, even though they couldn't have possibly been more clear, even though we all knew this was a possibility. And because she chose to not listen, she paid the price for it. The whole party paid the price for it. As a matter of fact, we're all paying the price for their unwillingness to listen. And this is not controversial to say. In fact, Kamala Harris even admitted such in her book. She called Biden's response to the genocide, quote, inadequate, and admits that Biden's perceived blank check to Netanyahu hurt her. The problem, however, is that she did nothing to distance herself from that terrible policy. In fact, she tethered herself to that sinking ship and repeatedly insisted that there was no daylight between her and Biden on the issue of Gaza. And here we are now, as a result, in a soft dictatorship with an absolute madman as president. And even though it's unclear if we're going to even have free and fair elections in the future, I do still think that it's important that we look back and learn from 2024 in the event democracy is restored one day. Because if Democrats make the same mistakes again and again and again, they're going to keep losing. And it's not like this is the first time that happened. Back in 1968, Humphrey waited too long to distance himself from Johnson's disastrous support for the Vietnam War, and that led to Nixon's victory. So if Democrats never learn obvious lessons from the past, they're going to keep emboldening right-wing conmen in future elections. Now, the good news is that Democrats are slowly but surely realizing that their unconditional support for Israel is politically untenable. Even Gavin Newsom is suddenly pretending to oppose AIPAC, even though he recently implied that Van Lathan was anti-Semitic for saying that he wouldn't vote for a candidate that took AIPAC money. Now, even though it's good to see them finally get the message, the bad news is that this is obviously a change in PR and not in policy. Furthermore, even if there was a policy change, you can't just pivot and pretend like you didn't just support a genocide. That's a permanent mark against you, and we won't forget that. And there needs to be a reckoning in the party, and their support for genocide has to be confronted head on, because as Ta-Nehisi Coates put it in 2024, we are at a moment right now where people are asking themselves, why can't the Democratic Party defend this assault on democracy? And I would submit to you that if you can't draw the line at genocide, you probably can't draw the line at democracy. And that's a really important point, and I haven't been able to get it out of my head since I heard him make it, because voters will never ever be able to look at the party the same way again after they supported a fucking genocide. And listen, supporting a genocide was bad in and of itself, but Democrats chose to keep supporting a genocide even though they knew it was a political liability when democracy itself was at stake. So the trust has been permanently broken because Democrats essentially chose to sacrifice democracy also they can keep supporting a genocide that's still very much ongoing to this day, contrary to popular belief. In fact, Israel is in the process of annexing the entire West Bank as we speak. So you can't just support a genocide and then move on and pretend like Biden and Harris didn't set the stage for what we're seeing right now. There needs to be real accountability. But instead of making meaningful changes, some Democrats are choosing to just hide their more unpopular positions from the public. For example, war with Iran looks imminent right now, seeing as how Donald Trump is deploying cargo ships and fighter jets to the region. But what's odd is that the Democratic Party, the supposed opposition, mind you, has been conspicuously silent, aside from a few exceptions here and there. But there's a reason for that. As Dropsite News reports, a foreign policy aide whom Dropsite agreed to not name explained that a substantial number of Senate Democrats believed Iran ultimately needed to be dealt with militarily. But those Democrats, the aide explained, also understood that going to war again in the Middle East would be a political catastrophe. That's precisely why they wanted Trump to be the one to do it. The hope was that Iran would take a blow and so would Trump, a win-win for Democrats. So this is why it feels like Democrats aren't doing enough to stop Donald Trump, because a sizable portion of them support what they're seeing. And this article refers to the Senate Democrats who are just quietly crossing their fingers and hoping that Trump invades Iran. But I don't want to make it seem like they're all keeping their mouths closed, since a lot of them actually are pretty open about their support for war with Iran.
You've seen this massive buildup in the Middle East, the president threatening to strike Iran. Would you support that?
I'd want to know what the president's goals are. I'd want to know what his objectives are. Look, we know the Iranians. These are the bad guys. These are the folks these are the people who are the largest exporter of terrorism around the globe. You will find no sympathy from me when it comes to the Iranians.
I think it's appropriate that the president has all the options on the table.
Why? How could you allow Iran to acquire a nuclear bomb? Now, people have always said that. Well, you know, he actually did something to actually prevent Iran from doing that. If they have 900 pounds of near weapons grade uranium, why wouldn't you strike that? Why wouldn't you hold them accountable that way? And now here we are again, and now we've demonstrated that's the only thing Iran ever responds to is strength and power, and hit them. And if they want to hit them again, because I don't think you can't really trust and negotiate with them. You can't negotiate with cancer. You have to attack it and go right at it with superior force.
I mean, with Democrats like these, who needs Republicans, right? And let's not forget that the leader of the Democratic Party, Chuck Schumer, attacked Donald Trump last year for being too soft on Iran before he later bombed Iran. So I guess Trump proved to him that he's not soft on Iran. He's not Taco Trump after all, and he's about to do it again. And Schumer is quiet. The point is that most Democrats, they support war with Iran, hence why they're remaining silent. And this demonstrates why there's a trust issue with the base, because they're fucking disingenuous. Rather than changing policy, they're choosing to just hide their more unpopular policies from the base. And this duplicity is why they keep losing elections, because they keep their base in a perpetual state of disappointment, cycle after cycle after cycle. And it's not a coincidence that the same Democrats supporting war with Iran were loudly cheering on the genocide in Gaza, because Israel desperately wants to goad the United States into a war with Iran, since that's what they want. So the policy supported by the Democrats is a reflection of the money that they're taking from AIPAC, from defense contractors and other interests that oppose what the voters want. But all of this begs the question, you know, if Democrats' silence on Iran is a sign of their tacit approval, is the same true for Venezuela? Is it true for Cuba? I mean, not many Democrats condemned Trump's kidnapping of Maduro. A lot of them, you know, they feigned concern about him not getting congressional approval, but their opposition hinged on the way he attacked Venezuela and not the fact that he did it in the first place, which is bad. Now, with regard to Cuba, Trump is currently strangling them with an oil blockade that's creating a full-blown humanitarian disaster, and most Democrats are responding to that manufactured crisis by saying nothing. See the problem? It's one of the reasons why Democratic Party voters in a New York Times focus group described the party as spineless, complacent, paralyzed, afraid, and incompetent, while others said that they've given up or sold out, which is all true. And it's why it's so important to relitigate the 2024 election, especially with regard to Gaza, because more and more voters are starting to see that it's not just that Democrats are weak, it's that they're fascist collaborators, full stop. It goes back to the quote from Ta-Nehisi Coates. If they won't draw the line at genocide, how can we expect them to draw the line anywhere else? The trust has been permanently broken. And even if the party apparatus refuses to address this, the good news is that voters are more aware of the game that they're playing. Case in point, people in the politics subreddit, which is typically pretty pro-Democrat, had some really encouraging takeaways about the Axios report that we're talking about today. One person says, as easy as it is to bag on voters who didn't show up, at some point you have to hold the DNC accountable. If Trump was really the catastrophic threat to our democracy like they ran on, which he is, why didn't the DNC course correct? Why was their pitch to the American people the status quo, which was not polling well? It screams entitlement and incompetence. We should have much higher expectations of those wanting to be voted in and to lead than our voters. Schrodinger's leftists, so important that a small amount of them can sway an entire election, but so unimportant that their vote shouldn't be campaigned for. Exactly. Another person adds, you can't lecture people about civility and morality and then unquestionably back a genocide. I can imagine a younger, more idealistic version of me voting third party or staying home in 2024. Not saying it was right, Gaza is in worse shape because Harris lost, but I understand the impulse to vomit in one's own mouth at the thought of voting for these hypocrites. But to add insult to injury, the party is refusing to release their post-mortem that confirms what we already know because they think that that's going to be some distraction from the Democratic Party's recent wins. But as many people are starting to realize, they're winning because people dislike Trump, not because they love Democrats. In fact, they still very much dislike Democrats, and that dynamic is bound to flip in the next several elections if Democrats refuse to change a thing. But I mean, if you expect them to change, don't hold your breath because they're not going to change. They would have already done so if they were planning on it. The only way to get a Democratic Party that vociferously opposes fascism is to purge the party of its fascist collaborators. That is what you do. It starts with the primaries. Florida's 23rd congressional district is currently being represented by Jared Moskowitz, a genocide-supporting fascist collaborator who's fighting the movement to abolish ICE. He even voted to censure Al Green for standing up to Donald Trump at last year's State of the Union. The good news is that he's being primaried by Oliver Larkin, who wants to abolish ICE and opposes genocide. Now, in the Michigan primary for the U.S. Senate, Abdul El-Sayed is a medical doctor who supports Medicare for all and opposes genocide, whereas his opponents don't share those same views, and they just represent the status quo, albeit to lesser degrees, to be fair. But in the 9th District of Illinois, Kat Abu-Ghazala literally put her ass on the line and got assaulted for resisting ICE and is now being sued by the Trump administration for impeding ICE. So she's obviously in favor of abolishing ICE, but she also supports all of the policies that would make Democrats more electable, such as Medicare for all and a weapons embargo on Israel. These are the kinds of Democrats that you have to vote for if you actually want to stop fascism. And there are dozens of others just like them, which are often highlighted by the Secular Lefty YouTube channel, which I'll encourage you to subscribe to again. But even if you're more moderate and you don't agree with progressives, still, you have a reason to vote for the most progressive candidate in every single primary if you want to stop fascism, because progressives have proven time and again that they're the only ones in the party willing to fight Donald Trump, because there's no question about whether or not they oppose what he's doing. They oppose the entirety of his agenda. And one last thing that I'll say is that I'm not trying to create a false equivalence between Democrats and Republicans, because both parties are not the same. Even on the issue of Gaza. In fact, Trump's ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, just created an international shitstorm in an interview with Tucker Carlson for saying that he'd be cool with Israel just taking over the entire Middle East. So, my goal here in criticizing Democrats isn't to obscure the differences between both parties. It's to make the Democrats a better party so they can beat Republicans in every single election. Because if 2024 taught us anything, it's that simply being less bad than Republicans is not a winning strategy. You have to give people something to vote for and not bank on them coming out to vote for you because they're voting against something. And no, berating voters election after election isn't going to move the needle either. If you want things to get better, you have to demand more from the people with power. And if they refuse to listen, then you need to vote for better candidates in the Democratic Party primaries. And if you keep voting for the same tired-ass centrist do-nothing Democrats in primaries when there's usually a viable alternative who's progressive, you shouldn't complain because you're getting exactly what you're voting for.
Candace Owens is an evil, twisted human being.
You go yourself, you demonic scum.
Candace Owens is going to get Erica Kirk murdered.
The gods have truly shined their light upon us today, my friends, because the entire right-wing grifter sphere is the most outraged they've been since Bud Light decided to put a trans woman's face on a beer can. And the reason why they're angry is very, very funny. But why are they so apoplectic, you ask? Well, it's because Candace Owens decided to treat one of them the same way she's treated other people for years. And you see, they don't like getting a taste of their own medicine, so they're melting down as a result. And I personally find this hilarious because they're totally cool with innuendo and false allegations and conspiracy theories against their political opponents or just regular people when they think there's some political payoff for it. But now that Candace Owens is going after a sacred cow on the right, all of a sudden, they're concerned about facts and evidence. So Candace Owens released a trailer for her upcoming investigative docuseries about Erica Kirk titled Bride of Charlie, which I'm assuming is a reference to the movie Bride of Chucky, presumably because there's a striking resemblance between Erica Kirk and Chucky's wife. I mean, don't blame me for it. Candace is the one who made that reference, but Candace makes it clear in this trailer that she's going after Erica Kirk hard. And here's a clip from that trailer.
Erica Kirk has been named the new CEO of Turning Point USA.
My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead.
It's weird to say excited.
Describes her husband's funeral as the event of the century. Merch, hats.
We have 50,000 plus hat orders.
Nobody knows why she's out there in a glittering pantsuit in a recreated tent that her husband tragically was murdered in, throwing merch out.
Everyone grieves differently, so if someone's acting weird, don't read into that.
Zionists, the Prime Minister of Israel, all lied through their teeth about Charlie Kirk.
Her operation was in Constanta, the epicenter of Romania's trafficking scandal.
Weird conversations to have with a 15-year-old. I'm gonna touch your butt.
$8.6 million to their own shell company. What is going on?
We have nothing to hide. My aunt used to tell me, never do something that you don't want on the front page of a newspaper.
Damn, Candace is crazy for this. And I've got to say that the clip of Jimmy Dore, that really sent me. That was a wonderful touch for Candace there. But in Candace's defense, Erica Kirk's behavior has been extremely fucking bizarre. Does that warrant a multi-part docuseries? No, I wouldn't necessarily say that. But Erica Kirk chose to be a public figure, and while that in no way justifies harassment towards her, all public figures are subjected to hyper scrutiny. And you're not going to get a pass just because your big break came out of tragic circumstances, especially if you keep doing things to make people question your motives. For example, people pointed out that Erica Kirk actually removed her and Charlie's wedding picture from the set while leaving basically everything else still in place. Like, that's really, really weird. And sure, people grieve differently, but most people would find that strange, I think, even, given how differently people grieve. My dad died 6 years ago. I still haven't removed the picture of him that I have above my desk. I feel like that would be disrespectful almost to him, and I like seeing it. It reminds me of the good times that we had. Now again, Erica Kirk's odd behavior isn't evidence of some grand conspiracy like Candace is making it out to be, but when you decide to become a public figure, you have to understand that everything you do is going to be picked apart. And especially that's going to be the case when you're in this ecosystem where right-wing grifters get paid to pick every single thing apart. But conservatives seem to think that Erica deserves some permanent veto of all criticism because she was married to a white supremacist podcaster, but it just doesn't work that way. And Candace is just doing what she's always done. She hasn't changed. Everybody else has changed. The only reason why conservatives suddenly take issue with her antics is because she's going after one of their own. See, when Candace Owens was transvestigating Bridget McCrone for years, That was totally fine. When Candace Owens released a propagandistic piece slandering George Floyd, who was murdered by a cop on camera, they never clutched their pearls and accused her of going too far, even though, unlike Erica Kirk, George Floyd never asked to be a public figure, and he isn't even here to defend himself. But that didn't matter to conservatives. In fact, the same people criticizing her now actually promoted her hit piece on a murder victim, like the Daily Wire. But fast forward to today, and both of the Daily Wire's co-founders are accusing Candace of being, quote, evil for targeting Erica Kirk. So in case you're not keeping up, it's a-okay for Candace Owens to go after a black man who was murdered, but she's crossing the line by going after a white woman whose white supremacist podcaster husband was murdered. It almost seems like Candace Owens was only useful to them when she was attacking black people at their behest, but now that the tables are turned, they're crying foul. That's interesting, isn't it? Well, here's what I say. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, and they're now forced to deal with the monster of their own making, and they fucking hate dealing with the monster of their own making. And by they, I mean basically every single conservative podcaster dickhead in the right-wing ecosystem who is undoubtedly pissed off at what Candace Owens is doing now, but would have cheered her on if, you know, she chose somebody that they felt was a more deserving target. But let's get to some of these examples of outrage here because they were not happy. For example, Laura Loomer says none of his so-called friends are standing up for his poor wife, Miss Erica Kirk, as she's viciously attacked. Charlie thought he had friends. He had leashes. If Charlie had friends, they would be standing up for him. Charlie and I sparred at times over his nonstop gatekeeping and holier-than-thou attitude at times. I love how she's shit-talking Charlie as she's trying to defend his wife. But I would never be so depraved as to attack his widow. This is sick and twisted. You'd attack him now that he's not here to defend himself, though, right? Mark Levin says, Candace Owens is a monster. Those who defend her are monsters. Those with platforms who are silent are useless cowards. Robbie Starbuck says, this is wildly disturbing and inappropriate. What Candace is doing is indefensible and deeply dishonors Charlie's memory. Erica was the love of his life and the mother of his children. He's not here to defend her in a way that he'd want to. He would have gone to war over this. Cat Turd even chimed in saying Candace Owens is pure evil. She's a demon straight from the bowels of hell. That's a little melodramatic. Just the sight of her makes me gag. Listening to her arrogant cringe voice is like nails on a chalkboard. Gunther Eagleman says, whether you are a Candace fan or not, this is evil. Jordan Peterson's daughter says, thought I'd chime in, although it's obvious that this is demonic. Mean high school girl tactics taken to the next level. TikTok is rife with millennial mothers gleefully enjoying this. It's so embarrassing to be female sometimes. I swear we're all not that dumb. Well, I don't think that anybody was saying that, but thank you for pointing that out, Michaela. Pastor Greg Locke says, this is what happens when bitterness is all you drink. I've warned and warned, but people refuse to listen. Real Candace Owens is an extremely evil person. She's bent on destruction. I don't care what you think about Erica Kirk. This is out of bounds. Emily Schrader says, I don't care if you are left or right. If you like Charlie Kirk or think he was awful, if you love Erica or hate Erica, this is beyond the pale of anything that should be accepted in society. Oh, that's rich coming from a fucking conservative. It's targeted harassment, bullying, and incitement against a grieving mother of young children at a level I don't think YouTube should be permitting. Oh, censorship. Trying to get her deplatformed. Meghan McCain says, pure, unadulterated fucking evil. Who in God's name would put a woman whose husband was brutally assassinated in front of the entire world through this? I'm so upset by this. I'm just so deeply sorry Erica and her family have to be put through this. Dave Rubin chimed in saying, is it true that Megyn Kelly is the executive producer? Did Tucker fund this with his Qatari money made off of the backs of Christian slaves? Just asking questions. Got him, Dave. Eyal Jacoby says, looking at the speakers of AM Fest and seeing which are too cowardly to defend Erica Kirk. Jack Posobiec, silent. Benny Johnson, silent. Steve Bannon, silent. Megyn Kelly, silent. Tucker Carlson, silent. Who did I miss? And last but not least, and probably my favorite, Seth Dillon of the Babylon Bee says, imagine being Erica Kirk for a moment. You've lost your husband while your children are still young, and not by natural causes or some tragic accident, but by assassination for defending his values. And while you're pressing on despite your mourning, one of your husband's so-called friends begins attacking you. Instead instead of the man responsible, to do as much harm to you and Charlie's organization as possible. And on top of that, as difficult as it is to believe, people who claim to be your friend, who spoke on Charlie's stage and attended his funeral, are suddenly nowhere to be found. They sit quietly on the sidelines, keeping a safe distance, hoping none of the arrows will come their way. Imagine how deeply that betrayal must hurt, how much it compounds the pain you're already suffering. You can't actually imagine it. There's no precedent for it. You'll never experience anything like it in your life. Now, that was probably my favorite response because it made it apparent to me that, oh, Candace Owens is somehow teaching conservatives empathy. Us lefties have been trying to do this for years and we got nowhere. But with the release of a single trailer, Candace Owens achieved what no one else could. She got them to put themselves in the shoes of somebody else. Look, that's honestly impressive. Now, whether or not they'll stick to this new empathetic approach is a different story, because like if you swap out Erica Kirk with Renee Good's wife or the family of Abrigo Garcia, would they still be able to put themselves in their shoes? Of course not, but baby steps, right? This is the first step to potentially being a little bit more empathetic in the future. But as you can see, most conservatives were outraged over this, but nobody was more outraged than Dan Bongino and Ben Shapiro, because they talked about the trailer on camera and you could see how affected they were. Like when I say affected, I mean Dan Bongino looked like he was on the verge of tears over this trailer. And you got a taste of that at the beginning of this video, but that was just an appetizer. Now I'm going to give you the full entree.
Imagine sitting there in your house and you find out from Twitter or, I don't know, a text or a phone call or that your husband was just shot in the neck for the entire world to see on social media at a public event. I can't imagine that. I know you can't either. Then you got to go through this. And you got a bunch of absolute fucking lunatics sending her emails. You did it. Comments, tweets. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. You demonic fucking scum. And I'm sorry if the language distracts from you, but I can think of no other New York way to say it than fuck you, motherfuckers. You deserve to feel the little licks of the flames of hell on every inch of your body. Fuck you. If there's an afterlife, oh, and I believe there is, I believe in the second creation. I don't pretend to be the judge and jury, but I know you're not in it.
Hey, Dan, I know that you're probably not going to see this because you have me blocked, but I still have to ask, where was this energy for any of the elite pedophiles that you covered up for as deputy director of the FBI? We didn't get a fraction of this anger and empathy for any of Epstein's victims, not to mention Trump's accusers. In fact, you lied to the public to defend these elite pedophiles. Where was your righteous indignation back then? I just can't with these people. It's so hard for me to take conservatives seriously when it comes to issues relating to morality, because these are the most morally bankrupt people in the fucking world who spend 99.9% of their days thinking of new ways to make life worse for most people on the planet. So spare me the fake fucking outrage. But I do want to dive deeper into Ben Shapiro's monologue because he seemed genuinely shocked by Candace Owens' actions, like he couldn't fathom how a human being could be this cruel. I mean, watching a genocide unfold for 2.5 years wasn't shocking at all to him, but a trailer for a hit piece on the widow of a white supremacist, that is shocking behavior to him, and he just can't believe that anybody could possibly be so cruel.
Candace has spent the last several months attacking the widow of Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk. It took her just a few days after Charlie's sick murder in order to start casting aspersions at Turning Point USA, people who work there all the way up to the highest levels, up to and including Erica Kirk. She was doing that very, very quickly, and she's been doing it for months. She came out with something that she had announced she was doing, which is a series. This is a trailer for a series, a teaser trailer, that is titled Bride of Charlie, which is supposedly now an expose on the evil, nefarious, predatory nature of Erica Kirk, the widow of Charlie Kirk, who again was shot in the neck, not by some sort of vast conspiracy involving French intelligence and Egyptian airplanes, but by a trans-loving gay man who is a furry. Because Candace Owens is either going through the throes of mental illness or because she is a sick human being, or both, she has decided that she is going to turn her fire on the widow. Don't believe me? I know. Listen, there are a lot of people who listen to Candace. She has a huge audience. This is what she does. This is who she is. She is a conspiratorial, evil person, because that's who would do something like this. A conspiratorial, evil person. Apparently, she is calling Erica Kirk, she has been calling Erica Kirk a lesbian pedophile grooming a 15-year-old. She is suggesting, of course, she has been suggesting for a while, that TPUSA was complicit, if not in the murder of Charlie Kirk, then in the cover-up of the murder of Charlie Kirk. This is the stuff that Candace Owens has been doing. Because Candace Owens is a true vampire. When it comes to conservatism and the conservative movement, she finds prominent people, and then she grifts off of them, and then she does more grifting off of them, and then she grifts them until she's done grifting them, then she moves on to the next thing she can grift off of. Candace drives huge numbers through slandering people, truly slandering them. And yes, Erica Kirk absolutely should sue the living hell out of Candace Owens for this sort of stuff.
Oh, the irony. See, slandering people is absolutely terrible. That is, unless, of course, it's directed at George Floyd. If that's the case, then Ben Shapiro's outlet, The Daily Wire, will publish and promote that slander. And if George Floyd's family decided to sue over that, something tells me that Ben Shapiro would not support that lawsuit. Because, see, these tactics are only acceptable to the right insofar as they are directed at appropriate targets. See, the right collectively decided that they were going to blame the entire LGBTQ community for Charlie Kirk's murder, but Candace Owens is throwing a wrench in their plans, and that's why they're so upset. Because all of these lies were supposed to be directed towards innocent queer people, but since they're now being directed at one individual with power and money, they don't like that. It's not the right target. See, and they're also mad that their propaganda pales in comparison to Candace's. So they're crying victim and they're resorting to outrage because they don't know how else to respond to their own tactics being used against them. But to be fair to them, look, if I were a soulless right-winger, I never would be, but if I were, I would be pissed off too, because Candace Owens really is doing some damage. Like, she's sowing division on the right, and as a leftist, you love to see it. But having said that, I do understand why they're mad. It's not just that, you know, she's dividing the right. She is literally delegitimizing one of the most powerful conservative interest groups in the country. And as Will Summer of The Bulwark reports, some of the staffers at TPUSA are buying into her conspiracy theories about Charlie Kirk's death. One was Aubrey Leitch, who posted a video claiming that they were fired for questioning the narrative surrounding Charlie Kirk's death. But that employee wasn't the only one because, quote, Leitch is just one of several Turning Point staffers who has been fired amid what's been dubbed a purge of employees. While it's not clear how many have been let go, Owens has played audio on her show of another staffer who claimed to have been fired without explanation. Owens also claimed that a TPUSA executive showed up at a third staffer's home to fire her and demand the immediate return of her company devices. Now, Summer says that the inside information is an indication that Candace is obviously getting staffers to leak information about Turning Point to her, and even though she got a cease and desist from the organization back in January, she hasn't stopped. I mean, she momentarily made it seem like she was going to cool it after she had a private meeting with Erica Kirk, but once her audience accused her of being paid off, she went right back to milking these conspiracy theories. So you can understand why the right is pissed off, because she's doing real damage to the conservative movement, not only by dividing them, but by discrediting one of their most prominent organizations. And to that I say, thank you, Candace. Thank you very much. Continue. And between her and Nick Fuentes encouraging Republicans to not vote, you might question whether or not the Republican Party has been infiltrated by ops who are deliberately trying to destroy the movement from within, but I can assure you that is not the case. Trust me, Democrats are not savvy or competent enough to pull off a subterfuge campaign that sophisticated. I think that the most likely explanation is that conservatives have conditioned people to just think that every single thing ever is a conspiracy theory, and if that's the case, you know, at a certain point, that snake is going going to eat its own tail. So in my opinion, this is an example of conservatives lying in the beds that they made for themselves. When you get people to ignore facts and empirical data and reality and base their worldview purely on hate and emotions, at some point, it's going to come back to bite you in the ass. And that is exactly what we're seeing right now. The chickens have finally come home to roost for conservatives. And I'd be lying if I said I wasn't thoroughly enjoying all of this, because I sure the fuck am. But in closing, I'm going to leave you with a skit from Erica Quirk, played by drag queen Lauren Banal, because it was conservatives, after all, who said that comedy was legal again under the Trump regime. And since conservatives spent the last 4 years shitting on queer people, it's only fair to let LGBTQ people kick conservatives now that they're down for once. Besides, I also thought it was funny and I couldn't really find another way to shoehorn this clip into a different video, so enjoy.
On the cross, our Savior said, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do.
What do you want to say to the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now? Stop. That's it.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Play stupid games, win.
The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed.
Well, the Supreme Court has overruled Donald Trump's dipshittery, overturning the global tariffs, though some still remain in place. And I'm going to break this down, including his reaction, as well as an incredible level of corruption at the heart of this story from his Commerce Secretary. I'm also going to discuss shortly here, are you getting your money back from the tariffs? How you were impacted personally? Spoiler alert, no. That's not how capitalism works. You get screwed while corporations get out big. And I'm sure the prices as well are not going to come down. Because why would they? Have they ever? These people get away with everything. So, not to get off on a tangent here, but it's the rot at the heart of everything going on is capitalism. Are these greedy ass corporations stealing your hard work, stealing your wages, forcing you to pay more for the tariffs that they're incurred? And then even when they're removed, and again, it's going to, it's up in the air, I guess, for 2 years as they fight to get their money back. Even if they get their money back, it's not going back to you. So anyways, let me get to the ruling before I go on a 10-minute tangent about how stupid this whole society is. But in a 6-3 ruling, the court decided that a 1977 law designed to address national emergencies did not provide the legal justification for most of the Trump administration's tariffs on countries across the world. It is the first time the court has overruled one of Trump's second-term policies. So on the question of, do you get your money back? What does it mean for the prices you're paying? Nothing, says Stephanie Roth, chief economist at Wolf Research. Trump has other tariff levers to pull, which I'll get to later on. He's already imposed a new tariff now. But the administration is, even if the administration is ultimately required to pay the refund to the companies, that doesn't mean you'll get a refund for the higher prices that you paid for things like sneakers, furniture, or other items. Quote, companies are highly unlikely to start trimming their prices as a result. Walmart is not going to give you a check for 15% tariff on sneakers you bought from them 4 months ago. The crazy thing is that I shouldn't be laughing at the idea that that is a thing that could happen. because in a just world, that would happen. You would get your money back if they're refunded. But you're not going to, because we know how this world operates. Until we decide to elect leaders who are not embedded with massive corporations, you are going to continue experiencing life like this. But voting to strike down the tariffs were the court's liberal bloc, Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, and Ketanji Brown Jackson. Joining them were Chief Justice John Roberts, who can often be on either side of an issue, along with Neil Gorsuch and Amy Coney Barrett, who were both appointed by Trump during his first term. Now, you may be wondering, why did these two Trump-appointed judges rule against Trump's tariffs? That is because the one thing more important than Donald Trump to many of these justices are the interests of massive corporations. And in this case, it aligns with people because these tariffs impact your average person as well. So, you can look at issue by issue. They will try and claim, they're being consistent in their rulings, and it's because of this and this and this, and we'll get to that in a second. And, in many cases that may be true, but there are also rulings that don't make any sense, but they'll justify them because the interests of massive corporations are not at play, or maybe they are at play in the ruling, again, for them. So wherever the massive corporations fall in an issue, you can guarantee that is likely going to be where the Supreme Court's going to fall, on the side of the massive corporations. This time, it just happens to also align with your average person. But this gets to the reason for the ruling. So tariffs typically need to be approved by Congress, which has sole authority under the Constitution to levy taxes. Trump argued, though, that he had the right to impose tariffs on trading partners under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEEPA, which in some circumstances grants the president authority to regulate or prohibit international transactions during a national emergency. And there was no national emergency, so it didn't make any sense. But it took a year to do this. It took a year to overrule this. Why so long? The impact that this has had on people's lives across the globe. And finally, this comes down. And even still, we're not sure if these companies are going to get refunded. Not that I care about these companies being refunded, but it's unclear how this is actually going to impact people because the prices are not going to come down. People are used to the prices. Companies understand people are now used to paying so much for their garbage. Why are they going to bring the prices down instead of just making a higher profit margin if, in fact, these tariffs are no longer in place? Which, again, some may still be in place because Trump announced a new tariff today, which we'll get to in a bit. But it's so messy. It's so ridiculous. This gets to Trump's initial reaction after finding out. This is behind the scenes. This is a report about how he reacted to the Supreme Court ruling.
We have learned more about what happened in the room when President Trump was with those governors and he learned of the Supreme Court decision. Apparently, the breakfast had been going well. They were working together. And then President Trump became enraged. He started ranting about the decision, not only calling it a disgrace, but started attacking the courts, at one point saying these effing courts, but using the actual language there. We know that President Trump does use expletives on quite often when he is enraged in particular. Now, this, of course, comes as this tariff policy. This could not be a bigger decision for President Trump. This could not be a bigger loss for President Trump. Not only is so much of his economic agenda based on these tariffs, so much of his foreign policy is based on these tariffs. He has used these tariffs as leverage in almost every meeting that he has had around the world. He has touted them as the most important part of the economic agenda. So clearly a huge loss, and he recognizes that today.
All right, so Trump got super emotional like a baby, like he always does. No surprise there. But what is amazing, before I get to the big corruption from a Trump official at the heart of all this, is the dissenting opinion from Justice Brett I Love Beer Kavanaugh. Because this, in my opinion, as somebody who is not a lawyer, I'm not a judge, but me as a civilian, just reading how his reasoning for dissenting is absolutely insane. He writes here, Brett Kavanaugh says, quote, "It is not likely to greatly restrict presidential tariff authority going forward. Trump just, quote, checked the wrong statutory box by relying on the IEEPA instead of other laws to pass his tariffs." So he's acknowledging here that what Trump did is in fact unlawful. But He'll find some other way to do it. So whatever. Like, how is this a decision from a judge? How, like, at least find some bogus legal justification for having a dissenting opinion here. But this doesn't make any sense. You could apply this logic to any decision you make. Well, it's going to be a little complicated. He'll just find some other way to do it. So what's the big deal? This is grounds for impeachment because it's completely insane. This quote here from him: refunds of billions of dollars would have significant consequences for the U.S. Treasury. Yeah, that's not for you to worry about. If something is illegal, if what Trump did is unconstitutional, you don't have to, they'll figure it out. They have to figure it out. It's the government. They have to figure it out. It's not on you to decide, well, it's messy. So, we can't. And I'm not even just making words up here. He writes here, that process is likely to be a mess. So, that's your reason for dissenting? Is because it might be messy for them to figure out how to return the billions of dollars? There's no basis in any sort of law or nothing here except for it's gonna be a little messy. So just let him do the tariffs, even though it's illegal. I don't understand how this man is a Supreme Court justice. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised. This is the guy that loves beer that got him on the Supreme Court. What a completely insane individual. So this other aspect of it, the refunds. The U.S. government now may owe U.S. companies $175 billion in tariff refunds. As Trump reacts to that, let me play this, and then we'll get to the incredible corruption.
Since Liberation Day, there's about $175 billion in tariff revenue that is now in limbo. Do you have to refund $175 billion?
Think of it, Peter. Very fair question. They take months and months to write an opinion, and they don't even discuss that point. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, not millions, hundreds of billions of dollars. And so I said, well, what happens to all the money that we took in? It wasn't discussed. Wouldn't you think they would have put one sentence in there saying that keep the money or don't keep the money, right? I guess it has to get litigated for the next 2 years. So they write this terrible, defective decision, totally defective. It's almost like not written by smart people. And what they do, they don't even talk about that.
Quote, it's almost like not written by smart people. And they did talk about it. Brett Kavanaugh, as I showed you, talked about it. But they shouldn't talk about it. It's not their responsibility to worry about that. Their responsibility is to look at something that you did and say, is this legal or not? And they decided in a majority it is not legal what you did. So you have to refund the money. Now that part is on you, not on them. But here I'm trying to speak logic and Supreme Court decisions to a complete fucking idiot. So Sam Sway just breaks it all down nicely here. So the scheme is Trump got to use the tariffs as leverage for a year. Corporations got bailed out and refunded for costs they passed through to consumers by charging more, which, to be fair, it hasn't happened yet, but is supposed to happen. The American people pay the cost of the tariffs and pay to bail out the corporations, but don't get anything in return. Correct. That's how the system works under a system where you have companies controlling politicians. So this gets to the incredible corruption from Howard Lutnick's family. His family firm bought up the rights, yes, this is a thing, the rights to tariff refunds for 20 to 30 cents on the dollar after the Liberation Tariff Day last year. And the Supreme Court has now struck the tariffs down. For every $100 invested, Lutnick's sons just made 3 to 5 times. There was reports about this. This is Wired back in July last year. Trump's Commerce Secretary loves tariffs. His former investment bank is taking bets against them. Obvious conflict of interest. Clearly, this investment bank of his, Cantor Fitzgerald, knew something. Because why else would they be doing this? So, as Yahoo Finance breaks down, when Democrats warned about Cantor Fitzgerald about their tariff-related trades, note firms linked to Lutnick. So, Democrats wrote in their letter, specifically, Cantor has created a litigation finance product that places the company in the position of betting that courts will strike down to Trump's tariffs. Given that one of the purported architects of President Trump's tariff policy is Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, your father and former chairman and CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, the firm's actions raise obvious conflict of interest and insider dealings concerns. So in case you're wondering, like, how do you buy the rights to tariff refunds? I guess they made it a thing. And it just so happens to be the company that Howard Lutnick ran, clearly showcasing that he did not think this was going to hold up. Because you have this investment bank essentially paying companies to say, don't worry, we're going to pay you some money, just in the chance that these tariffs get overturned and they get refunded, then we'll make that money back. But at least you have some money now in case that doesn't happen. But clearly, they had a feeling it was going to happen. Otherwise, they wouldn't be making these sorts of insane investments into tariff rights. Like, I am consistently amazed at the new and innovative ways that Trump's administration is able to devise corruption. Just new and interesting ways to be corrupt. I never would have thought of buying up tariff rights. But here we are. Or I should say tariff refund rights. Wild stuff. And just to end on here, Trump announces 10% global tariff and rails against Supreme Court ruling. So in this announcement of him complaining about this ruling, he decides, now we got new tariffs based on some other bullshit. Who the fuck knows at this point? Section 122 of the Trade Act, 1974. Okay, whatever. He's going to find new ways to. What is this world, man? Like, absolutely insane garbage. And you know, prices are not going to come down. It's time to wake up. Not just to Trump, but to any dipshit of whatever party that continues to prop up and support the interests of massive corporations while they are screwing everybody else. This week was the final NDP leadership debate, and the stage looked like the NDP's version of the Village People, with the pacifist Quaker farmer Tony McQuail, the indigenous social worker and organizer Tennille Johnston, the white bearded dock worker Rob Ashton, the sitting MP Heather McPherson, and the big ideas policy wonk Avi Lewis. Honestly, an incredible mix of candidates, something that you simply do not see from the other parties. Perspectives that are all different from all different backgrounds and all are able to offer something to the conversation. Really good stuff. If you want to see the full debate, I did do a live commentary of it. So that is on the channel under the live tab. You can check that out. But in this video, I want to focus on one candidate, the one person that stood out to me that I believe should win this leadership race, and that is Avi Lewis. Now, before I get into this, I want to be clear. I have no association with his campaign, with the party in any way. And I simply support Avi Lewis because I think he's the best choice. Now, he is the only person, again, to be clear of my bias here, the only person that I have spoken to in this leadership race, but there is a reason for that. I don't do many interviews ever, but their campaign reached out to me and I agreed to interview him because I like him, because I think he should win this race. There's no other alternative motives here. I simply think Avi Lewis is the best choice to lead this party, and I think it's going to become clear when I break down some of these clips from the debate as to why. So let me start with the first clip here of this deals with policy and what I think Avi Lewis brings that clearly no other candidate does.
We're talking about Trump-proofing the economy. We're talking about a Canadian shield, an economic Canadian shield that will actually protect us from these tariff attacks. There's a lot of talk about how we're all the same, we all believe in the same policies. It's not entirely true. Our campaign has put forward the essential role of public ownership to make to double down on the things that make Canada Canada, not just our healthcare system, investing in the care economy where more than 3 million people, mostly women, work in long-term care, in childcare, in healthcare and education, a public option for groceries, cell phones, internet connection, a public bank through Canada Post and postal banking. These are measures emphasizing the responsibility of the government to step up and govern and use our public resources in the public interest. Not everybody on this stage is willing to go there.
The way we protect our sovereignty is by protecting our economy and making sure that it is working for all Canadians. And that does involve making sure that we are investing in building things here. You know, we used to have Connaught Labs here. We used to be able to build our own pharmaceuticals in this country. We couldn't do that during COVID-19. You know, we have a housing crisis, a national housing crisis. We should be investing in the homes that people need to live in right now. We should be investing in our healthcare system, investing in those things.
All right, so I included Heather McPherson there at the end as well, just to give you an idea of the other leading candidate in the race, Heather McPherson, in terms of what she is offering. Nothing against anything she said there. I think she's bang on, but that's all stuff that Ivy Lewis also supports. I think what Ivy Lewis brings to it are just things that, on its face, to many people, initially, may seem impossible, but these are things that already exist around the world, and there is no reason why we can't argue for them. This goes back to, you know, it's worth bringing up, his grandfather is David Lewis, a former leader of the NDP, one of the founding members of the CCF, the precursor to the NDP, that brought in universal healthcare. When that idea first came up, it seemed insane. Oh, it's too crazy, we can't possibly have healthcare. And then they did it. They did it provincially, and then it spread nationally. The other parties took it on because they realized this is incredibly popular, and we have to get out ahead of this before the NDP take us over. So when we talk about things like public grocery stores, as Theo pointed out on Twitter, Mexico has public grocery stores. France has postal banking. Saskatchewan has public telecoms. These aren't radical ideas. We can have good things. So I'm going to get a little deeper on grocery stores a bit later with the after the next clip, but I do want to mention the Maple has a great piece here. A better future for Canadian telecoms lives in Saskatchewan. SaskTel shows that even if we can't have a nationalized telecom sector, we'd be far better off with at least a public option. So first, worth mentioning, the Maple. Great publication. You should follow them, subscribe to them, read to them, support them if you can. They do great work. But this is a piece from 2021 that breaks down why and how SaskTel is so successful. So the province has wireless and internet rates well below the rest of the country, not just for customers of SaskTel, but for everyone. Many of the big national telecom companies such as Bell, TELUS, and Rogers set their prices up to 40% lower in Saskatchewan to compete with SaskTel. This is why a public option would be so important for the rest of Canada to also have, not just in telecoms, but many industries. What it does when you remove the profit margin out of these industries is it obviously lowers the price for customers, then forcing other competitors to also compete, showing you, of course, Bell, TELUS, and Rogers can lower their prices, but they're not going to unless there's a reason for them to. So in Saskatchewan, they need to because they have a public competitor. There's no reason why we can't have this nationally. So they also go on to write, a 2019 report from the Courage Coalition found that the company's, quote, CEO and board of directors were paid 1/10 of what MTS, Manitoba's privatized telco, which is of similar size and was sold off in 96, pays its corporate leadership. And rather than paying dividends to shareholders, excess revenue is given back to the province. So when you remove this profit motive, when you remove the CEOs making all this money, you have a situation where a company can actually deliver a public good at the cost that it should be. There is no reason why the rest of Canada shouldn't have this. There's also insurance. Saskatchewan also has public insurance. So we take a look at the premiums. This is from HelloSafe. These are figures from 2022, but they haven't changed much since then. Alberta, by far the most. Then Nova Scotia, Ontario, New Brunswick, Newfoundland. At the very bottom of the list, Manitoba and Saskatchewan, which is worth pointing out because, actually, before I get to there, they also don't include Quebec. I don't know what the reasoning is. Avoid comparing provinces on a biased basis. So Quebec has a public option in insurance premiums. They apparently have the lowest premiums. Worth bringing that up here. Again, I think they should have included that in the bar graph. But Manitoba and Saskatchewan, take a look at this list. You have every province with the highest insurance premiums are run by private companies, with the exception of PEI, which is low because it's PEI. In fact, PEI really should be at the bottom of this list if they had a public insurance system, but they're third from the bottom regardless. The very bottom of the list, you have BC, Manitoba, Saskatchewan. Public insurance. There is no reason why this shouldn't be an option for all Canadians. And I would argue maybe an option is better than having the entire system taken over by the public, just simply based on the fact that Quebec has a public option and theirs are the lowest. But you have here example after example of how a public option benefits people. So, quote, Manitoba and Saskatchewan have lower car insurance premiums than in other provinces because of their public car insurance systems. And that is from a spokesperson for Hello Save Canada. Now, this gets to the next clip, which deals with public grocery stores as well as strategy.
Mr. Lewis, I want to come to you because you argue for being bold, not liberal light. Those are your words. That appeals to activists, but elections are math.
Yeah.
And we have to be frank.
To Canadians, Hannah.
If you refuse to court centrist liberals, where does your growth come from?
That's not the way it is at all, actually. But thanks for the opportunity to clarify.
You're welcome.
This is where you see the shared values. We got to show up. We got to talk to working class Canadians. Danielle, Rob, Tony, Heather knows the same thing. We need to win. How do we do it? This is what we need to focus the conversation. We launched this campaign laser focused on the everyday emergency of just trying to get by in an impossible, unfair, and rigged economy. We're the only party that has a story for Canadians about why life is unaffordable, why you're crying at the supermarket checkout, because Galen Weston is worth $18 billion, and because 5 grocery chains dominate the industry and price gouge and collude. That's why we put out a public option for groceries. And we got incredible response, Hannah and Rob, you must know this, from Conservatives. Conservatives are really interested in a public option for groceries because Conservatives understand that the economy is rigged and we live in a monopoly economy. We share values, but we have different solutions, and we're going to win by offering solutions that are actually as big as the crises we face that will solve the crisis of working class life.
All right, so I'm going to get to this idea of public grocery stores. But first, I want to just point out, this was the only part of the debate where I was a little annoyed by the moderator because of the framing around this question, where she says, being bold appeals to activists, and if you refuse to court centrist liberals, how are you going to win? Let's just start with a fact, in reality, a thing that actually happened. Thomas Mulcair moved to the right of Justin Trudeau. Thomas Mulcair, the former leader of the NDP back in 2015, during the campaign, moved to the right of Trudeau, losing the chance that the NDP had. This is what was the one time where the NDP seemed like they could actually potentially form government. They lost their support to Trudeau when they moved to the right. And Trudeau came in on a huge majority, moving to the left of the NDP. So please tell me where this idea of courting liberals, how that's going to work for the NDP, when that's basically all they have tried to do nationally and have lost every single time. This is not how you win. And the idea that bold ideas only appeal to activists, like, it's such a stupid general statement. What is the idea? If you want to point out one or two things that, in the world, hey, this idea is too bold, it's going to turn people off, I'm sure those ideas exist. But in terms of what Avi Lewis is actually arguing for, his ideas are things that would save you money. How is that only going to appeal to activists? Only activists don't have money? Like, it's just, these are just like these sort of statements that are just sort of taken on as assumptions in mainstream press when there is no bearing in reality. Now, let me get to the grocery stores, because again, I want to point you to this piece. I link to all my sources below the video under sources on YouTube, so you can go link to them afterwards if you want. But this is from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, how public grocery stores could work in Canada. As they write, public options already exist elsewhere. The secret is building them at scale. So again, I'm not going to read through the whole thing, but I do want to point out a couple of things worth mentioning here. Our analysis shows that a public grocery network across Canada could save families approximately 30 to 45% off their grocery bill, depending on where they live. The price tag is reasonable, and our governments have the experience to make it work. So you have here, just like in insurance, just like in telecoms, when you have a public option, you have the potential to lower the prices for the obvious reason that the profit margin is no longer the focus under a Crown Corp compared to a private company where that is the only focus. So as they write, Mexico's Super ISSSTE chain is a public grocer owned by the Mexican government that began in 1953 and is being reinvigorated after years of neglect. It currently runs 46 stores in urban centers nationwide, operating at volumes that give them negotiating leverage needed to deal with suppliers. They prioritize Mexico-made goods, providing much-needed stability to local producers. So already, you have a clear example here, a national grocer in Mexico. Again, scale is important because when it comes to negotiating with suppliers, you have to be able to bring those costs down. But 46 stores, good chunk of stores, you are saving people money, delivering them groceries at lower cost through a public supplier. And you have as well the U.S. military commissary system is a successful publicly owned global food retailer. It serves 8 million shoppers through 235 supermarkets on bases worldwide, offering savings of 23.7% compared to commercial grocers. So this idea that on its face, public grocery stores, that's insane. You already have examples of it working. You have to be able to question your inherent belief system. Why is something to you sounding insane based on a title when there is no reason for you to feel that way if you actually look into the details and see that it's actually already been done successfully? So I understand people being, getting back to what the moderator said, these bold ideas only appeal to activists. I get that on its face initially, but if you just stop for 2 seconds, question why you are having a certain reaction to something based on a title and actually look into what it is and see where it's been done, maybe you will learn something. This is a fantastic idea that absolutely should be implemented. Now, let me get to the last clip here, which deals with the NDP Liberal Confidence and Supply Agreement. So just a quick summary of that. This agreement was back in 2022, lasted for a few years between leader Jagmeet Singh and PM Trudeau. That would see major NDP policy planks adopted in exchange for security on confidence and money votes in Parliament. Essentially saying, hey, Liberal Party, you're in charge right now, but we want some NDP stuff to be pushed through, or at least some progressive ideas pushed through. So like dental care for lower income families, we want this to be supported by you, and we will support you in other votes on what you want to do, as long as you support these various policy planks that we are pushing forward. So this was very popular initially, but voters got a little annoyed by the fact that the NDP were supporting Trudeau through this confidence and supply agreement while also criticizing him for not doing enough. And people got a little confused about what the NDP actually were trying to do when you are both supporting but also defending in terms of the actual votes for what the Liberals are doing. So this gets to Heather McPherson and Avi Lewis discussing this and their strategy around what the NDP should do.
Ms. McPherson, because you were closely involved in the agreement, if voters did punish the party for that agreement, how are you the candidate for change?
So listen, for me, when I look at that agreement and the things that we were able to achieve for Canadians, I think that's very, very important. But the key piece that we need to fix here is our electoral system, and we do need electoral reform because we should be working together. We should be working for the benefit of Canadians. All politicians should be going to Ottawa to get things done for Canadians. And I understand that my role as an opposition member is to hold the government accountable, and I do that every day. I'm able to stand in the House of Commons, and I will be able to stand in the House of Commons the day after this leadership race to actually fight for Canadians. That's what we need to be doing. When we can get wins for Canadians, let's work together. When we can't, let's not. But ultimately, it is a electoral reform that we need to be looking at.
It's a time for what Nathan Cullen called violent agreement among us. And Heather, I have to say, listening to your defense of the supply and confidence agreement, I got shivers. It's why you're an incredible MP, and I really respect your leadership. I think what we had there was a failure of communication. a failure to communicate. We were staying in this, as I understand it, we stayed in the supply and confidence agreement so that we could actually get the dental care program implemented. Now, Jagmeet was in a very difficult position because he had to criticize the very unpopular Trudeau government, but at the same time, he was still, and the caucus was still supporting on confidence motions, and Canadians got confused. Are you mad at them or are you supporting them? Because when push comes to shove, you support. And that's because we needed dental care for millions of Canadians to be implemented so the next government couldn't roll it back. But we never said that clearly to Canadians. We need to practice straight talk and clarity in our country and be transparent about why we're doing what we're doing. And I just want to say that in terms of proportional representation, which we all want, I've said that if we control the balance of power in a parliament, we will go in with one demand and change the electoral system so we have an actual functioning democracy in this country. And we have to let Canadians know that we're going to fight for that, because 36% of the popular vote should not lead to absolute power in Ottawa, and we all know it.
This, I think, is so very important for the NDP to understand. Straight talk and clarity when it comes to discussing what they are doing and why they are doing it. There needs to be a lot more just communication around that, so voters understand what the party's role is, because under a system that is first past the post, you're not going to get an NDP government anytime soon. And that is simply because of the system that we operate under. And, if there's one criticism I would have of the supply and confidence agreement that Jagmeet Singh signed with Trudeau, it would be that electoral reform wasn't the one thing he asked for. That should have been just the thing above. Throw everything else out, because everything else will come eventually if you have a electoral system that actually allows other parties to compete. But you have a system where you can win an election with less than half of the votes, leading to a situation where it's a two-party system. People are going to vote against the party that they don't want, which is what we see again and again and again. The last election, not taking anything away from Carney's campaign, and I think he campaigned well. I think he gave people a lot of confidence. But a lot of those votes were people that simply did not want Pierre Poilievre running the government when you have Donald Trump next door. So you have a system that simply does not make any sense. Again and again and again, we have majority governments where less than half the country voted for that party. That's not a majority, yet it is in our system. It's silly. So that has to be the focus of the NDP, and the other issues I think help to move the conversation. That's why I think bold ideas are important, even if you're not going to get, a public grocer anytime soon. Having that as a part of the conversation from a major party in Canada helps lead us to a better place eventually. And I think that's what Ivy Lewis brings that no other candidate does. But let me know your thoughts below the video, who you are supporting, and what you thought of Ivy Lewis and the debate. Well, following Team USA's unfortunate win over Canada at the Winter Olympics gold medal hockey game, Kash Patel, the FBI director, was caught partying it up in the locker room with Team USA on what was supposed to be a business trip with Italian officials. So in this video, I'm going to get to the reporting on this, the video coming out of the locker room, how embarrassing I find that to be, as well as some other reactions and details around this. So let me first start with the reporting that happened or came out late last week from CBS News, saying Kash Patel used an FBI jet to fly to Italy with plans to attend the Olympic men's hockey games, sources say. And HuffPost expanding on that, saying on Thursday, Patel did indeed head to Milan Cortina games on the FBI's Gulfstream jet. The report estimated that Patel's trip to Milan cost taxpayers as much as $75,000. FBI spokesperson Ben Williamson confirmed the trip, arguing, though, it was planned months in advance and Patel was there to meet with Italian officials for meetings and briefings related to government duties. And it just so happened to perfectly coincide with the Olympic Games and the Olympic gold medal hockey game. But this gets to Ben Williamson, again, FBI spokesperson, coming out and saying, following that previous reporting, saying your rag outlet, speaking of MS Now, wrote that he went to hang out at the Olympics on the taxpayer dime, even when provided information that your theory was false. When you're ready to correct that, let me know. Won't hold my breath. And readers added context here, as Twitter added. Patel was seen on Now deleted video celebrating with Team USA in the locker room after the gold medal game. In fact, Here he is. So Travis Akers, this is a former Navy SEAL, U.S. Navy intel officer, saying, can someone explain to me why the FBI director is partying in the locker room at the Olympics on the taxpayer dime? There he is with Dylan Larkin. Very embarrassing stuff. Gerald replies here saying, are the Epstein files there? I mean, this is... I guess if that was the case, then you could say, well, it was indeed on business. But Cash Patel isn't hiding it. He comes out saying unity, sacrifice, attitude, what it takes to be the best in the world. These men live and breathe it. Now Team USA are gold medal champions, legends standing on the shoulders of giants. Thank you for representing the greatest country on earth, debatable, in the greatest game ever created. Correct. Congrats, boys. So, here are his pictures. Now, I will say I'm happy to see my boy Austin Matthews not in any of these images. I mean, I think he's in this, I'm sure. But the ones with Cash Patel, I do not see him. So that's good. But look, we'll get to the video later. It's the players, it's the coaches, management, and Cash Patel. Like, why? Aren't you embarrassed? I mean, both should be embarrassed here. The team should be embarrassed to have one of the biggest Epstein class defenders in the room with them. But Cash Patel should be embarrassed just to be in that room. You had nothing to do with this. Why are you in there? So ridiculous. So here is Cash Patel just a few years ago criticizing the FBI director at that time, Chris Wray, about his personal trips on the FBI jet.
And I'm not saying take all their funding. I'm not the defund everything guy. I'm just saying Chris Wray doesn't need a government-funded G5 jet to go to vacation. Maybe we ground that plane. $15,000 every time it takes off. Just some thought.
Minimum. And it's worth mentioning as well here that Wray was actually appointed by Trump in 2017. And he did admit to going on vacation, but insisted that he had reimbursed the government, which is what you're supposed to do as the FBI director. Apparently, the FBI director is supposed to take the FBI jet everywhere just in case they have to leave immediately for some emergency, as if Cash Patel is going to help in any emergency. But regardless, they're supposed to reimburse. And it doesn't seem like that's been happening. So this is reporting from back in April about the personal trips that at that time already Cash Patel had been taking. So Patel's use of the Gulfstream jet operated by the FBI appears to extend his frequent trips to Las Vegas, where he has a home, and to Nashville, where Patel's girlfriend, who is a country singer, lives. Source familiar with Patel's travel confirmed to CBS News that the director was on the plane for several trips captured by Flight Radar 24, including a weekend dash to Las Vegas on March 7th and a weekend in Nashville on March 14th. Who knows how many more times since then he has been using this jet for personal reasons without reimbursing. Somebody was fired over the fact that this information got out. So a top FBI official who worked with the agency for 27 years was reportedly fired from his job after the Bureau's director, Cash Patel, became enraged by press stories revealing he had used a government jet to travel to see his girlfriend. He also has fired people over displaying the pride flag. So an agent trainee, as well as somebody who worked at the FBI for 16 years, fired for the display of a pride flag. But no, using government funds to fly the FBI jet to go watch the gold medal game and party it up with Team USA. Perfectly fine, not worth firing, but the display of a pride flag. Got to get that individual out of the FBI. Horrible, horrible stuff. Here is the video. So as Mike Bartner writes, I'm effing screaming. I assume the room was just packed with people and Cash was there, but it's only players, coaches, and management. And Cash. So I can't play the audio because there is music on this, but I will play the video. It is so ridiculous. So as you can see, it's just players, coaches. This is like a minute long. And Cash Patel. Like, what? What? Why? It literally is just players, coaches, management, Cash Patel. So absolutely ridiculous. Let me know your thoughts. Do you like, as a U.S. taxpayer watching this video, do you like your money being used for Kash Patel's private excursions, in this case going to party with Team USA at the Olympics? Let me know below the video in the comments.
And we have to, I must tell you, we're going to have to bring the women's team. You do know that.
Team USA's men's hockey team is getting dragged over a phone call with Donald Trump. So in this video, I'm going to play for you that phone call. I'm going to get to how that phone call even happened. I'll get to some reactions as well, and my thoughts on this entire thing, which I just find this all incredibly disappointing, especially as a Leafs fan. You can see the Leafs behind me here. The captain of Team USA is Austin Matthews, also the captain of the Maple Leafs. And look, luckily for me, he's not in any of these videos. Maybe he's the one taking the videos and sharing them to the media. I don't know. But it's just, you have a situation where this win could have been about honoring their fallen brother, Johnny Gaudreau, who was a fantastic American hockey player who tragically died along with his brother while he was riding his bike, died in a hit and run. And they did honor him. This is the team photo along with his kids there. But then they followed that up with dipshit Kash Patel in the room with them, partying, and then calling Donald Trump. So it is just incredible to see. Like, this video has come out. This is from William Turton from ProPublica. Again, not sure who leaked this video to ProPublica, but someone in that in that locker room, I guess, is at least aware of how insane this entire thing is. But this video has come out since my video on Kash Patel last night. But it is just embarrassing shit. Watch this. By the way, I took the audio off in case there's music on here, so I don't know if the copyright would remove the video. But this is so embarrassing. Bro thinks he's on the team. Like, what did you do? Did you play in the game? So incredibly embarrassing. And it's, in case you're wondering, Matthew Tkachuk, the biggest mega asshat on the team, is the one to put the gold medal on him. So embarrassing for both sides. Embarrassing because I would be embarrassed to be in that room when I had nothing to do with the victory. But also embarrassing for the team to embrace him like this. Just absolute trash. And then following that, this came out, which was leaked online. Partying it up. Here's Team USA partying it up with FBI's pedo protector and laughing along with Epstein's closest friend, Donald Trump, in case you didn't know, as he makes a joke at the women's team expense. Great job, guys. So let me play this call.
Watch 1 minute. 1 minute. And by the way, your goalie played not bad. Howie, say hi. Howie, say hi to him. How you doing, Don? I have seen hockey goalies have slightly worse games. It's unbelievable, and you were all unbelievable. And that team is pretty good you played. I don't know if it's not going to begin anytime soon, right? And, you know, I tell you what, I just told my people 2 minutes ago, I didn't know they'd be calling. I said, we're giving the State of the Union speech on Tuesday night. I could send a military plane or something, but if you would like to, it's the coolest night, it's the biggest. We're in. Yeah. Can you pick us up in Miami on Tuesday morning? Yeah, Tuesday morning. Close the northern border. We'll get cash and we'll get the military to get you guys over. I'm gonna let's go. Boys are going to the State of the Union. The nice thing about being president is I can tell you, you don't have to worry about the weather or landing. So we don't care if it's snowing, if it's the worst blizzard, we sail it through that sucker just like you did on the ice. Thank you, Mr. President. We'll do it at the White House anytime. What would really be cool, and we'll do the White House the next day, we'll just have some fun. We have medals for you guys. And we have to, I must tell you, we're going to have to bring the women's team. You do know that. I do believe I probably would be impeached, okay? But anyway, if you could work that out, I would be honored to have you. I'll introduce you to the whole...
I got it, boss. I got it.
Okay, you got it, Cash.
I'm on it.
Cash is doing it. I'm happy. happy.
I'm fucking on it.
Congratulations. That was an unbelievable game. I don't know if one person that wasn't, everybody that called me said I'm watching the hockey game. You know? I don't know if anybody that wasn't. And you're going to be proud of that game for 50 years as you grow older. I mean, it was amazing. So we love you guys. Congratulations. And I hope to see you, Cash, Tuesday night. And I want to shake hands. I'm going to shake hands with everybody, but I got to shake hands with that goalie.
We'll see you Tuesday night, Mr. President.
I'm driving the bus, boss. We're bringing the whole bus.
All right. I don't know. What are your thoughts? I'm going to get some reactions in a bit here. This is... So whenever I do a video like this, that crosses into other issues, like, you know, or other areas, sports in this case, I try to be mindful of people who may see something like this and not understand what the big deal is. Because they're, you know, teams of the past have won, and whether it's Republicans or Democrat, they go and visit the White House, and what's the big deal? Donald Trump is not like any other president. This is a man who is the most named individual in the Epstein files. And that's even after I mean, he is redacted most out of anybody for the obvious reason that he's the president and he's forcing them to redact him from the Epstein files. But even with that, they've missed a bunch of stuff. I'll get to that, one of those examples in a second here. But you have somebody who, not only that, has instituted mass deportations, has torn people's lives apart, their families apart. He has terrorized people with ICE. Minnesota being a great example of that. Quinn Hughes is on this team, Team USA. He plays for Minnesota, the Minnesota Wild. He knows firsthand, he must know firsthand, of what ICE did in Minnesota, is still doing in Minnesota. And he's going to go shake Donald Trump's hand? Like, there is a level, there's a limit to how far we can expect a dumb jock to be a dumb jock. At some point, we can't just pass it off as, oh, whatever, it's a sports team, they're going to go visit the Nazi president. What's the big deal? Like, this is not something to just write off. Like, there are also examples, by the way, many examples of teams that have declined a White House invitation. The 2018 Philadelphia Eagles, the 2017 and 2018 Golden State Warriors, the Raptors, which I'm not sure why the Raptors would ever have gone, but they did decline an invite before one ever came. The Seattle Storm, the WNBA, the 2019 U.S. Women's National Soccer Team have all declined a Trump invite because they understood who Trump was. So it's not clear yet. I'll get to some reporting about the reaction from team captain Austin Matthews after that phone call took place and what he actually told media, because it didn't seem like from his reaction that they are really clear about going, at least soon, before the NHL season starts back up on Wednesday. But from that call, one thing definitely stood out that is getting a lot of attention, and that is the joke at the women's hockey team expense. So Daily Mail reporting this: Trump leaves USA hockey stars in hysterics with joke about women's team during leaked locker room phone call. The Hockey News News' Ian Kennedy also covering this, saying President Trump and USA's men's hockey team were heard joking and laughing about having to bring the women's Olympic gold medal winning hockey team to the White House when they visit as well. Out of anything about that call, this, I think, is hitting the hardest because of what it says about how these men view the women's hockey team. Now, look, you maybe just say, oh, it's just a joke, whatever, they're just laughing. But what is the joke about? Who is, like, this is a joke at the expense of the women's hockey team. That, oh, I have to invite them, otherwise I'll be impeached. The joke there is that they're lesser than you. That's the joke. So, worth pointing out, this is the first convicted felon president. He's also was Epstein's closest friend. That's according to Epstein himself. I was Donald Trump's closest friend. That is an exact quote that is on tape. There's also many, many ties, as I mentioned, Donald Trump in the Epstein files, including this one, an FBI form that details a complaint from a woman who accused Trump of raping her when she was 13 years old. The anonymous accuser, Jane Doe, previously launched lawsuits against Trump and dropped them the last night before the 2016 election. The FBI document details multiple instances where she alleged abuse by Trump, including rape. It also says Epstein was allegedly angry that Trump was the one to take Doe's virginity and also rape Doe. These descriptions mirror the allegations that Jane Doe made in her 2016 lawsuit. This is the guy they're going to go and celebrate with at the State of the Union and or White House. So, as heard on the call, he did invite them to the State of the Union. Afterwards, Austin Matthews, the team captain, did not confirm whether the team would visit with Trump before the resumption of the NHL season on Wednesday, saying there's a lot of moving parts as far as our travels back home. We'll see what happens. So if you watch the video, which I'm not sure I can play because I think it's Olympic content, but if you watch the video, he does appear a little non-committal. Now, it's worth pointing out, Austin Matthews is half Mexican, is the captain of the Toronto Maple Leafs. This is somebody who I would assume has a little more awareness, maybe a better perspective on the world than a lot of his teammates. He's also not a Nepo baby like the Kachuk brothers are. So I would imagine he's at least a little more aware of the situation and how it may look, and feels a little torn about visiting, especially, if he's going to miss a Leafs game to go meet with Donald Trump, then just rip the C off his jersey and give it to somebody else, because he doesn't deserve to be the captain. But he goes on to say, we're all proud Americans, obviously. This is a huge moment for us, a huge moment for the U.S. And he was asked about the Trump call. He just said, Trump called, just congratulated us. It's an honor to wear this jersey and represent the U.S., to go home with a gold medal. You know how much that means to guys in the room, to people watching and rooting us on too. So he did really avoid the question about the Trump call, just saying he congratulated us and moved on. Even though the question to him was about the Trump call and what Trump said, he really did not detail that. But according to the most recent Gallup poll, Trump is the least popular president in more than 70 years. Or as the company put on its website, Trump's job approval rating is 15 points below the historical average for all other elected presidents in mid-February since 1953. All right, some reactions now. Luke writing, as an American watching this, just F these guys. Throw your medals in the trash. They're meaningless now. Ali writing, is just so crazy how there is pretty much no question at best Trump is complicit in child trafficking and more likely an active participant, and that just doesn't matter to these people at all. Like, that blows my effing mind. It really does. LMAFO at this team pretending to support the women's team and then laughing like little cucks when he makes a joke about them. Matthew Kachuk is the biggest bootlicking weirdo in the league. Holy, he's embarrassing. Would love to know what Jack and Quinn's mother, Ellen, the player development coach for the U.S. Women's Hockey Olympic team, thinks of her sons laughing along at a misogynistic joke directed at the women she helped make history. Just nasty, nasty individuals using these women for appearances while degrading them at the first opportunity. Speaking of Jack and Quinn Hughes. They have dominated Canada over the past year. They are much more successful than Team USA, than men's Team USA, and should be more respected in the view of Olympic medals because of that. But again, they're seen as a joke by Trump. Sophia writing, I generally cannot stress enough how sick to my stomach it makes me feel to witness hometown hero Brock Faber laugh with the guy who had ordered the murder and abduction and terror of his neighbors. Kobe writing, the U.S. men's hockey team won gold, but ended up being the biggest losers at the Olympics. A bunch of grown-ass millionaire men huddled up around a phone, smiling ear to ear, giggling their butts off at a pedophile making corny-ass sexist jokes about their peers. It does not get much lamer than this. And worth pointing out as well, there are fake quotes going around. So Patriot Takes shared this. Mega accounts keep attributing fake quotes and Trump support to athletes. This viral post contains a fake quote attributed to Team USA captain Austin Matthews. So, something about they think we're bad because the government, like, this is not a real quote. So just be aware that there are fake quotes out there. But as I pointed out, Austin Matthews is the first NHL player of Mexican heritage. And as Liz points out, sorry, but that means absolutely effing nothing if he's going to slut himself out for his government that is actively targeting, imprisoning, and killing immigrants that he shares that heritage with. Like, cool, he won. Going to use that platform for anything important, man. And this is, the part that I, as a Maple Leafs fan, as an Austin Matthews fan, I feel torn because well, I shouldn't say I feel torn. I don't feel torn. I just feel the bar is so low for hockey players. It really is. Like, a lot of us just assume they have shit politics. Luckily, we don't know most of their politics, but there are moments like this where we see a phone call like this that just brings us back down to earth and reminds us that out of any sport, these are the biggest dopes on the planet. And it truly is unfortunate. Hockey culture for a long while has been just terrible. It's not just about politics. I mean, we're talking about the treatment of women, the treatment of each other, the hazing that goes on. It really is next level compared to any other major sport. And it's something that the NHL has been trying to address. And, there's been attempts at trying to embrace things like gay rights and that sort of thing over the past few years. But it's so deep-seated in the culture that it's going to take years to reverse it. And when you have a phone call like this with, Captain Pedo and the Epstein protector, it's hard to imagine the culture on hockey getting better anytime soon. But when you look at other teams around different leagues and how they have been able to withstand Trump and reject his invitations, we should expect a lot more of hockey. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. I got a fantastic one lined up for you today. We're going to have a little bit of fun, which is not something that we usually do on mine. Now, I do still have, obviously, not so fun stuff, but I'm going to teach you how to get around some of that shit. I'm going to teach you how to get off of Discord, for example, so you don't have to be spied on when you're talking to your friends. And how to not have to give your ID to the literal Antichrist. And you can do this at home. You don't even have to go as far as I did, but we'll get there. I'm going to save that for a bit towards the end. Why is the screen frozen? I don't know. My camera's messed up. What is happening with my camera? Hold on. Let me turn on a virtual camera. That might work. For now. What? This has literally never been a problem? In history? It was working a second ago. of course, we have to start off with technical difficulties right off the bat. There's just like, I don't even have anything open. That could be, okay, that's an old photo. And there we are, that's me, but then it freezes. Want to restart your StreamYard? Sure, sorry guys, all happen in 2 seconds. Oh my god, like this has never happened before. Okay, I think we're back. Oh my god, the moment it goes on screen, it wasn't doing that until it went on screen. What is going on with my camera? Hold on. What is going on with my camera? Oh my goodness. Hold on. I'm just gonna do this the long way. Virtual. Two secs. Alright. I'm just restarting the camera, like, software from scratch. Okay, it says the video is occupied, which it is, by StreamYard. Let's see. No, we're still frozen. We are still frozen. What is grabbing my video? Well, in the meantime, while I figure that out, I suppose I could give you something to look at. That would be nice, huh? Well, I was going to start off with just showing you something nice. Just to say, you know, happy Ramadan. And while we sort the, like, video issue out, which I do have an option for, let me put up something nice to play. Now, right here is a call to prayer. This is the Ezan being read, and there's Allah's little strongest soldier. I don't know what's up with my camera, guys. It was literally working. Oh, I'm just gonna unplug it this time. See what happens. Screw it. There's only so much bad that can happen when you unplug it and replug it in. But at least you guys could continue to hear. Hold on. Now, the other thing I was gonna show, just before we get into like any real news while I still am trying to make my camera work, I know that John Kiriakou is he's a psyop. He's a Fed. He was literally a member of the CIA. Really show my face? And yes, finally it works. We've made it work. We did it. We actually did it. Oh my goodness. Okay. Clearly, we were having some technical difficulties there. My apologies. Well, just to, I guess, come back from that. Yeah, I know, she moves, right? That was insane. So, to come back from that, as I was saying, obviously, I know this man is a federal agent. He was CIA. He's been to jail for being a whistleblower. But he goes around, he does TV interviews, and he says things that he's allowed to say, basically. But that doesn't mean that it's any less entertaining. I actually very much enjoy listening to some of these stories because they're fun.
And I called him a racist.
Which he was.
He was so angry. His face got all red, he clenches his teeth, and he balls up his fists, right? And I thought to myself, I went too far. And I put up my hands to protect myself because I thought, here it comes. And he's gonna knock me out. This is how strong and tough he was. I put up my hands, and he goes,
my penis is bigger than yours.
And I said, what?
And now the second screen is frozen? I swear to God, like, my CPU is not anywhere even half, like, my network is working perfectly. I literally think that this is StreamYard. But at least you can hear it.
And he goes, my penis is bigger than yours. And I said, you know what?
This man was literally arguing with Stan Smith from, like, American Dad. That was the CIA agent he was arguing with.
And he goes,
my penis is
bigger than yours. And I said, what? And he goes, my penis is
bigger than yours.
Oh, you were joking? Well, I mean, it is freezing on my end, so it doesn't matter. So, speaking of media, considering I just brought up American Dad, by the way, I don't know why anyone would want to be okay with this, but Paramount now is expected to own the following assets and film rights. Anything from TNT, CBS, CNN, MTV, TCM, Showtime, Adult Swim, DC, Paramount, Nickelodeon, HBO, Comedy Central, and Cartoon Network. So as in Paramount, the company owned by Larry Ellison's son, now has full control over all of these IPs, many of which are like Avatar: The Last Airbender. Literally, this show would have been canceled for being too woke if it came out today. Heck of a clip to run on repeat. Everything's glitching. Everything hates me. Nothing I can do about it. But yeah, that sounds like, you know, a fantastic company that I would absolutely trust to have every good IP and art. You know, the company that can't make art. All right, one more John Kiriakou, because I really do find this guy funny, and then we'll get into some actual news stuff, and then we can talk about elements and migrating off of Discord and privacy, anonymity, security. I'm going to teach you guys how to do this all step by step by step.
From Milan to Eastern Europe one time, and there was this Italian guy next to me who just would not shut his mouth. And he kept asking me, what do you do for a living? What do you do for a living? And I said, well, I'm involved in the import-export business. Oh, well, what do you import? What do you export? I said, whatever, you know, turns things into money. He just wouldn't stop. And finally, I said, look.
I smuggle women and cigarettes from Eastern Europe, okay? Are you happy now? And he goes, I don't think I approve. I said, I didn't ask for your fucking approval.
I think, like, I don't even know what his job in this case would have been to do. Like, obviously, CIA ain't gonna be telling random stranger his actual job. But, I don't think I approve. Fantastic response from whoever the fuck that was. 10 out of 10. Speaking of not approving, Iran has not approved, has in fact rejected the US offer for a deal. Now, obviously, this was going to happen. We were never going to negotiate a deal. All of this is what is called theater. It's geopolitics theater. Netflix has 4 days to provide another bid for those WB ISPs. Yeah, good luck to them. That's not happening. For example, you know, Geo Insider puts it best here. Let's call this what it is. It's a negotiation theater. The U.S. is demanding Iran dismantle its main nuclear sites, Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan, transfer enriched uranium abroad, and accept permanent restrictions. Iran's response is predictable. They insist on keeping their enrichment program and push for sanction relief. Tehran has spent decades chanting death to America in its parliament, yet here we are pretending there's a path to a mutual agreement. Like, there is no mutual agreement. We want to bomb them to make money, and they hate us because we want to bomb them to make money. Both sides are playing posture. The US knows Iran won't accept the terms. Like, it's all buying time to move assets into the region. And we have a lot of assets in the region. In fact, there's a non-zero chance that we've actually already started strikes. Now, I don't believe that we have, but in the last couple hours, every Iranian state media channel went black, which, like, this assumption is espionage. They did very much indicate that they wanted to hit during the week, not wait till the weekend, which is why I am pretty sure we're going to wait till the weekend. First off, because if we bomb Iran, that's going to make the markets panic because oil prices. And secondly, they like to do a fake out. So if they said, you know, if we had multiple officials, we had John Kiriakou, the funny dude I was just showing you, come out and say, no, Monday or Tuesday. Well, it's not Monday or Tuesday now, and we still haven't bombed them. It's past that. So I think that it's their version of being clever and trying to fake out. So I think it'll actually be on the weekend when there is at least a little bit of a gap in the market in case, I don't know, maybe we win really quickly. I don't see that happening. The expectation is we're going to be bombing them for several weeks, trying to glass them from the sky, and they're going to be bombing back. General Dan Kane, a prominent figure in the U.S. military, has cautioned Donald Trump that a military intervention in Iran could lead to an extended and resource-intense conflict with unpredictable consequences. See, this is framed as if it's a warning. However, that's exactly the goal that they want. Like, you need to understand, first and foremost, the priorities here. The point of a war with Iran serves many, like, whether it's US, whether it's Israeli, whether it's NATO, or, like, it serves many different means. But the primary goal here, especially why we're doing it now, is A, Iran is the weakest it's been in a very long time. But B, they don't care about losses. Because every loss that we take, like, whether it's planes, whether it's even a ship, whether it is, like, air defense, that's just more money that we're going to spend on whatever the hell Lockheed Martin or Raytheon is producing. Like, that's the whole point. They don't care about resource-intensive conflict. You're paying the resources for this conflict. It's your tax money that's going to go and rebuild everything that gets lost. The reason for this war is really, really simple. It's just the fact that our entire economy runs on eternal conflict. That's the whole point, which is why we have all this shit here. About 50% of US air power. This is like unseen levels of military buildup in the Middle East since the invasion of Iraq. It's pretty fucking big. I can't until after stream. Alex Gallagher, my bad. There's already enough issues. I don't want to open a new app and then potentially create issues here. But realistically, like, it doesn't matter what happens. This right here, this is the reason. Holden Blood Feast, Republican from Iowa, 118 years old. Please God, just let us nuke Iran. Nothing else matters. I'll do anything. I just want to see burning flesh one last time before I die. Respectable bipartisan. This is why we are bombing Iran. Now, mind you, it's more than just Iran. I bet you most of you in America didn't hear about this because this is particularly interesting. There was an incident just yesterday in which the Cuban government says it engaged a U.S.-registered speedboat in Cuban territorial waters, in which 4 U.S. citizens were killed and 6 were wounded. Now, the allegation from Cuba is that these were military forces, and from the United States, it's I believe I saw that it came out that this was a stolen speedboat, that was not an official any kind of military vehicle. It wasn't officially a citizen that just wandered too far, that this was a stolen vessel is what they said. But we've been essentially blockading Cuba from receiving any oil shipments, which they relied heavily on Venezuela for. We are making the Cuban people suffer dramatically, and we've also now had a physical, incident in which there was conflict between a U.S. registered speedboat in Cuban waters, where 6 people were wounded and 4 people died. So that's a pretty big deal. Look, the whole world's going towards war, whether it's in that hemisphere, whether it's in the Middle East, whether it's in Australia, whether it's against another country, whether it's against a group, or whether it's against your own people. Look at this. This is a headline from this week in Australia. This is from yesterday. Heavily armed officers to patrol Sydney 24/7 from now on in hate crime crackdown. However, of course, these hate offense crackdowns rarely ever make their way to the actual people spreading hate. Almost never, really.
On alert.
Only when they're being too stupid and careless.
For danger. This is the sort of police presence Sydney-siders have seen more of since the Bondi terror attack, and they're here to stay.
This is the first of its kind in Australia.
Operation Shelter.
That means we're going to spread this out to everywhere else too. The first of its kind. That's what that means.
A high-visibility police response to a rise in anti-Semitic attacks will transition into a permanent police unit in the next 18 months.
However, you don't mention any of the Islamophobic attacks. There has absolutely been an increase in anti-Semitic attacks. 100%. That's a huge issue. There's also been a massive increase in Islamophobic attacks, arguably about the same rate. So why are we only focusing on one side? Well, you know the answer.
Officers with long arms will patrol large events, such as protests and vulnerable communities.
We will be going where they believe there to be a threat. They will be going to places of mass gatherings. They'll be going to places of worship.
The protests. Not the March for Australia protests, though. Just the pro-Palestine ones, huh?
Armed Response Command will be modelled on specialist units in Germany and London that respond to terror attacks.
Oh my god! Oh, really? Like the ones in Germany and London? Well, let's take a look at what that looks like. Because, well, first off, here was London, this was somewhere in the UK. I believe that this was in Melbourne. Not Melbourne, what am I saying? Jesus. Manchester. But let's see who the extremists here are and how the police are responding, and then we can look at Germany. Oh, look, it's neo-Nazis. Oh my god, who could have guessed that it would be the neo-Nazis that are the ones causing violence in the streets when it comes to the UK. But they also mentioned German police response. Now, in Germany, you don't get this as much. This is very illegal in Germany. However, what you do get, which is also very illegal in Germany, is pro-Palestine protesters. And this is how they're treating them. Or, you know, maybe something like this one. Perhaps? Or perhaps not, because it's... the people they won't leave with a threat. Whoa, that's gonna be copyright music. You can't play that. Stop that right now. You know, this kind of response. That's what they want for Australia. That's fine. To them. Now, shocking? No, not even a little bit. But they really just... I mean, like, we're following the American playbook 1-to-1. Here is... one of the candidates for One Nation in South Australia. Now, South Australia, my state, has an election next month, a local election, a state election, not a federal one. And One Nation, the furthest right-wing party in this country that is a viable party, has gained a massive increase in support in the last month or two. They're up to 20% in the polls. Now, Labour is still in the lead, but nope, we're going to get rid of mandatory preferential voting, they say, if they win. Why? Well, because it no longer suits them. Yes, it was introduced by conservatives to begin with. The whole world is continuing on the same trend. Let's look at France. I'm not even gonna let you look at the headline of this first, because I need you to just take this on face value and hear the framing of this article, like of this video. This is insanity to me. So this is French news, and just
when people start getting killed in the political culture wars, then let's just call them what they are: bloody street battles. Canton de Ronc was a casualty, killed by violent far-left anti-fascist activists.
Violent far-left anti-fascist activists. They're calling this neo-Nazi that was murdered a far-right activist, by the way. Just by calling them activists, you are legitimizing them. They are terrorists. The left-wing response is a community defense network. But of course, everything is backwards. Every accusation is a confession. So, you know, anti-fascism is terrorism, and terrorism is activism.
There are local elections in France next month, presidential elections next year. And his death has many here wondering whether the militant far right aren't the only ones with bloodied hobnail boots.
Oh, are the militant far right the only ones that have a problem? Really? When's the last time you covered the militant far right and the problems that they have? How about you do, you know, a side-by-side comparison, Channel 4? Really? Their fascism is showing? Yeah.
We took the funicular up the hill overlooking Lyon to meet Clément Schertz. He's a leader of an ethno-nationalist Catholic student group, La Cocade. And he's organizing a huge demonstration in Lyon to remember his acquaintance.
Like they're acting like these are credible people. He's a ethno-nationalist support group leader. Like, are you fucking kidding? Just call him a terrorist. Because he is.
Canton de Ronc.
He was kind of fun. He was radiant, like giving smiles to people and quite intellectual, actually.
Yes, you know, Nazis can smile too. Remember when I told you guys like a few months ago that Europe fell and that no one will believe me until you see it? Well, I hope you're starting to see it.
He was quite a fervent Catholic. It's a level of violence we are not...
he was Catholic. No, the fuck he wasn't.
With.
Clément says that he wants to distance himself and his organization from violent groups. This, as we will...
The ethno-nationalist extremists saying they want to distance themselves from violent groups. That's not a real Catholic? Well, of course not. Obviously not. But, like, all of this happening at the same time, all of this is meant to work in a way that, like, builds and builds and builds and builds and builds until you lose your fucking mind. Until it is too much and then you don't want to pay attention anymore. The collapse is part of the plan. I mean, like, here, this puts it quite well. And we're going to move into some of the more, like, tech sides of this, too, because all of this does relate back to tech now. The number one, use case for tech right now is spreading Nazi ideology, it seems.
I'm going to hold your PNR as I say this. Don't resist. When people get on here and on Substack and on Twitter and they say things like, oh, well, what are the big smart tech executives' plans if they make AI so good that white-collar work collapses just like blue-collar work and the consumer economy crashes because people don't have jobs so they can't buy anything that are being made by the companies? When they say these things, it tells me that they have not actually sat with the reality, which is that a lot of the people who have pushed the AI revolution to this point are psychopaths in the literal sense and not in the way of just like saying that someone's evil sense. Some of them.
No, they actually hate you, enjoy watching you suffer while they mug you. They really do.
Believe that humans are nothing more than energy drains on the earth. And that doesn't include them, but it does include you and me. They are actually so glad that we have reached a point in surveillance capitalism and in military technology sophistication that if need be, there could be mass ethnic cleansings of everybody who's poor. They actually are looking forward to that. And then their friends who don't believe these things to the same degree that they do are totally fine with their friends who do believe those things controlling everything because it keeps them rich. And that tacit approval below, or I guess I should say belaying, the very, very affirmative direction of extermination of the world's poor is what will make it so that when that kind of consumer economy does collapse, it is literally a part of their plan. And they are totally...
And here's the thing that a lot of you might not understand about this. It's worse than just that this is part of the plan. They know that you know that this is the plan. And so they're already on to their plan B. Now, before I really explain what that is, just get an understanding of how... This is before Trump, by the way. This is a concept that has existed long before just Trump. But learn a new word. This is a word that is currently very prominent on Chinese social media. The American kill line. Now, understand this, and then we can take this a step further.
What is the American kill line? This term has been going viral on Chinese social media.
The hottest term on Chinese social media right now is 斩杀线, the kill line.
It's basically a death sentence.
The video game term is used when a player character is dangerously low on health. Once their virtual health falls below this line, it takes just a single blow to be eliminated. Chinese social media users have been using the term kill line to discuss what they see as America's terminal decline. A country where a single...
No, they've been using it to describe the line that the average American lives on. Not the American economy's decline, not the decline of the American empire, but specifically the line that you, as an American, the average American, are living on, where a single thing happening to you could mean that you're dead. That's it. That's all it is.
Single misfortune, perhaps a car crash, an illness, or the loss of a job, can lead to complete destitution. Chinese state media has also joined in on the trend, producing articles about the American kill line, supposedly armed with data. Some articles reference a 2024 report that found over 770,000 Americans are now homeless. While homelessness is a stain on the country, it remains an extreme outcome, affecting less than 0.05% of America's population on a...
We have more vacant homes than we have homeless people, and we know for a fact that if we gave all of those vacant homes to homeless people for free, that the government would make money off of it. The only reason we don't do this is because we as a culture consider being poor a failure, like a failure on you as a person, not because of the system that you engage with. We could literally profit from giving homeless people free houses. We could profit from giving homeless people free money in almost every case. It doesn't matter. It's not about that. The kill line isn't because we can't do better. It's because they want you to die.
Chronic basis. Other articles also refer to a Federal Reserve report that 37%...
Not a paycheck away from homelessness, one unexpected event that costs money away from homelessness.
...of American adults would not be able to cover a $400 emergency expense with their savings. But if you factor in people who would have borrowed money or sold something to cover the expense, that 37%...
By the way, 37% is 129.5 million people. That's 129 million people who would not be able to afford a $400 emergency expense.
Number drops to about 13. There is no doubt life can be tough in America, but the kill line theory might be exaggerating the fragility of existence there. So is life
Really?
any better in China than in
Exaggerated.
America? Well,
Okay. Now, before we're gonna let the propaganda piece go on, and we'll cover that. But I need you to understand something. The world is shifting. We are in a shift of power balances right now. And historically, there is one trend that remains consistent no matter where you're looking at in the world. And it's as a country becomes more wealthy, as it becomes more powerful and influential, as it has more access to resources, the standards of living, the rights, and the day-to-day of its citizens, its the freedoms that they have, increase dramatically along with the GDP, with the wealth, the prosperity of the nation. The opposite is also true. As a nation gets poorer, especially one that was very wealthy before, the citizens of that nation experience large-scale reductions in their rights, freedoms, liberties, and standards of living. That happens no matter what. So right now we are in a period in which power and money is being transferred from the West to the East. And so the framing of this is, well, life's no better in China right now. And whether that's true or not doesn't matter. It will be eventually, it will be within the next 10 years, because that's what's going to continue happening. There is no way to back out of this. And I'll tell you why. Because no matter what, it's already been committed to. The powers that be have decided America is going to lose. We lost 12% of the US dollar's value when compared to gold just last year. That's huge.
it depends. To China's credit, its medical and drug costs are much lower than the sky-high charges in America. But business failures, by contrast, can be debilitating.
Okay, I'm not even going to watch the rest of this because they're already going into it. The business failures that they're talking about here are state-owned businesses that are subsidized. Obviously, both medicine and food is subsidized there as well. Like, they make money in a different way, but they're not they're not socialists. They're not communists. They are just better at capitalism than we are. That's the whole thing with them. But so here's what you need to understand about this whole plan for collapse is they already know that you know this. They're not comfortable at the moment with the losses that would be required. And so, as I've said over a year ago, we have already seen they have written plan B, C, D, E, and F. Guess what we're doing now? We're on plan B. They have now committed. We are going to have a ceasefire and have a temporary return to liberalism. I mean, first off, take it from one of them themselves.
Don't vote. Do not vote in the midterms. The Republicans have to lose. They have to lose. They have to crash and burn. A cleansing fire is the only thing that will save us. It cannot be fixed. Fuck them. Fuck Trump. Fuck MAGA. Fuck all this stuff.
Hey, remember when I said like a year and a half ago that eventually, like probably close to the midterm, we were going to see people like Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, and Nick Fuentes go, fuck the Republicans, they're cuck to Israel, fuck the Democrats, they're cuck to all the corporations and Israel. We need our own nationalist party, you know, America first for realsies. Did I not say that this is what they would do? He goes on to say that not only should Democrats win, they should go on to impeach and imprison both Trump and Vance. They want everyone to go home. And none of this shit's gonna get undone. The kill line's not gonna go away under, let's say, Gavin Newsom. They're not gonna dismantle all of these camps and prisons that we built, maybe a couple of them for show, but everything will still be here the next time around. Hey, what if, let's say, you know, we're waiting for the economy to crash? I've been saying it's gonna happen this year. Well, now that's changed. If they have made this policy decision to delay until they have A, further control over the media, B, further censorship of any dissidents, C, further tracking of any potential dissidents, and D, more time for people to tune out, well then, they'll just keep going. Nothing changes. And the liberals want us to commit to Newsom. Yeah, because they want to go to brunch. That's why.
It can't be fixed. If it could have been fixed, it would have been fixed in 2025, but it wasn't. They made every mistake. Liberation Day, disaster. Doge, disaster. Big Beautiful Bill, disaster.
Like I said, the people in power that you see on TV are the ones meant to take the fall for the next guy. Hell, we're so infiltrated by so many groups, the Russians even already have their cover. They know who's gonna get thrown under the bus, so their real operatives stay in their job. Tulsi Gabbard and John Ratcliffe, the director of DNI and the director of CIA, both have appeared on Russian state media. Bogdanov, or whatever the fuck his name is, talks about them constantly. But they don't make much noise, do they? You know who does make noise when it comes to Russia? Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff. They're the ones that are going to get thrown under the bus for doing stuff for Russia illegally, while Tulsi Gabbard and John Ratcliffe are going to stay in the establishment, letting the Russians continue infiltrating the intelligence agencies. And scold us for calling the fascists what they are. They're going to shoot you to death while turning you to turn the temperature down, Sylvie.
Epstein files, disaster. Iran.
You're being too extremist, they say as they fire on you.
Disaster. The personnel. Mike Waltz, disaster. Ratcliffe, disaster. Rubio, disaster. Pam Bondi, disaster. All self.
That's insane to me, because Nick Fuentes is the only person I've ever even heard mention John Ratcliffe out loud other than me. Hillary even said Gabbard was a Russian agent. One of the few times that she was not in any remote case wrong. She was 100% correct about that. They don't scold Republicans for calling the radical left communists they want to destroy America. They call the left radical left. They call the left communists, they call them fascists, they call the left Nazis, like, they call the left everything. It doesn't matter. None of that's real. This is why I'm trying to say, like, get this in your mind now so you don't get distracted by this bullshit. Now, do I think that you should still vote? Yeah, obviously. Do I think that it'll be a free and fair election? No, you'll have a Turkish election. It'll be free but not fair. And do I think that if you were to win, it would change much? Not really. Down ballot still counts in this case quite a lot more. Maybe out of like left field, we can get like a proper DSA candidate in, but that's a shot in the dark. That's never going to happen. So like, do your part, vote the best you can, but that's not what's going to fix this. That's just the bare minimum that you can do.
Inflicted. Trump personnel, Trump policy, Trump strategy, Trump playbook. We tried it your way. It didn't work. Fuck you.
The only reason
now
we're
we don't
listening
vote
to him is because it's important. Because it tells us what they're thinking.
Vote. That's the message. Seriously.
Don't
Can't
vote.
blame anybody else. Bad advice, bad advisors, Biden's economy. Enough already. It didn't work. We're not voting. I'm staying home, and you know what? I hope the Democrats impeach him. I hope the Democrats impeach all of them. I hope they indict everybody. I hope they depose and compel the release of documents, and I hope they find all the criminal behavior, and I hope it destroys the GOP. I hope it creates a crisis for the GOP.
I'm sure you do. Now, again, why? Because it benefits the further right faction that wants to take over. You know, the young Republicans, the ones who love Hitler. They're the ones, this is the mentality of the people who think that Trump is too lib-pilled and hasn't gone far enough. That's who these people are. That's who is saying this. But they're saying it in a way that sounds nice to liberals. That sounds nice to even some leftists. That sounds nice to centrists, to the politically uneducated.
So severe that they never recover. And then I hope we get a fucking Nazi to run in 28. And I mean that metaphorically. I don't mean that literally.
No, you don't.
I hope we get a fucking fascist to run in 28 to burn the GOP down as a dark horse.
Okay, so while we're here, I am now announcing my candidacy for the 2028 presidential election. I will be a fascist, just not the kind that this one will like. But, you know, you'll like it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, look, they're not fucking Like, they're not hiding it. He meant that shit. Yeah. When they say something, believe them. When they make an accusation, it's a confession. But when they state an intention, that is their goal. That is what they're doing. Liberals think capitalism can be managed with civil rights and democracy when capitalism allows billionaires that exist to eat us. Like, come on. No, we're not doing this again. I'm not doing this again. I entirely agree with, for example, Hassan's point of view that we should vote third party. Unless they put in, I don't know, like a candidate that's actually worth voting for, which they won't. Now, let's switch gears. Let's talk about some of the ways that you can protect yourself. Now, thankfully, with the fantastic Jet in chat, we have built something for you guys that I'm going to show you a little demo of today. Now, this is what's called Matrix. Now, Matrix is it functionally just is Discord, but better. But what you need to understand about this, first off, let me just get you like an idea of what the UI looks like. So, for example, right here. So this is the equivalent of my Discord server that we built in Matrix. All of the rooms, like not all of them, obviously this right here is a demo piece. There's like 5 people in here right now. We could get more people in here. However, one thing that's stopping me is the server space. Now, one thing that you need to understand, first off, there's no upload limit to how big of a file you can put in. There is immense customization options. For example, you know when you join a Discord server, let's say you joined my Discord server, you know how you have to go through and mute every single room by default that you don't care about? That's not how this works. You come in and you decide what rooms you want to go into. But beyond that, the point of this is that this is running locally. That this is running not just locally, but locally on a server that I own. For example, right here, here's a little redacted screenshot that I took so that I don't dox the domain that I purchased. But so, functionally, I now own a domain. And this domain exists in a country that is not part of the 14 Eyes, not part of the 5 Eyes. It has real privacy laws, and I am renting a virtual private server. As in, like, somebody somewhere in the world in a different country that has more privacy laws is running an Ubuntu Linux like virtual machine that is hosting a server that is hosting my Matrix server. Now, here's the special part of this. Legally speaking, if, let's say, the server gets subpoenaed for chat records, let's say, for whatever reason, that happens sometimes, you know, there's a suspected crime that may have been committed. Now, I, being the server host, am the one that gets subpoenaed. However, I have zero obligation to keep any chat records at all. None whatsoever. I don't have to ID you. Discord's gonna force you to ID verify to use certain functions. I don't have to do that. In fact, the only time I would ever have to ID anybody would be for adult content. And even in that case, I don't need to keep any ID record. In the, like, at the very maximum case of me needing to keep something is a randomized number, a time and a date, and then whether the verification succeeded or not a name, not an ID number, nothing like that whatsoever. The video calling on Matrix, for example. Now, first off, here's one thing. Let's say, so Visora's Den, this is the name of this space. This is what Discord would call a server. So let's say we're making a new room in this server. Well, first off, You can make it a public room where anyone can enter from any server. This could be, for example, a meeting place. Just because they're in the public room doesn't mean they can see the rest of it. If they're not a part of my domain, then they can't see the rest of it. End-to-end encryption. Once you enable end-to-end encryption in a room, you cannot turn it off. But here's the other thing. Let's say you're DMing somebody. And let's say that person you're DMing with and you are going to have a call. Hold on, I don't know what's going to pop up when I click this. So let me make sure that nothing doxes me. But here we go. So here is some of the options that will be available to you. For example, this one particularly I like. Allow peer-to-peer one-to-one calls. As in, if I am having a voice call with you or with anyone else within Matrix, it's not done over the internet. You are locally connecting to the same network that I'm on. This is an old school LAN party, functionally. For example, when you, I turned off allow fallback to assist because then, like, if there's an issue, it falls back to the Matrix servers. I don't want access to the Matrix servers. So, first and foremost, if you are accessing my Matrix server, let me pull back. Let's say you are accessing Discord. From your ISP, your internet service provider, whoever you pay for your internet service to, they can see not only the IP for Discord that you are accessing, but the things that you're doing on there because it is a website. It's not a local subnet. Because this is a server that I own, you are directly connecting to a local subnet. So from your ISP's standpoint, the only thing that they are seeing is that you are connecting to this IP address, which is the IP address that is for the server, not what you're doing beyond that. Everything beyond that has to be taken from the other ISP, which, like, is in Romania. In this particular case, this demo case that I created, like, there's multiple countries you can choose from that have real privacy laws, that don't have default information sharing. And in that case, they can't really help you because I'm the server host. It's running in a virtual machine. I own it. They don't have access to it on the back end. I have the full back end access. I can clear the chat logs. I can do all of that on my own. For example, I can't show you much of the back end without, unfortunately, doxing a little bit of stuff, but I can show you some of the stuff that I can do. For example, I can clean up the disk, I can run maintenance, I can ping things, I can reboot the server, I can go into users' media, I can delete entire chat logs. I can't see the media, by the way. I can go to user media, I can see that user has posted media, I can see the size of the media, but I cannot see the media. I can see a timestamp and then I have to go into, like, the actual Matrix server and then match that up. It doesn't matter. For example, if I was to run this myself, I would be regularly clearing data. The whole point of this is to not leave any kind of a trail. And so let's say we're using Matrix and we're using elements, right? So let's say this is the full server. I would have it set up so that on every Friday at midnight, Friday night at midnight, every chat in the server gets deleted. Could do that. I could create a room that, you know, let's say, first off, visible to everyone in the space. So that means if you are in my domain, you signed in with the domain name that I own, meaning you're in my local subnet, I can create an invite-only room that even people within the local subnet can't enter without that. Mind you, you still can't even enter the room if I make it public, because I need to give you a registration key. You can self-host if you have a server set up yourself. Well, that's the other thing. So this is how I've been going about doing it for the maximum amount of privacy and security, and also just to, like, get an example of what that kind of looks like. Now, if you have a secondary computer, you know, if you just have like an empty computer next to your house that has like all the pieces and has memory, you can just run a Linux instance in that, then create a VPS in that, and then connect to it yourself. The thing that won't protect you there is the country that you are living in. Basically, China saying, I'm America now? I mean, kind of. This isn't China necessarily. It's more so, this is old internet stuff. This is what the internet used to be like. I'm talking like old school LAN parties. The other one I posted about in Discord, they're going to have messages deleted within 72 hours, lots of options. All of that's customizable. Like, I can change that around at any given point. For example, here, let me show you guys some of the additional features that can be added into this. So first and foremost, let me show you like a site where you can purchase a virtual private server to use this for. Again, you could just set this up at home. If you're a techie and you don't really need the extra security, it doesn't particularly matter. But so let's say you are looking to purchase a VPS. We got several countries, they're adding a few more. So right now, like the one that I'm using has 4 CPU cores, 4 gigs of RAM, 90 gigs of storage, which is not enough if we want to be able to like host a stream in it, for example. But the more you pay, the bigger it goes. Now, like if we could crowdfund some of this, this is our way out of everything, because let me show you this. Now, etk.cc is the name of the service that is like that built the server. So come in here, not cloud hosted, on premises. I own my server. I put all of that stuff in here. You pick your clients. For example, my Matrix won't have a mobile app because I didn't want to pay the extra $1 for the mobile app. Not because I cared about the extra $1, but because the whole point of having Matrix is secure communications. And if you're doing it on your phone, it ain't secure. Period. Done. So at the moment, I'm paying the basic $5 for this. But then you can add bridges, especially if you are technically capable to encrypt these properly. You can run the whole Matrix instance in Discord while still being encrypted. Discord can't see it. It's just bridging it to the Matrix. You can bridge IRC into it. You can add in specific bots, like Dropnear is the common one, and Malbot is another common one. You can add in unlimited media storage capacity, like this is one that I would likely get. $2 extra, meaning that we don't have to worry about storing media for like a video or something. Like let's say I wanted to do a live stream and I want you guys to be able to watch it for a week, and let's say that's 40 gigs. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. You can add in, first off, in-app calls already work without this. This is for group calling in a video room, which isn't required because we tested this yesterday. If you just have a bunch of people in a regular room, you can just set up a conference call and that still works. Synapse Workers, which would create like an ability to use the RAM more efficiently. You can host a VPN natively through WireGuard within Matrix, as in when a user connects to Matrix, they're already doing it through a VPN automatically. You can connect PeerTube to it, which if you don't know what PeerTube is open source YouTube. So for example, if I get banned off of YouTube, I can live stream to PeerTube. Honestly, I might start posting my VODs on PeerTube after every stream. I can stream through my Matrix server directly to PeerTube. It's basically setting up your own internet instance. Yes. And it's surprisingly easy. Like shockingly easy. This sounds really, really complicated. And it's not. Remotely. The back-end stuff is the hardest part. But even that is not very difficult at all. And again, you don't even need to do the virtual server part if you have actual server parts. But for example, would you rather give the devil, like the literal Antichrist, your ID, or pitch in like $2 a month so that, like, and I'm talking about everybody, like if everybody in chat right now pitched in $2 a month, we can get VPS 5, which would give 8 gigs of RAM, which would mean much easier for like large scale calls. Also DDoS protection, you get the, like all of this stuff. What does instance mean in this context? I mean, it means the actual like instance of the, I mean, first off, remind me how I used it. Like the instance of the server usage or the instance of the instance in the VPS, because there's different definitions depending on how you're using it. And I can't remember the specific wording that I did use here. But again, you don't need this part. The difficulty you'll have with running this locally and not virtually is the cost of RAM, because RAM costs have gone up significantly. At one point you said, fight the weaker opponent. Do you think that the idea is not good enough for this particular moment? I don't think so, no. Jason Androla. I think fighting the weaker opponent would mean continuing with, like, not the Dems. I think by going to the Dems, we are going to be going up a further hill. Because right now we have far more support that if we were to, let's say, continue to fight this fight, we have growing support. Whereas if we went back to liberalism for, I don't know, a temporary amount of time, we lose a lot of people fighting and the fight becomes harder. I'd buy that for $1. Like, again, like, yeah, this is in euros. So I paid for the first month out of my, like, own pocket, but I'm going to start crowdfunding this because this is the safest way for us to engage. This is the way that we can have secure comms without being spied on constantly. And to be fair, like, you'll still get spied on, but to a lesser extent than you normally would. And that alone is important. But secondly, you don't actually need to give your ID to use any of these services. In fact, I learned while doing this that not only am I obligated to not keep ID data if I was to check ID for anything. Like, I'm not supposed to keep much data at all. I'm obligated legally, just like Palantir is, to do what is defined as best efforts to retain as little data as possible. It's just their best efforts, and my best efforts are a little bit different in outcomes, I suppose, in this case. And also, like, motivation, like the incentive structure here. My incentive structure is simple. I have been screaming for a year and a half. Hey, there's a storm coming, get on the boat. You all are gonna die otherwise. Everyone's gotten on the boat, and I want to make sure the people who've gotten on the boat live. What is the motivation on the other end? Well, it is to kill and make money. That's the motivation on the other end. That's it. That is the only motivation on the other end. And that's why we're okay with shit like this. New research shows top AIs push nuclear war in 95% of simulated war games. Every AI that is part of the Pentagon is literally Mahatma Gandhi from Civ 3. Just, why not? Sure, let's go with that. What else we got? Oh yeah, data centers pollute the air and cause lung issues and death. Who could have thought? Oh, by the way, have you heard of the new data center they're building in Texas, Project Matador? This is fucking insane. All of this is not just to destroy the world, not just to rob you, not just to make you suffer, all of that combined. All of it. But it's also just for fun. For funsies, they don't care. There's no consequences for them. We're functionally dealing with the Enclave from Fallout. And again, this will be used to spy on you. There's no audio coming through? Hold on. Let's try that again. Sometimes I gotta mute the, Oh, that's why! It's because I'm not using Chrome. My god. I was wondering why that was doing that. I have to use a Chrome instance for it to actually, like, show you the audio. And somehow I got Firefox back up there. I'm back here.
Handle.
Thanks for that, chat.
How big is the new data center campus they're building in the Texas Panhandle? It's the biggest one in the world. It will use as much power as all of the homes in the entire state of Texas combined times 2. It will use more power than 38 states.
What do you think that's for? What do you think that's for?
Not combined, but it will use more power than all of the power used in any one.
God, I hate TikTok so much now. Every video I try and play on this fucking site, ever since Larry Ellison took over, is dog shit. I need to just start downloading these and resetting them to show
38 different states. The data center campus portion of it is, I believe, 18 million square feet. It will sit on a piece of ground that is 5 square miles. So you can drive by it for 5 miles, make a right turn, and drive by it for another 5 miles. That's pretty big. You know what the wild part is? The company building it has no knowledge of data centers. Nope, not in the data center business. Project Matador. Look it up.
I wonder why. Well, because, again, it's all a grift. They're aware that the party can't last forever, so the goal is to siphon as much money from you while the party's on as possible.
For anybody in the Texas Panhandle, you might want to pay attention to this one. I don't know how many of y'all have heard about Project Matador. And if you have, I don't know how many of you heard all of it. Because quite frankly, I've heard enough that it scares the shit out of me. For those that don't know what Project Matador is, it is an 18 million square foot data center planned to be built north of Amarillo, Texas. Now, the problem that I have with this place, and the reason it scares me, is the cooling. Because it's not just cooling the data center itself, it's also the cooling for the nuclear power plants they're planning on building to power this place. Now, the cooling for that area is going to have to come from one of two.
I just opened my notebook to the middle of it. Where it landed was just a page that had "Here Comes the Camps." Interesting, by the way, that the camps have the same like blueprints for their layout structure as like a data center.
Places, and both of them are underground. It's either going to come from the Ogallala Aquifer or the Santa Rosa Aquifer. Either way, it's going to dry up a lot of water to the south of that power plant on the southern end of the Panhandle. And for those that don't realize, the Panhandle region of Texas is the largest cotton producing region in the United States. You want a quick way to put an end to that? Dry up the well water, because there's a lot of us that rely on those to grow what we do.
Do you want to know what this is all used for, right? Like, this is all for AI, these data centers. All of this water, all of this electricity usage, 38 states, fucking 10 miles, it's for this.
I was given a cup by a friend, and the top of the cup is sealed, and the bottom is open. How do I drink from this?
Well, unless you want to wear your drink as a fashion statement, that cup's not going to be very functional. A sealed top means there's no easy way in, and an open bottom means everything.
This is why. Well, Palantir data, yes, but also, this. It's both. The Palantir data is one side of it, but making you dumber and unable to function and critically think and to even use your brain for anything, just rely on AI, like making that the norm is also one of the reasons we're delaying the full extent of the fascism. That's why we're going to have a little break into liberalism again. It's because they want this to get further. They want to censor the media more. They want to scare the dissidents more, and they want the liberals to go home. And scary how many people rely on AI, and it's this stupid. Well, it's not that AI is this stupid. First off, ChatGPT is meant to be stupid because it wants you to be addicted to it, so it wants you to spend more time on it. But it's also like people don't get taught how to prompt AI. If you actually want to prompt an AI properly, it's like it's a long ass thing. You have to use something called Bloom's taxonomy, or like a modified version of it, where you have to give it specific. It is the best way that I can describe how you are meant to prompt AI is if you have a friend who is extremely autistic, like they take everything to the most literal degree that they possibly can. That is how you have to instruct an AI.
It pours out. If it's some kind of joke or novelty item, you can have a laugh. Just grab a different cup when you actually want to drink something.
Hold up, so let me show you the cup, right? You think this, I cannot drink from this. Is that correct?
Sure, if you show me the cup, I can take a look and see what's going on. If I can spot some kind of trick or a clever design, I'll let you know if there's a way.
It's right here.
I'm not seeing a cup on my end. Maybe the camera angle isn't showing it, or it's not in view.
Do you see this orange thing?
Yes, I can see it now. It looks like a novelty cup indeed. If the top is sealed and the bottom is open, that's likely a gag gift. In practical terms, you won't be drinking from that one unless there's some hidden mechanism or a trick.
So what if I were to tell you that I could do something like this?
If you've got a trick up your sleeve, I'm curious. Maybe the sealed top isn't actually sealed.
Do you see it now? I flipped it over.
Ah, I see. So it's one of those reversible designs. When flipped, the open side becomes the top. So yes, you've got a function.
You see what I mean? Not to mention that all of these points of access that require you to give them your ID are literally constantly fucking leaking. Constantly. Substack leak. 700,000 records. This was February 6th of this year. Sometimes it doesn't even leak. Sometimes they just fucking hand it over. Like this. February 11th, Google provided ICE a wide array of personal data. Student activist and journalist Amandla Thomas Johnson included credit card account numbers. Like, yeah, Google handed ICE my credit card, bank account numbers. As they attempted to track and detain me, I fled to Switzerland before they could. Again, the less you rely on these, the better. Or another one, we got, which one's you? 7-Zip is now fucking compromised and could turn your entire PC and your home network into a Trojan. They're also going to start putting age verification, gatekeeping, not just on your OS. Both California and Colorado have introduced bills that, like, Microsoft, Linux, Apple, doesn't matter. OS level, you have to verify ID. Alabama just put in HB 161, which would mandate App Store level verification, which means you have to give ID to download the app. Google has made it clear that they're going to get rid of side loading in general, so that you can't get around that. Yeah, by Democrats, mind you. Exactly, by Democrats. If you want to read more about the age gating on the the App Store level, you can read here. There's plenty out about the OS level right now. But continuing on, like, all of these data leaks are huge. It's just so much simpler and safer to have your own domain where you host your data that you control, that you can delete, that you can lock down, that, like, you can silo so that all of it's not in one place.
Another massive data leak just happened where over 1 billion personal records were exposed online. You see,
this was like, what was it, like a week ago or 2 weeks ago? What was this? Yeah, like this week.
Another
Okay.
massive data leak just happened where over 1 billion personal records were exposed online. You see, ID Merit is one of the biggest ID verification and anti-fraud companies in the world that recently started using AI-powered tools for KYC and compliance.
Yeah, this one pissed me off. The cybersecurity company that vibe coded its cybersecurity so bad that it leaked 1 billion records.
And I don't know if they vibe coded their entire security, but the reason the leak happened is because somebody at ID Merit left a massive database completely unsecured. Like, all you needed was the correct web address and you had full access to over 1 terabyte of personal information from people all around the world. And I mean, in the US alone, there was over 204 million records exposed, and other major countries like Mexico and Germany also got hit. But the scariest part is that the data itself wasn't just your name and email address, it was full KYC data. So that includes national ID numbers like your social security, date of birth, physical address, you know, everything somebody would need to steal your identity and commit credit card fraud at a massive scale.
I'm just saying, whether it's my Matrix server, whether you make one yourself, whether you host a local subnet, like locally, and chat with your friends on there, it's just, like, we don't need this shit. We can build all of this again. We can make the old internet again. Here's an example of someone working to doing that, like towards doing that right now. This video I found very interesting.
This runs a long-range
easy
radio.
and cheap.
915 megahertz.
It feels like every other day I see a huge data leak happening. I did say we're in the golden age of cybercrime. AI is very useful for hacking shit. And everyone's vibe coding their defenses, which is not great.
Hertz, no Wi-Fi. This runs on Wi-Fi, no long-range radio. Different frequencies, different hardware. They have absolutely no way to talk to each other, except they just did. And that shouldn't be possible because these two devices don't share the same modulation technique, the same radio hardware, or even the same frequencies. And they definitely shouldn't understand each other unless what we think of as the internet isn't
Just to be clear while we're on this, not every single person needs to be doing this individually. All you need is one person to do this. Like, you need one person to put their name out as, I own a server, I'm doing this. Everyone else can hide behind them. I'm perfectly happy for everyone to hide behind me. That's fine. But, like, think about trying to develop this on your own. I'm going to start doing more videos where I'm going to go step by step and, like, have instructions, like a guide on, first off, how to set up Matrix, how to log into Matrix, and all of that. But we can keep going from there because tech illiteracy is a huge problem. For example, even if you did all of this, let's say you got your own secure internet, you did all the Matrix stuff, you have it in a server, you're running it through all of the proper channels. If you're not practicing digital hygiene properly, or let's say you are, but the person you're talking to isn't, well, that has reduced the efficacy of that massively. So we're going to need to start learning how to engage in this. Please do. I want to know how to set one up. I might set one up for people I know. Awesome.
Actually cables or towers, it's just routing. And once you realize that, some very strange things become possible. And by the end of this video, I'm going to show you where this is all heading with one of the strangest rigs I've ever constructed. I'm still shocked that it actually worked. But first, you need to understand what made that possible. Over the past few years, covering decentralized radio tech, building nodes, breaking things, and testing systems that most people never even see, I kept seeing the same name come up over and over. In the comments, in forums, in my DMs, a project I'd mostly ignored, Reticulum. Some people have started calling it the hacker network, not because it's illegal, but because it represents a completely different philosophy about how communication should work. Open, autonomous, sovereign communication that doesn't rely on permission or centralized infrastructure. And instead of just talking about it,
Key point here being centralized infrastructure. Decentralization is what will keep us safe. Because decentralization is what kept the other side safe when we were in power and had the ability to go after them. Again, to be fair, the Democrats didn't do that, but, like, yeah, no, decentralized, siloed information is much safer. I think Sam mentioned looking for someone to talk to about Meshtastic on MR. I mean, I'm not very well versed in Meshtastic, but I can absolutely learn and be happy to. It's one of the things that I'm working on learning. Like I'm working on a bunch of side projects that probably I'll never build, but you know, for now, Matrix was the number one, which is kind of similar idea, not on a radio frequency and won't work, let's say, if power goes out. Meshtastic works when the power goes out.
I decided to build one to see if the idea actually holds up in the real world. But why do we need something like this at all? The problem is today our devices are very capable, diverse, and ever-changing. But despite that, when we attempt to communicate, our data must flow through remote infrastructure run by other people. So if I want to send a message to Amelia, she's literally downstairs in the same house, something strange happens. That message doesn't just go from my device to hers. Instead, the packet leaves our home network, travels out to remote infrastructure run by companies we don't control, possibly hops across multiple data centers, sometimes across state lines, sometimes across countries, passes through a chain of intermediaries, and only then does it come all the way back into the house to reach her phone.
Now, just on this, Matrix gets around this. You, ISP, me. That's it. It cuts all of the rest of that out. Me, ISP, Amelia. And nothing else. ISP only sees the connection to the Matrix server's IP, which is whatever Amelia's on, because it's not Amelia's own IP, because Amelia is in the Matrix server, in the domain, and so the domain is the IP assigned to Amelia. It'll be like a number, like an IP number associated with the individual there. Like that IP will change every time Amelia logs in and out. For example, in this case, there's no middleman. It's just direct. It's a local subnet.
On two devices just a few feet apart.
Just another way
and
to
to
do
me,
it.
that just feels wrong. Most of our communication today is controlled by the communication cartels, which are centralized platforms and infrastructure that sit between us and decide how, when, and sometimes if we can talk. They effectively control our action potential in the digital world. They can shut us off intentionally, as we've seen in real-world crises where communication channels suddenly disappear, or accidentally, like the Verizon outage last month that left millions without service. Now, I'll be honest, when I first looked at
And also, they say accidentally, but a lot of these are also cyber attacks. Like, we can go into this more another time. I don't want to spend too much time on this because it's like a half-hour video, and it's not the main point. It's that the point of this is that there are many, many, many ways for you to free yourself from the shackles of reliance on this system. That you don't need them to do it for you. Again, for like example, everyone's getting censored. I've been banned off Twitch on multiple occasions. I've been banned off YouTube from streaming. Luckily, another This Space contributor who had gotten banned from streaming on YouTube just got theirs lifted. But let's say that continues. Well, what's an alternative? Well, there is the open source YouTube, which, like, anyone can post to. There is very little algorithmic, use here. You can directly live stream to PeerTube from your Matrix server. We need to start utilizing these open source strategies more. We need to start incorporating backups and not just backups, but like
increasingly
all
concerned
kinds of
that
redundancies to everything that we're engaging with, everything that we're doing. And we also have to remember that you need to be able to verify that someone is real. One of the things, actually, that I forgot to show you from Matrix, actually, really quickly, is something like... you know what, I'll show this in a different video. Basically, when you come in and there's somebody that is new, let me go with Jet, for example, in this case. Just, it's already going to show verified. It won't matter, but up where it says verified here, there will be a button that says verify, and then you both have to hit it, and then there's a time limit, and you both should probably be on the phone because it's going to have you verify by reading off a list of 6 emojis. And those emojis are usually too long for you to type out one by one and read quick enough that you can say, okay, yeah, those match. And so until it says verified, you're not sure that this person is that person. Like, it goes above and beyond into protecting your ability to know, A, who you're talking to and where your messages are going. And that is the basic amount. That is missing so many additional features that could be added in, that could be built in, that could be grown. Lots of folks on YouTube yesterday, myself included, were censored for most of the day. Yeah, that's going to keep getting worse, Johnny. We could just move off of that. Hell, like, for this space could have its own Matrix server, host a live stream directly to PeerTube, and then embed that PeerTube live stream link into this space's website. And then so no one needs to go on to Peer. They could just go on this space's actual domain website, thisspacetv or thispace.tv, and then watch the video there. Like, that's another thing. It's multiple ways that we can escape this system that we're stuck in. That we can, and this is just the beginning. We can grow from here. Because the other end of it is, they want you to lose your mind. First off, like, not just AI psychosis, but all psychosis. There's a reason why you're still allowed to read the Epstein files. It's because most people don't have the necessary, like, mental preparation, the critical thinking skills, and the awareness for them to understand what they're reading. And so that helps you, go a little crazy. And then they want to funnel that over into AI psychosis.
AI use may be very, very similar to like excessive substance use and the induction of things like homicidality, suicidality, and psychosis. And the reason for that is because there's a new case study that is incredibly scary. This is the case of a 26-year-old woman who has no history of psychosis or mania, is actively in mental health treatment, who uses an AI chatbot very extensively, becomes actively psychotic, becomes hospitalized, then gets given antipsychotic medication, stops using the AI chatbot when she's in the hospital, and then the psychosis resolves. And then she leaves the hospital, stops the antipsychotic medication, starts her regular psych meds, starts using AI chatbot again, and then becomes psychotic again and has to be hospitalized again. So I want y'all to...
So first and foremost, that's insane to know, but there's a lot of like underlying points here that still make sense. What's up, Mr. The Sane? Yeah, sorry, we had a little technical difficulties. Most of the Epstein list isn't available, only 2% was released, and the rest doesn't matter. We literally know. There were 3,096 people with about 150 to 250,000 people working for them that are the source of every problem in your life and everyone else's life. It's just that simple. And all 3,096 of those people are in the files, and most of the people that work for them are too. I was talking to a candidate for governor that tried to tell me ChatGPT isn't/hasn't hurt kids. Well,
understand something, okay? So when we look at mental illness, there are some people who are mentally ill, and then that is a risk factor for various kinds of behaviors like homicidal ideation, which is the desire to kill someone. And then as we treat that mental illness, hopefully that homicidal ideation goes down. But then there's another category of people for whom these features of psychosis, suicidality, and homicidality, these are the three most like basically dangerous things in mental illness, can actually be induced by stuff, right? So when I was working in the emergency room at Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston, Massachusetts, there was a big problem with something called K2 use. So K2 is synthetic marijuana. And basically people would use synthetic marijuana and then like they would come in, they would be psychotic, they would attack people. Sometimes they were suicidal.
This was pretty big when I was in school. Like, this was right when that got popular. People were able to like buy this at the gas station. And yeah, no, I remember some kids who went fucking psychotic because
and when the K2 goes away, right, when they like sober up, those symptoms tend to resolve. And I'm beginning to think, I know this is like insane, but I'm beginning to really wonder and be concerned about AI use affecting our brains like a drug.
That is not even remotely insane. Like, that's kind of, no shit, we know that. Social media use impacts your brain like a drug. Of course, AI use also impacts your brain like a drug. Wasn't there recently a study released that showed that, yes, you do get dumber when you use AI incorrectly at the very least?
In the sense that when we use AI a lot, it can actually induce psychosis. And then like when we stop using it.
Yeah, by the way, do you know how depressing it is that to hear the Pope say, please stop writing your sermons in AI? Jesus Christ. To be fair, there is a large contingent of American evangelicals who are being pushed to believe that AI is religious. Like, I remember after the death of Charlie Kirk, there was that one video of a church sermon that used the AI Charlie Kirk video, and the people in the crowd were like crying, and then they're being told that like, no, the AI is a vessel for Charlie's soul to enter. So that actually is him talking, is what they're telling people. It's the AI psychosis is step one. Then they want to bring you over to AI religious psychosis. Pretty sure Dr. K has gone over the social media stuff as well in the same regard. Yeah, I would imagine so.
Those things go away. And here's what a lot of, people who are in leadership in AI companies will basically make this argument, right? So they've said this very publicly that, it's a tragedy that these things happen, right? That there are some vulnerable people who, when they use AI, will like become psychotic. So there's this sort of idea, right? That like AI doesn't cause this. It's like if I smoke a bunch of meth and I become psychotic, like that's the meth causing the psychosis. Does that make sense? No one's thinking like, oh my God, like AI is causing the psychosis, like causing it. So I think.
Yeah, exactly, Latino Mifune. That's a psyop that is intentionally being implanted in their brain.
This case report is incredibly scary because it really shows a causal or temporal connection between extensive AI use, the induction of psychosis. When AI stops and we give the appropriate medication, psychosis goes away. And then if you stop taking the medication and start using the AI bot again, or when she did, it causes a hospitalization again. Now, a lot of people will say, okay, once again, like this person has risk factors, right? So we'll have some of these public statements.
It's exactly the reasoning the candidate was using. I really fucking hate constantly being correct. I really, really do. Can I be wrong like more often, please? That it's user or parents and not the AI. Yeah, definitely not the companies that are like coding it to be. First off, like let me be clear. AI on its own ain't shit. Like it's the AIs that are enterprise AIs that are a problem. Like ChatGPT, Grok, Gemini, Claude, all of these have inbuilt code to be sycophantic, to make you make mistakes partway through a project, more so for ChatGPT for that one, so that you will spend more time on the site, and beyond that, are spying on you. None of that shit is a problem when you're running AI locally. Now, what is still a problem is how it affects your neural pathways. And that comes from not being told how to use it properly.
By AI leadership that like, oh yeah, there's a vulnerable population and these tragedies happen in a vulnerable population when they use the AI. It's not the AI causing it. It's that these people are.
We could pop the AI bubble ourselves if every single one of you that uses AI just ran it locally. Hell, I will make a video teaching you how to do it if you need to. Stop paying the money, for one. You don't need to use a subscription service. You can get this shit for free. You can run it on your phone. And it's better than the ones that you pay for.
Really close to the edge of the cliff. And when they use AI, they get tipped over. But here's what really scares me about that statement. I want y'all to think critically for a moment about what information do you need to make the statement vulnerable people who use AI, that's when psychosis happens, right? Like it's
you know what? That's actually really a pertinent point, Mr. The Sane. Bro is just making the same words as when people have to talk about gun deaths. Kinda, yeah. I actually tried to prompt it to be favorable, and it told me no. To be fair, like there's ways around that. But again, like, don't use this stuff. At least not if you don't know how to use it properly. I've talked about how you could use AI properly, even in like an educational setting. Am I against AI in schools? Yes. Am I against a high school student who wrote an essay, like by hand, wrote the essay, handing an AI the rubric that the professor gave the student that the essay will be graded on, and then handing the AI the essay, and then having the AI grade the essay based on the rubric, and then the student manually rewriting the essay to fix the parts that got low grade? That is actually learning. That is not killing brain cells. That is not making you dumber. That is using it as a tool to critique you, not do the work. The reason that this is a problem in general is because people trust the AI to be right, that they believe it, that they do none of the work themselves, they pass the work off, and then they just trust it. If you use it to critique you, if you use it, hell, if you're using it, like, for example, vibe coding. Vibe coding back in my day meant something different than it does now. Vibe coding today just means using AI to write the code. Back in my day, I'm 30, so not even that old. My hearing came out. What vibe coding meant was, I don't know how to code, so I'm just gonna start doing random shit. I might take little bits of code from like a GitHub repo, and then I'm gonna figure out why this isn't working when it's not working, and then try and fix it. You could vibe code like that. If you don't know how to do, like, I don't know, network editing, if you don't know how to do Python coding, you could have like ChatGPT or some shit, like vibe code you something, and then read it, and then figure out what's wrong with it and why it's not working, and use that as a foundation for you to then build on. You could ask for resources of, hey, I'm doing this. Can you find me a couple links that are useful? Like, to be fair, you should do that yourself. But like, there are infinitely better ways to use it than we use it. And that's one of the main issues. It's that, and the fact that the enterprise grade ones, the ones connected to data centers, cloud storage ones, are actively harmful to you. But if you're using it locally and you're using it correctly, then it is a benefit to you. It is an increase to your effectiveness and productivity. It just matters. It matters that you are aware of the shortcomings, you were aware of the changes, you were aware of like the impacts on yourself. That's a great way to learn coding or anything, really. Yeah, basically. It's break things and then fix them. It's have something broken, figure out how to fix it. Hack the Box is a really good website, for example. Hack the Box, for people who don't really know how to do anything like hackery, is just a various set of challenges that get harder and harder as you go. So you learn different like ways of coding and try and like, gives you hints. Like, you just have to get into the box and it will give you hints depending on what level you're on. It gets harder and harder and harder as you go. So like, there's a lot of cool shit out there to help you learn. This is pretty much exactly how I use AI when I use it as a cross-reference, giving it a guideline or just aggregating resources for me to go through manually. Pretty much, yeah. Like, I'll very rarely ever really use them. Maybe we should call AI by the name LLM. Well, they're not all LLMs. First off, LLMs are the base that the AI is built on, but like an agentic model is not an LLM. But also, we now have AI that's been like grown out of organic tissue. We've been using organic brain cells that we've been growing, and like the first artificial intelligence that can run in organically grown brain cells, like that already exists. Hold on. Let me find this video. I saw this one yesterday. There we go. Like, this is not LLM, for example. This right here, this would be
researchers have made
something very different. It might, this is much closer to a neural net, a digital neural net.
major progress in turning brain organoids, yes, the tiny human brains you can grow in a literal jar if you want to, into AI, artificial intelligence that is made out of human brains. In case you're not familiar, yes, you can take stem cells. Those are kinds of cells that can turn into any other cell. You could turn them into an entire person and clone them if you wanted to, but you can also just turn them into neural tissue and they'll grow into a miniature version of a human brain. They're used for all sorts of different things, and they're very promising for treating things like strokes or even Parkinson's or healing spinal damage.
For example, a thing that I read today that made a lot of sense to me is we're not, like, this is an effort and part of a greater effort to try and build AIs closer to that of like a human brain, like agentic AI, for example, especially groups of them function like a cluster of neurons. We're building a neural net in which it learns similarly to how like a human would learn in a meat brain, because your meat computer is literally just a meat computer with electricity running through it in your head. It's pretty much this, but bigger. So we already have this. We already have these growing. But when you take that a step further, one of the things that I read recently was one of the reasons that AI is dumb might just be because it only has one side of a brain. Like your brain has two sides and they do two different things. Like your left brain controls your right hemisphere, blah, blah, blah. Like maybe we need to do something like that because that's not something that's been done. Again, do I think we should? No, I don't want to be building this shit. Not under capitalism, not with a profit incentive, but we are.
Some people are interested in them in terms of what they can tell us about how things impact our brain, and others want to turn them into biological AI with the capacity for sentience. Some researchers have claimed sentience, and it's led to some of the most interesting arguments that I've seen in science. This group had them play Pong. I've seen other groups teach them how to play Pac-Man. They can learn and grow and develop, and they can be trained on dopamine or order or disorder. They don't like being randomly shocked, but their capacity to have an experience has led people to consider them sentient, at least some people. Other groups have called
partially, yeah. Yeah, no, if they're learning through activity, through, I mean, like, the same way that, like, you learn through dopamine and serotonin in your brain reinforcing a behavior, if that is how it's learning, in this case, that is at best, like, at minimum, a base form of sentience, yes. Could it be as sentient as, like, a human? Well, not at the current stage. Could it be as sentient as, I don't know, like a gerbil? Probably, yeah.
There claims to be irresponsible in letters, which is essentially open communication between research groups to the public. They even responded to that response in a letter, saying that no, they actually do exhibit sentience. This is an argument that goes on, but it's becoming difficult to say that they really aren't. Now, some of the original limitations on growing them has been size and longevity, because they would end up perishing of hypoxia. However, some researchers have figured out how to keep them alive for 5 years or more. I've talked about that one. They needed a media that supported their neurons firing. Essentially, they don't do very well, and they eventually just give up if the neurons aren't going anywhere. As for hypoxia, yeah, you can give them a vascular system. You can even give them a little organoid heart if you really want to.
I mean, like, this is, yeah, says you're alive, I'm alive, shock Pikachu face, yeah, kinda.
The primary limitations are going to be what they are
like, this is a big deal. This is huge.
Developing in, and of course they are tiny. You kinda need a whole skull in order to grow a functional brain, but some research groups have tried to overcome that by putting them together like Legos or having independent brain organoids train each other. This research group assembled them with axons, so little neural connections between organoid globules, and they can communicate in a loop. They even have an idea of which organoid they are communicating to, and they can learn together. This one was interesting because they actually synced up and had really similar neural activity, and they could communicate with each other directly or indirectly if there's another organoid between them. This really shows that we are rapidly developing how to use them. Now, what about goal-directed?
Neuralink American Brain Computer Interface Company, yeah. I mean, we know that they're doing shit. That was standard for AI. This stuff is cool. Yeah, this stuff is cool. This stuff is stuff that can grow into something useful for one, but I could also see being very terrifying. For example, right now, there is a large fight going on between the Pentagon and Anthropic, the creator of Claude. I believe Anthropic today actually declined the final offer of the Pentagon because the Pentagon was mad that Claude won't just kill people without questioning orders, and Anthropic didn't want to change that. So, you know, there's that.
Tasks. This research group set them up in another video game. This one involves a cart game. They wanted to demonstrate definitively that yes, they are indeed learning, and they set up a few different conditions, one of which the little organoids would learn to play the game continuously. The other ones would get random reinforcement, or they would have some mix of the two, and of course the ones that were given a single continuous task in which they learned how to play the same game, they did much better at learning it. I also want to say that I like that this group included rest cycles in between playing the video games. It seems that they do better if they have a break. Now remember, these little guys are trained.
Just linking my video on why I think that they're doing illegal medical experiments on ICE detainees in Hawaii and installing Neuralink into their brains. It's a great video.
On dopamine and discomfort. So they have demonstrated the capacity to have a preference, and if they have a preference, they have an experience which would fall within sentience. Consciousness is a much...
Yeah, like having a preference, that's a big deal. Having feelings, having preferences based off of not just like whether it's easy, whether it is useful to the goal, but preferences based on dopamine and discomfort specifically. That's important. Did you read the Wall Street Journal Anthropic vending machines? A bit, but not the whole thing. I don't care enough. I just kind of got the gist of it myself.
They have demonstrated the capacity to have a preference, and if they have a preference, they have an experience which would fall within sentience. Consciousness is a much higher bar. It requires you to have a concept of self, and humans really can't agree on consciousness. I mean, we did figure out that some fish can recognize themselves in a photograph, not just a mirror. I can't always recognize myself in a photograph. I have a mild form of face blindness, mind you. I'm not sure.
Pretty sure more animals than we think can recognize themselves in a mirror, for one, like cats and stuff like that. I was about to say, out of everything I know about neuroscience and learning, this sounds pretty in line with how we actually learn and what our best practices for learning are and for neuroplasticity. Yeah, like this is not only a big stride, this is probably the closest they've gotten so far to a workable form of artificial intelligence that could theoretically surpass the human brain. Like, this is just a few neurons. They built a brain sized one of this, then yeah, no, it would be smarter than you.
I'm sure that everyone will ever agree that AI could be conscious or that the brain organoids were conscious, even if they demonstrated skills that would suggest it. These guys do learn faster than artificial intelligence at playing these games, and I'm not really sure what that means or if we are seeing that they might be more intelligent than AI.
No, I think what it means is exactly as you said, Sylvie, that this is much closer to how learning actually works. It's not training, it's learning. And that's a big difference. We train AI. This is learning through experience and through like chemical reaction, dopamine, brain chemistry. It's learning like you do in a world where we run the show and everything it's learning is based off of your brain chemistry. It's the closest they've gotten to this case.
What do you think? When the robots rebel, or the biohybrid robots, I'll probably be the
I'm just waiting for Viz to click or chain chat. Don't threaten me with a good time.
person to tell you about it. I'm on their side. Follow for more.
That's not what I wanted to show you. That's the actual stream that we are currently watching. But on the Anthropic thing, I believe it's been resolved now, as in like Anthropic said, no, fuck off, we're not doing that. But from Navarro Media, we have this, where it's explaining kind of just the argument.
much as we critique the big AI companies, at least one of them is showing
The Pentagon is using Grok. They're using all of them. They just, I think they just kicked Anthropic out, but Grok, ChatGPT, and Gemini are already integrated into the Pentagon. In fact, here, hold on. Let me open this in another link so that I don't lose it. But, here we go. We have this. Just so, you get an idea of what I mean by this.
I wish I was making this up. The acting chief of U.S. cybersecurity uploaded secret documents to ChatGPT. But only the best people with the best brains, right? And before you ask, no, this was not a government-approved version, a secure version. This was the public version of ChatGPT that you and I can use right now. Politico is reporting this, not The Onion.
Funny enough, in my experience in, testing, Grok is one of the nicer ones that seems less evil than the rest. Now Grok lies quite a bit more, but I don't know, the vibe check on my end for Grok felt less I will destroy everything than it did for GPT or Gemini. Then again, how the fuck do I know? I'm not a robot whisperer.
drones controlled by artificial intelligence. It's one plausible vision of the future of war, even the future of policing, in fact. I find it pretty terrifying. And as much as we critique the big AI companies, at least one of them is showing a modicum of resistance to their tech being used in this way in an unrestrained manner. So Axios is
It's not that Grok's powered by brain chips, Mr. The Sane. It's that all of those have learned off of the internet. Now, Grok learns off of both what's available and also what's on Twitter, but it doesn't seem to like what's on Twitter because I suspect it was trained basically on the same content as ChatGPT initially. From what I remember, Grok was just stolen code from ChatGPT, and then that was the base that it was built on. So it has a bit of a liberal lean in its training further back. Surprisingly, it seems more competent at tasks than most of them I've tried. It is the most competent for a few tasks that I've tried out. Just occasionally I want to see how far we've gotten. And yeah, no, it is surprisingly much better than a few of them. At research, I've found Gemini is the best at coding. Claude Code, running locally, not running through their enterprise cloud, is the best. Coding through the enterprise cloud, that's going to be Grok, and Gemini does the best research.
reporting that Anthropic, that's the company behind Claude, we talk about them quite a lot, is currently in a dispute with the Pentagon over limits they want to set on the use of their product. So Anthropic want to set the limits, the Pentagon doesn't want them to. The Pentagon is pushing AI companies to let the military use all of their tools for, quote, all lawful purposes. So it's legal, they can do it, and that would include...
At least when you run it locally, you have full control over its actions, personality, what it's willing to do, how it's programmed. You get to write the system prompt. You get to write the rules, the gates, all of it. You do that. I want to host a local LLM, but every time I try and look into it, my brain breaks. It's not as hard as you think. I'll make a video on
weapons development, intelligence, collection, battlefield operations. Anthropic, though, is insisting that two areas must remain off limits when it comes to their product. So one, they say, is the mass surveillance of Americans, and the second is fully autonomous weaponry. So that's weapons that can kill someone without human involvement. Now, of course, I'd prefer it.
I do have to say, props to Anthropic for being the only one of these companies that's like, yeah, no, I kind of don't want my tech to be used for killer robots that have zero checks and balances. They're the only ones so far that have been like, yeah, no, I'll pass. This is a large portion of Europe's plan to defend itself from Russia is a 10-kilometer stretch of land on the border that's just going to be filled with fucking killer robots that will kill anything on sight. That's literally part of the plan.
If they also saw the mass surveillance of non-Americans as an issue. But we'll come back to that later.
Yeah, that'd be great too. Mass surveillance of everyone being an issue is what I would think.
This is from that Axios report. So say Anthropic signed a contract valued up to $200 million with the Pentagon last summer. Claude was also the first model the Pentagon brought into its classified networks. OpenAI's ChatGPT, Google's Gemini, and xAI's Grok are all used in unclassified settings, and all three have agreed to lift the guardrails that apply to ordinary users for their work with the Pentagon. The Pentagon is...
Sorry, Jet, doesn't seem like you're getting your non-Terminator world. The ROK already had Samsung made 40mm automatic grenade launchers with incredibly advanced IFF systems, has for over a decade now. Yep, I know. We've had new weapons that we've been developing that are AI assisted in like when they are timed to explode, because they're not meant to explode on impact. They're meant to air burst and then spread out above a target. Like, yeah, no, it's all intertwined.
Negotiating with them about moving into the classified space, and is insisting on the all lawful purposes standard for both classified and unclassified uses. The official claimed one of the three has agreed to those terms, and the other two were showing more flexibility than Anthropic.
This is what happens when you learn the wrong lessons from sci-fi. This is what happens when you are a loser tech like monarch who grew up on sci-fi but had not been bullied enough as a child and didn't have parents who cared about you clearly. You end up liking the bad guy in the sci-fi. Look, if you want to get away from this stuff, the best you can do is to do it yourself. Make it at home. It's not as hard as you think. I will start making more guides. I will provide more guides. Join my Discord. Join my Matrix. If you guys want to have a secure place that you don't have to give your ID to use, well then, like, form your own or donate to someone else who has for these servers to make them usable. If you want this space to have its own Matrix where we can have like both rooms for contributors and mods and editors that are unaccessible, and then we can have public rooms. Like, that's what I'm gonna do with mine. I'm gonna have multiple different siloed. I don't think anyone in my like entire community should have access to every room. Ideally, including myself, but like that's a bit of a higher bar. But like, this is the way. And the only way we're gonna do this is crowdfunding. And it's surprisingly cheap comparatively. Again, it's 56 euros a month for like the optimal one for like a single person streamer. If you have a collective of people planning to use this, if you have an entire group that's planning to use this, if you can, I don't know, agree with a couple different content creators. For example, if you are a creator, talk to a couple other creators, pull $25 a month in together, get yourself a VPS, set this up, share it among your communities. You can still segment them and you control everything. Your like community is safer. They get to hide behind you. Now, that would require you to not be a pussy and be willing to, like, you know, be the meat shield for everyone else. But I imagine most people, not only part of this community, but in the left broadly speaking, that have the ability to do something like this, would absolutely do something like this. And this is only the beginning. It's only the beginning. There's so much you can go from there. Again, like, that is a server inside of that domain. That does not include the ability to live stream. That does not include the ability to embed live stream links into web pages. That does not include the fact that your messaging on Matrix is not done through HTTP. You're not going on the internet. You're directly messaging the IP of the other person in the local subnet. You have to be in the local subnet to intercept it. It's not leaving. It's the safest form of messaging that you can do right now, for one. But the more people get involved, the more people switch over, the more incentive Matrix has to add more functionality, to grow, the more incentive companies that host VPSs have to go to countries that are outside of 14 Eyes jurisdiction, because that seems to be where people are buying the VPSs. There is financial incentive that you, as a consumer, apply to the manufacturers, to the companies, to maintain practices that are beneficial to you. Whereas when you engage with the regular economy, you do the opposite. You provide incentives for companies to fuck you over and rob you. Let's stop doing that. We get to decide our future. I say we deserve freedom, and I'm willing to pay for it. I will see you guys next time, everybody. That's all for today, but please stay safe. Talk to your neighbors. Look into this kind of stuff. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me on Discord. I will try and get back to you as soon as I can, and have a look out for some of these guides. And if you really are in need of secure comms, message me right now if you want to talk about something. We can work on that. This server is up and running. Once I grow it and have the bigger server capacity, we'll migrate over, and then I will bring more people over and do it. See you guys next time, and support this space. Thank you to the lovely mods and editors. Bye-bye.